Chapter 9. Morality of Struggle and Not Deadly Defeatism. One of the most godless intrigues, which has yielded the Jews a magnificent result in their struggle against Christianity, has been the utilization of the idea of Christian morality and love of one's neighbor, which they shape according to their whim and use with crushing precision as a destructive weapon against Christianity. It appears incredible that such noble things as morality and Christian love of one's neighbor should be transformed under this disastrous influence into dangerous intrigues. But the Jews have attained this skilled and death-bringing transformation with such harmful results for Holy Church, that it is necessary to sound the alarm and to show the danger in all clarity, in order to prevent Christians from falling into this fatal deception. For a better understanding of this matter, one can resort to comparisons which, if a little crude, are nevertheless very clear. Let us assume that at a boxing match a boxer is forced at the decisive moments of the match to fight on with one hand bound, leaving him only the possibility of using one hand for striking his opponent, while the latter uses his two hands. What would be the result of such a fight? It would not be surprising if the unfortunate boxer whose one hand is bound were beaten in the fight. Well now, this is exactly what upon different occasions treacherous Jewry has been successful in achieving with the poor Christians, in that Christian charity and Christian morality were distorted and afterwards used to bind the Christians by hands and feet, in order in this manner to attain their defeat. Every time, therefore, when the Christians react with an attempt to defend themselves against the synagogue of Satan and to protect Holy Church or their country or to preserve the natural rights that they possess as persons, as family fathers, etc., the Jews and their aides, whenever the former are on the point of gaining the victory, of overthrowing and punishing them, always appeal to Christian neighborly love. They attempt to touch the believers' hearts with this appeal, so that they may give up the struggle or refrain from pushing to its conclusion the victory that they are on the point of winning. They also resort to such cunning in order to prevent appropriate punishment being laid upon them as criminals or as being responsible for a repelled attack. All this for the purpose of re-establishing, under protection of this armistice or of forgiveness which they receive by reason of a misuse of Christian neighborly love, the necessary power to begin anew the overwhelming, merciless, destructive and irremediable aggression, after whose victory one will be able to expect neither moral acts nor Jewish charity. In order to carry through their intentions of laying the Christians in chains and preventing them from defending themselves, the Israelites and their agents use wordplay and hair-splitting terminology. For example, they say, "If God pardons every sinner who repents of his sins before his death, why do you Christians not imitate your God and Lord?" They thus proceed from a true premise, from the Christian teaching of the forgiveness of sin, and then attempt to use it in hair-splitting form and to draw false conclusions from it. In this manner they conclude, for example, with reference to the said promise, that Christians are obligated to allow Jewish criminals who murder a king, the President of the Republic, or any Christians, to go unpunished. It is also logically concluded from this that Catholics are obligated to allow freedom to spies who have supplied a foreign power with secrets vital to the life of a nation, so that they are able to continue their traitorous activity and render easier the defeat of the country. Likewise the conclusion is reached that Christians are obligated to allow to go unpunished, indeed even to allow to walk in freedom, the conspirators who instigate a bloody revolution and carry it out, so that they, free and unpunished, can carry out further conspiracies, until they have set up the Jewish communist dictatorship in the land with their whole bloody apparatus of repression and tyranny. With hair-splitting wordplay like this, they surprise the good faith of many, who fall easy victim to deceit and give to the Jewish conspirators or their helpers the possibility of victory of their devilish intentions. Nevertheless, it is perfectly clear that if the Catholic Church accepts the forgiveness of sins, this does not imply a recognition that criminals and malefactors or conspirators should escape human justice or even the divine justice. Some writers, who describe themselves as Christians, but who prove through their activity that they are in the service of the synagogue of Satan, use such clumsy sophisms as those which we give in the following. The Jew-friendly Italian Ernesto Rossi makes a summons to Christians in a chapter of his book, which is written for defense of the Hebrews, and attempts to support his defeatist thesis with the words of the evangelist Saint Matthew. Then Peter neared and said to him, "Lord, how many times must I forgive my brother, who has sinned against me? Up to 7 times? And Jesus answered him, I say unto you, not 7 times, but up to 70 times 7. And Julian Green, who is quoted by Carlo Bo, says in the article to which we have referred, "One can strike no Jew, without at the same time touching him who in the truest sense of the word is the man par excellence and the flower of Israel, Jesus Christ. Dry the tears and the blood of your Jewish brother and the face of Christ will shine." A great cynicism is needed to make the attempt to equate Christ our Lord with those who nailed him to the cross and continue to oppose him up to our days. Frequently the Hebrews and their accomplices possess the shamelessness to use this cunning utilization of Christian morality and neighborly love, in order to prevent believers in Christ from defending themselves or their peoples and institutions from the conspiracies and attacks which emanate from the synagogue of Satan. For this purpose they always use Catholic or Protestant clergy, who describe themselves as good Christians but who work together with Freemasonry, communism or any other Jewish enterprise. These kinds of clergy even go as far as to remind Christians of the Sermon on the Mount and other sermons of our Lord Jesus Christ about the forgiveness of sins or love for one's enemies in order to touch believers and even to spiritually exercise a pressure, by means of similar cunning, for the purpose of weakening or even crippling the struggle, which the latter have undertaken against the powers of evil. The activity of these clergy has frequently to great part been responsible for Freemasonic or communist triumphs. We can without doubt give the assurance that these godless intrigues largely allow the synagogue of Satan, at least hitherto, to alter the course of history in disastrous form for the forces of good and in favorable manner for the hosts of evil. Holy Church was able for 1,000 years long, up to the end of the 15th century, to overthrow the synagogue of Satan in all conflicts which it had to withstand year for year against the same. Christianity was then on the point of carrying off the final victory, which would have preserved Christianity from the Protestant schism, from the bloody religious wars, from the Freemasonic upheavals, in which streams of blood were shed, and from the even bloodier and more threatening communist revolutions. The court of the Inquisition, so slandered by Jewish propaganda, which was founded for the purpose of fighting and conquering Jewry as well as the underground movements which it used in the form of false teachings in order to divide Christianity and make it disunited, would have been able with the means at its disposal to attain a final victory for Holy Church, if the treacherous Jews had not been successful in preventing this by using deceit and malice, which we will investigate, particularly in the decisive moments of that struggle, and by employing sophisms about Christian charity, which the Jews never practice, in order to move the Christian, ecclesiastical and civil leading personages through sympathy, in order to obtain their protection from the watchful inquisitors and even the universal pardoning of the criminals. Instead of being thankful, Jewry used this forgiveness only in order to strengthen anew its forces in secret, in order afterwards to take up the struggle with new false doctrines again and again. Finally, at the beginning of the 16th century, the international Jews were successful in breaking the unity of Christianity and in opening the breach, through which they stormed to attack the Christian citadel with the disastrous consequences that we can all observe in the present. They therefore cunningly used the goodness of Christians and used the measures of forgiveness and the armistice which they had attained through cheating in every possible way, in order to alter the course of history in a favorable sense for the forces of Satan and his synagogue. Holy Church can measure the greatness of the catastrophe, if one bears in mind the millions and millions of souls who have been lost to Catholicism through the Protestant division, the Freemasonic upheavals and above all through the communist revolutions of our days. It is necessary to establish this characteristic coincidence, in those periods of history in which the leading Christian personages, civil or ecclesiastical, have most tolerated and protected the Jews. The synagogue of Satan has attained greater progress in its struggle against Holy Church and overwhelming victories. On the other hand, those other historical epochs, in which the popes, the ecumenical councils and the Catholic rulers had pursued an energetic and effective policy against Jewry, were victorious for Holy Church in its struggle against the Hebrews and against the false doctrines which these set up and broadcast. These victories were at times gained with force of arms and allowed millions of Christian souls to be saved. It is not our intention to criticize or to censure the leading religious and civil personages, because they committed political faults in good faith, by their granting protection to the enemy, which made possible eventually his triumph over Christianity. For what occurred in reality was that the Christians were subjected to the skillful deceits of the synagogue of Satan, by their being attracted by those fearful Jewish fables about which St. Paul talked. One must recall that Satan is the father of lies and master in the art of deceiving men. This art was inherited by his spiritual children, the modern Jews, of whom Christ our Lord said that they are children of the devil. It is not the suitable moment to criticize anyone, nor for useless lamenting about what others could have done and did not, but what is urgent is that we act with speed and energy before it is too late. It is urgent that we Catholics break off our sleep and awaken to the present reality. In Russia, with the introduction of the socialist dictatorship, thousands of archbishops, bishops, dignitaries and priests were thrown into dirty prisons, where they languished for years until their death. Many others were tortured and murdered in a cruel manner. Millions of Christians of all classes were subjected to indescribable tortures and thrown for years into dark and dirty prisons. Further, millions suffered a horrible annihilation through the merciless Jews, who do not forgive, but who destroy and enslave. These terrible dangers threaten the whole world in the same manner. Communism will be victorious over the entire planet, if we do not act together to prevent it, for God does not help those who do not help themselves. Then cardinals, archbishops, bishops, ministers, priests and monks are thrown for years long into dark prisons and interned, tortured and finally murdered in terrible concentration camps. As for example, in Russia, Communist China and all remaining lands, where the all-destroying avalanche of Jewish communism has triumphed. Karl Marx, Engels and Lenin, whose doctrines the communists follow, said it clearly in their works. The clergy of the different religions, but above all those of the Christian, must be exterminated. The bourgeois class must be destroyed and totally annihilated. By bourgeois class is to be understood the owners of private houses in the city and estates on the land, of factories, of public enterprises, of workshops and businesses. All shall be murdered without discrimination of outlook, irrespective of whether they are members of the parties of the right, the center, or the left, for it is not a question of the destruction of this or that bourgeois section, but of the whole of the bourgeois class. So it is arranged by the founders and leading personages of communism. The only ones who escape the slaughter are naturally the Jews, although they can belong to any one of the condemned classes. Not even the bourgeois Freemasons of Christian origin are saved, but they also are murdered. With this, Jewry proves its ingratitude a further time towards those who hate it, whom it makes use of as long as it needs them, in order to afterwards eliminate them. But also the workers and peasant class are not spared from the misfortune, who are used by Jewry as a means of setting up the socialist dictatorships. For the Russian and Chinese experiments have clearly shown that the social classes mentioned were not only enslaved in a cruel manner, but also decimated through the murder of millions of their members, who had committed the grave crime of protesting against the deceit to which they had fallen victim to their harm and against those who had promised them a paradise, but given them a hell. This is the frightful truth. It is useless that they attempt to conceal the same, to diminish its importance or even to deny it. The existence of members of this enemy fifth column, who have penetrated into the ranks of Christianity, we will elaborate in the fourth part of this work with palpable and irrefutable proofs. These false Catholics of the fifth column in service of the enemy attempt to make it believe that the danger does not exist, or at least to diminish its importance and its close imminence, which is a reality, in order to lull us all to sleep and to prevent us from effectively defending ourselves. When the skilled exploitation, ill-intentioned and sophistic, of charity and Christian morality, is added to the above, one can form an idea of the crushing aids which are at the disposal of the enemy, in order to disarm us and to prevent us from fighting against atheistic communism and the synagogue of Satan. One must not forget that Christian charity carries the obligation of protecting the good from the corruption of the bad, but not of protecting the bad and allowing them free rein, so that they can seduce, rob and enslave the good, at the same time as the powers of the good are chained hand and foot with a fake morality, so that the latter can be subjected to compulsion by the forces of Bolshevism. If we express ourselves completely and unconditionally for the declarations of their holinesses the popes and the power of their authoritative dignity, as well as hold to the ecumenical councils, it is clearly evident that every interpretation put forward concerning morality and Christian charity which results in facilitating the victory of the forces of evil over the powers of good, is false, for our Lord God created morality and charity in order to obtain the triumph of good over the bad, and not the converse. The words of the Lord, which are used in the 3rd chapter of this part of the work as heading, give account of how God in his struggle against the devil or against the Jews, who followed the path of the former, was energetic and not weak, strong and not defeatist. It is no use resorting to cunning appeals, as the members of the 5th column do who assert that Christ our Lord preached love of one's enemies and forgiveness, setting up an apparent and fallacious contradiction between what the Son of God says in the New Testament and what is commanded by God the Father in the Old Testament. The theologians know very well that these contradictions are not present, and that the love and forgiveness towards enemies, this sublime teaching of our divine Savior, refers to the enemies of a personal and private kind which arise at every moment in our social relations, not in fact to the evil-natured enemy, Satan, nor to the forces of evil that are led by him. Christ never preached either love or forgiveness for the devil and his works, but completely the opposite. When Jesus, like his eternal Father, attacked the forces of evil, they were both equally as unequivocal as energetic. One would attempt in vain to find a contradiction in the mode of action between the two. As far as concerns the Jews who denied their Messiah, they were described by Christ himself as the synagogue of Satan. Jesus treated them in an energetic and implacable manner in various passages of the Gospels, above all, according to the Apostle St. Matthew, when he expressed himself verbally. Chapter 8. 11. And I say unto you, that many shall come from the east and west, and shall sit down with Abraham, and Isaac, and Jacob, in the kingdom of heaven. But the children of the kingdom, that is the Hebrews, shall be cast out into outer darkness. There shall be weeping and gnashing of teeth. Against the forces of evil Jesus was as strict as God the Father. There exists an agreement and harmony between the mode of action of both persons of the same God. Therefore our struggle against the forces of the devil must be energetic enough and effective enough to allow us to overthrow them. The Jews and the clergy who cooperate with them would like to see our behavior so weak and defeatist that it permits the triumph of the forces of hell, even if this were only temporary and involved the loss of millions of souls for Holy Church, just as occurs in the lands where, through our weakness and our lack of energetic activity, atheistic communism continues its conquests. L'Osservatore Romano quotes an important publication and says, the weekly journal Time mentions, in its issue of 6 March 1956, that in China, after 5 years of communist rule, 20 million persons have been murdered and a further 25 million thrown into concentration camps. To conclude, let us hold valid the authority of the great Church Fathers and the meaning that they gave to Christian charity. As our source we will use the history of the Catholic Church that was written by 3 Jesuit fathers, Lorca, Garcia Villoslada and Montalban. It cannot in any respect be suspected of anti-Judaism, for which reason we prefer to use it in this case, since it limits itself to following the unanimous current of the historical writers of Holy Church. In this connection the work says, quote, great figures of Christian charity in the East. In the midst of this very Christian climate, it is not surprising, that several figures distinguish themselves by their pure charity for the poor and needy, who on their side powerfully contributed to promote this same spirit. In the impossibility of recording them all, we select several of them, who distinguished themselves most of all in the 4th to the 7th centuries. Unquote. After the Jesuit fathers refer to Saint Basilius, they go on to describe the figure of the great Church Father, Saint John Chrysostom, and say, no less illustrious is Saint John Chrysostom as the great promoter of Christian charity. As an appendix the authors continue with their report of a succession of deeds, which represent Chrysostom as an example of Christian charity, and then refer to 2 other great Church Fathers, to Saint Ambrose, Bishop of Milan, and Saint Jerome. Of the first they assert among other things, great figures of charity in the West. St. Ambrose is always the model of a Catholic bishop. Therefore it is not remarkable that he is also the most perfect example of charity and charitable works. Additionally, the Jesuits go on to relate deeds that prove their assertion that St. Ambrose is in fact the most perfect example of Christian charity. Referring to St. Jerome, the studious priests remark that St. Jerome, who so profoundly knew the high society of Rome with all its light and dark sides, has presented us with the most remarkable examples of Christian charity. In this connection the Jesuits mentioned quote from the words of Lise and St. Gregory Nazianzen, the great father of the Church, who are irreproachable as sources and Christian authorities. Now we will see what the classical Israelite historical writer Greets, whose works are regarded as completely trustworthy in Jewish circles, asserts concerning St. John Chrysostom, St. Ambrose and St. Jerome, who, as we have already seen, are regarded by Catholic historians as models of Christian charity and worthy of imitation. In his work History of the Jews, whose possession the educated Hebrews regard as an honor, Greets says literally with reference to the terrible struggle that took place between Holy Church and Jewry, the chief fanatics against the Jews in that time were John Chrysostom of Antioch and Ambrose of Milan, who attacked them with great excess. Then Greets records in detail the actions of St. John Chrysostom against the Hebrews, to whom he devotes a quarter of the book. Referring to the activity of St. Ambrose, Ambrose of Milan was an impetuous officer, who was ignorant in theology, and whose renowned violence within the Church had elevated him to the rank of a bishop. He was in fact the most malicious towards the Jews, and in the index of the said second volume, pages 638 and 641, Greets summarizes the purpose of each section in very expressive form: Ambrose, his fanaticism against the Jews, and Chrysostom, his fanaticism against the Jews. As far as concerns the other great Church Father, the symbol of Christian charity, St. Jerome, Greets, who stands in such authority in Hebrew circles, says, in order to stress the orthodoxy of this saint, as follows: "And if it is a requisite to despise the individual persons and the nation, then I abominate the Jews with a hatred which is impossible to express." The highly regarded Jewish historical writer comments immediately afterwards. This confession of belief, in respect of hatred towards the Jews, was no personal opinion of an isolated writer, but the oracle for the whole of Christianity, which hastily accepted the writings of the Church Fathers, who were revered as saints. In later times this confession of faith armed the kings, the people, the crusaders and the spiritual shepherds against the Jews. Implements for their torture were discovered and the gloomy fires of the stake erected in order to burn them. As one sees, these symbols of Christian charity, who were St. John Chrysostom, St. Ambrose of Milan and St. Jerome, left behind to us a clear description of the same and give us to recognize that they do not exclude energetic and ruthless action against the Jews and against the synagogue of Satan. They transformed this struggle into a very important part of their holy life. They also teach us that Christian love of one's neighbor is not practiced in favor of the forces of evil, which they principally equate with Jewry. On the other hand, it is true what the Israelite Greets says, when he asserts that this was the unanimous teaching of the Church Fathers. Those who are interested in penetrating deeper into this theme, can do this directly in the works of the Fathers. There they can establish that all energetically condemned the Jews and fought courageously, without hesitation, against those enemies of mankind, as St. Paul so aptly called them. We Catholics know that the unanimous opinion of the Church Fathers regarding this teaching is in many cases a binding rule of conduct for all believers and in every case is without exception an example worthy of imitation. Only the complex of Judas Iscariot can explain the fact that many clergy, who describe themselves as Catholics, serve the synagogue of Satan better than the Church, and attempt to give us false rules of morality and of Christian charity, in order to bind our hands and to prevent us from fighting with all energy and efficacy against Jewry and its accomplices, Freemasonry and Communism. Chapter 10. The Jews kill the Christians and persecute the Apostles. Since the origin of the Church, Jewry has declared a war of life and death upon Christianity without any grounds, without provocation, and without the Church in the first 3 centuries answering violence with violence. The Jews abused in cruel form the gentleness of the first Christians, who restricted themselves to combating their deadly enemies simply with well-founded discussions, in return for which they had to suffer the degrading slanders of the Jews, their imprisonments, their murders and every kind of persecution. These begin with the unjust and cruel murder of Christ our Lord. There follows the killing of Saint Stephen, which is related to us by the Holy Bible in the Acts of the Apostles, in all its horror, from the planning of the crime in the bosom of the synagogue, passing to the use of bribery, so that some slandered and cast poisonous accusations against him, up to the use of false witnesses to confirm these accusations, and finally the murder of the saint by the Jews, which was completed by stoning in a cruel manner, without Stephen having committed any misdeed other than to preach the true religion. He was the first martyr of Christianity, and the Israelites had the honor of being the first to have shed Christian blood after the murder of Jesus. The Bible itself, in the Acts of the Apostles, chapter 12, reveals how the Jewish king Herod stretched forth his hands 1. To vex certain of the church. And he killed James the brother of John with the sword. And because he saw it pleased the Jews, he proceeded further to take Peter also. However, the Hebrews, not satisfied with their having begun the murder of the leading saints of nascent Christianity, fell upon the carrying out of cruel persecutions, which degenerated into terrible bloodbaths, as the Bible relates to us in the Acts of the Apostles, and which gave heaven its first martyrs. In these persecutions, Saul, the future St. Paul, took part before his conversion, and in fact with a zeal which he himself describes in his letter to the Galatians in the following manner. Chapter 1, verse 13, For ye have heard of my conversation in the past in the Jews' religion, how that beyond measure I persecuted the church of God, and wasted it. The Jews do not accept God, asserts Paul. The Hebrews persecuted with particular tenacity, as is natural, the apostles and the first leaders of the church, of which St. Paul lays witness in his first letter to the Thessalonians, and in which he categorically asserts that the Jews do not accept God. He says literally, For ye, brethren, became followers of the churches of God which in Judea are in Christ Jesus, for ye also have suffered like things for your own countrymen, even as they have of the Jews, who both killed the Lord Jesus, and their own prophets, and have persecuted us, and they please not God, and are contrary to all men. It is therefore false to say that the Jews, who have denied Christ as the Messiah, are pleasing to God, as those clergy assert who work together with them for the purpose of crippling the defense of the Catholic peoples against the Jewish striving for power and its revolutionary activity. How can it be possible that these Jew-friendly priests lay claim to be right, and that St. Paul lied when he assured us that the Jews are not pleasing to God? Nevertheless, one sees completely clearly that the powers of evil, the children of the devil, as Christ called them, and an integral part of the synagogue of Satan, could not be acceptable to God. The Jews frequently imprisoned the apostles. In the Acts of the Apostles it is confirmed that the Jewish priests, the Sadducees and the officials of the temple laid hands on St. Peter and St. John and threw them into prison. In chapter 5 the following is related, 17. Then the high priest rose up, and all they that were with him, which is the seed of the Sadducees, and were filled with indignation, and laid their hands on the apostles, and put them in a common prison. Among the persecutions unleashed by the Jews against the first leaders of the church stand out those on account of their mercilessness which were directed against St. Paul. It is remarked in the Acts of the Apostles, chapter 9, 22, But Saul increased the more in strength, and confounded the Jews which dwelt at Damascus, proving that this is the very Christ. And after that many days were fulfilled, the Jews took counsel to kill him. Afterwards when St. Paul and St. Barnabas had discussed religious questions with the Jews in Antioch, the latter ended the discussion with their usual fanaticism and their intolerance and used the argument of violence. The Acts of the Apostles quotes this, chapter 13, 50. But the Jews stirred up the devout and honorable women, and the chief men of the city, and raised persecution against Paul and Barnabas, and expelled them out of their coasts. Afterwards, in the 14th chapter of the Bible book mentioned, it is confirmed what occurred in the city of Iconium after a further theological discussion by St. Paul and St. Barnabas with the Hebrews. 4. But the multitude of the city was divided, and part held with the Jews, and part with the apostles. And when there was an assault made both of the Gentiles, and also of the Jews with their rulers, to use them despitefully, and to stone them, they were aware of it, and fled unto Lystra and Derbe, cities of Lycaonia, and unto the region that lieth round about. And there came thither certain Jews from Antioch and Iconium, who persuaded the people, and, having stoned Paul, drew him out of the city, supposing he had been dead. One thus sees that even in those days the division was very clear, on the one side the supporters of the apostles, that is the Christians, and on the other, the Jews. The New Testament of the Holy Bible already makes use in these books of the word Jews in order to describe the members of the ancient chosen people who murdered God's Son and fought against his church, for those who had converted to the faith of the Redeemer were not Jews, but Christians. The Jews, who in our days persecute the church still further and threaten to rule and enslave mankind, are in fact the descendants of these Jews, who are described by the New Testament as the worst enemies of Christ and his church. They have nothing in common spiritually with the old chosen people of biblical times. The chosen people was loved by God. However, the Jews who denied their Messiah, who murdered him and who fought against Christianity and continue to fight against it, and who stiff-neckedly grant support to their criminal organizations in our days, are, as St. Paul said, not acceptable to God. In chapter 17 of the aforementioned book of the New Testament, it is said that St. Paul and Silas came to Thessalonia, where there was a synagogue of the Jews. Quote, "But the Jews which believed not, moved with envy, took unto them certain lewd fellows of the baser sort, and gathered a company, and set all the city in an uproar, and assaulted the house of Jason, and sought to bring them out to the people. And when they found them not, they drew Jason and certain brethren unto the rulers of the city, crying, These that have turned the world upside down are come hither also, whom Jason hath received, and these all do contrary to the decrees of Caesar, saying that there is another king, one Jesus. And they troubled the people and the rulers of the city, when they heard these things. And when they had taken security of Jason, and of the other, they let them go." Unquote. The passages quoted of the Holy Scripture prove clearly that the Jews were the only enemies of nascent Christianity and that everywhere they not only directly persecuted the Christians, but attempted with slanders to stir up the Gentile peoples against them, and, what is still more weighty, the authorities of the Roman Empire. In the preceding passage of the Acts of the Apostles it is evident how they used slanders, in order with criminal intent to thrust the whole power of the then invincible Roman Empire against Holy Church, by their more or less accusing the Christians of recognizing another king in place of Caesar, an outrage which infuriated the Roman emperors and their collaborators to the extreme, for this form of treachery to Caesar invited immediate punishment of death upon them. Thus it is beyond doubt what the Israelites strove for, who for many years afterwards applied the whole poison of their slanders and intrigues. However, they were not successful in letting loose the Roman Empire against the Christians. Only on the basis of much pressure did they attain this with Nero. An attempt also took place to stir up the rulers of Rome against St. Paul, as the following passage of the New Testament proves. Chapter 18, 12. And when Gallio was the deputy of Achaia, the Jews made insurrection with one accord against Paul, and brought him to the judgment seat, saying, This fellow persuadeth man to worship God contrary to the law. And when Paul was now about to open his mouth, Gallio said unto the Jews, If it were a matter of wrong or wicked lewdness, ye Jews, reason would that I should bear with you. But if it be a question of words and names, and of your law, look ye to it, for I will be no judge of such matters. And he drove them from the judgment seat. Then all the Greeks took Sosthenes, the chief ruler of the synagogue, and beat him before the judgment seat. And Gallio cared for none of those things. This passage of the Holy Bible allows us to recognize, on the one side the religious tolerance of the Roman authorities and the absolute lack of interest in attacking Christians. On the other side it was the Hebrews who constantly sought for means in order to repeatedly unleash, even if unsuccessfully, the rulers of the Roman Empire against the Christians. In conclusion, when such an infamous attempt had failed, the Jews as madmen ended the affair with a general and furious free fight. Here Sosthenes, the superintendent of the synagogue, became the unlucky object of Hebrew rage and madness. Naturally, we cannot doubt the truthfulness of these facts, for it is a matter of a literal passage from the New Testament. It is therefore certainly explicable that, when this mob of wolves, in addition with all full powers, was unchained with the victory of the communist revolutions, it carried out unbelievable bloodbaths and caused Christian and Gentile blood to flow in torrents, until in the end both in the Soviet Union, as also in the satellite states, they cut one another to pieces, without respect for anything, not even of rabbinical dignity, as in the case of that poor Sosthenes who is mentioned in the preceding passage of the Bible. It is completely beyond doubt that they are and remain always the same. In the Acts of the Apostles the disciple St. Luke tells us of further persecutions undertaken by the Jews against St. Paul. In his description about the behavior of the Hebrews in those times, one could say that he might be writing to us in the present day. Nothing seems to have altered in nearly 2,000 years. He relates of the stay of the saint in Jerusalem, chapter 21, 27. And when the 7 days were almost ended, the Jews which were of Asia, when they saw him in the temple, stirred up all the people, and laid hands on him, crying out, Men of Israel, help, this is the man, that teacheth all men everywhere against the people, and the law, and this place, and further, brought Greeks also into the temple, and hath polluted this holy place. And all the city was moved, and the people ran together, and they took Paul, and drew him out of the temple, and forthwith the doors were shut. And as they went about to kill him, tidings came unto the chief captain of the band, that all Jerusalem was in an uproar, who immediately took soldiers and centurions, and ran down unto them, and when they saw the chief captain and the soldiers, they left beating of Paul. This passage of the New Testament shows us how the Jews accused St. Paul of teaching all men everywhere against the people, that is, they caused him in slanderous manner to appear as an enemy of the people, in order to justify his killing. More than 19 centuries afterwards, when the Jews in the Soviet Union and other communist lands wished to kill someone, they accused him of being an enemy of the people and an enemy of the working classes. The methods have remained the same. They have not altered in approximately 2,000 years. They also slanderously accused St. Paul of preaching against the temple, just as in the mock trials of communist lands they accused the future victims of having carried out a conspiracy against the Soviet Union or the proletarian state. Finally they also accused St. Paul of having brought Gentiles into the temple and thus defiled the holy place, for in those days the Jews regarded the temple as closed to Gentiles, just as they now regard Jewry as closed to men of other races. Then they only allowed new converts as far as the door of the temple, thus only to the outside door. Now they accept, so they say, Gentiles and Christians in some lands into Jewry, but also only to the outside door, in that by deceit they only allow the latter into the peripheral organizations and never to enter the real synagogues and communities of the Jewish people. In this, their methods have also remained the same. The book of Holy Scripture mentioned further relates that, when the captain allowed Paul to address his words to the angry Jews, in order to calm them, this occurred, Acts of the Apostles, chapter 22, and they gave him audience unto this word, and then lifted up their voices, and said, Away with such a fellow from the earth, for it is not fit that he should live. 23. And as they cried out, and cast off their clothes, and threw dust into the air, we see here the veritably possessed Jews, who, centuries later, in the midst of the Jewish communist terror, were to cut their unfortunate victims into pieces with all their application of cruelty. This passage from the New Testament goes further, Acts of the Apostles, chapter 22. 30. On the morrow, because he, that is the Roman captain, would have known the certainty wherefore he was accused of the Jews, he loosed him from his bands, and commanded the chief priests and all of their council to appear, and brought Paul down, and set him before them. Chapter 23, 6. But when Paul perceived that the one part were Sadducees, and the other Pharisees, he cried out in the council, Men and brethren, I am a Pharisee, the son of a Pharisee, of the hope and resurrection of the dead I am called in question. And when he had so said, there rose a discussion between the Pharisees and the Sadducees, and the multitude was divided. For the Sadducees say that there is no resurrection, neither angel, nor spirit, but the Pharisees confess both. And there arose a great cry, and the scribes that were of the Pharisees' part arose, and strove, saying, We find no evil in this man, but if a spirit or angel hath spoken to him, let us not fight against God. A magnificent lesson in how, for the cause of good, the internal differences of opinion of the Jewish parties and sects could be used. One can do this in effective form, if one knows the secret interior of Jewry, which permits deception through false combat maneuvers, which are frequently pretended among one another, in order to attain definite political goals. After the violent struggle that was inflamed between the Jewish leaders mentioned and which compelled their Roman captain to use his soldiers, the apostle continues his report, Acts of the Apostles, chapter 23. 12. And when it was day, certain of the Jews banded together, and bound themselves under a curse, saying that they would neither eat nor drink till they had killed Paul. And they were more than 40 which had made this conspiracy. And they came to the chief priests and elders, and said, We have bound ourselves under a great curse that we will eat nothing until we have slain Paul. Now, therefore, ye with the council, signify to the chief captain that he bring him down unto you tomorrow, as though ye would inquire something more perfectly concerning him, and we, or ever he come near, are ready to kill him. The foresight of the captain, who knew the Jews only too well, frustrated their criminal plans. Therefore he sent Paul away under the guard of 200 soldiers and 2 officers. Verse 25 explains that the Roman captain did this because he feared that the Jews could snatch away Paul with force and kill him. Also he feared that afterwards they would slander him by saying that he had accepted their money. This enlightening passage of the New Testament clearly explains that the Jews as swindlers and inventors of the hunger strike already put into practice in the times of St. Paul, when they swore neither to eat nor to drink until they had succeeded in killing him. The Acts of the Apostles does not explain whether, after the salvation of St. Paul through the caution of the Roman captain, the fasting Jews kept their oath until death. However, the silence of the apostle allows us to assume that with the Jews then as with the hunger strikes of our days, the Hebrew comedians, as soon as they could not achieve their goal, found a suitable excuse to halt the strike. On the other side, one sees that, even in those distant times, they applied the system of murdering a prisoner on the road, when the latter was brought from one place to another. One further observes that even the Romans had anxiety before the slanders of the Jews, whom they doubtless knew as masters of this disastrous art. In order to gain knowledge of the wicked activity of Jewry and its mode of action, one scarcely needs to read the famed protocols of the elders of Zion. The teachings of the Holy Bible as well as other reliable and undisputed documents suffice, which often originated from the most unhoped-for Hebrew sources. After St. Paul was led before the deputy governor, the Acts of the Apostles continues in chapter 25. Quote, 2. Then the high priest and the chief of the Jews informed him against Paul, and besought him, and desired favor against him, that he would send for him to Jerusalem, laying wait on the way to kill him. But Festus answered, that Paul should be kept at Caesarea, and that he himself would depart shortly thither. Let them therefore, said he, which are able, go down with me, and accuse this man, if there be any wickedness in him. And when he was come, the Jews which came down from Jerusalem stood round about, and laid many and grievous complaints against Paul, which they could not prove. While he answered for himself, neither against the law of the Jews, neither against the temple, nor yet against Caesar, have I offended anything at all. Unquote. In order to understand this terrible tragedy, one must bear in mind that St. Paul was a devout man and illuminated by the grace of God, to such an extent that he is worthy of being regarded as one of the greatest saints of Christianity. Nevertheless, the Jews, with their natural falsity and their insane tenacity, fell into a fury with him in the manner described in the preceding passages of the Holy Bible. The problem was sharpened still more as a result that not only the Jews from Palestine, but also those from the most different parts of the world, exposed their murderous and godless instincts, and that not only the sect of the Pharisees but also the Sadducees, who were opponents of the former. It was not individuals, isolated and without representation, who oozed such maliciousness, but the high priests, the scribes, the leading personages and most illustrious men of Israel, all cut from the same cloth. The passages of the New Testament teach us to recognize the danger that modern Jewry represents for mankind, whose infamy exceeds the boundaries of everything which other peoples could possibly imagine. Therefore the popes and councils repeatedly called them perfidious Jews, which words, together with other eloquent expressions, figure in the liturgy and the rites of Holy Church, and which the Israelites would like to see removed completely and utterly, in order to thrust us Catholics into still greater uncertainty about the monstrous perversity of our thousand-year-old enemies, and in order to compel us all the easier by their using their deceitful maneuvers and usual surprise blows. The most significant thing is that, in the description of the falsity of this generation of vipers, as Christ our Lord called them, the New Testament of the Holy Bible coincides perfectly with the writings that were composed hundreds of years later by the Church Fathers, with the ideas that are contained in the Quran of Muhammad, with the prescriptions of different church councils, with the trials of the Holy Inquisition, and with the opinion of Martin Luther, as well as with the accusations that have been made in different countries by savants of the problem, and in fact by Catholics, Protestants, Russian Orthodox, Mohammedans, and even by unbelievers like Voltaire and Rosenberg. All these have, without previous agreement, agreed during the last 1,000 years to denounce the high degree of falsity and malice among the Jews. This proves that unfortunately this wickedness and falsity, very dangerous for the remaining peoples, correspond to a confirmed and undisputed reality. The Apostle Matthew spread the word of God far and wide, at first in Macedonia and afterwards in Judea, and converted many to belief in Jesus Christ through his sermons and his miracles. It is said that the Jews could not suffer this, therefore they laid hands upon him, stoned him to the point of almost killing him, and finally he was decapitated on the 24th February. Chapter 11. The Roman persecutions were called forth by the Jews. We have already studied, in the preceding chapter, the various attempts that the Jews made in order to incite the Roman authorities against St. Paul. They accused him of being against Caesar and recognizing another king in his place, by which they meant Jesus. Concerning these intrigues and slanders, an undisputed document, that is the New Testament of the Holy Bible, provides us with knowledge. These attempts to incite the might of the Roman Empire against nascent Christianity followed frequently upon one another, even if for some time without success. It is a historically proven fact that the Romans in religious matters were tolerant and also in no way hostilely disposed towards the Christians, as is proved by the conduct of Pilate in the case of Jesus and the favorable interventions of the imperial authorities in the persecutions unleashed by the Jews against St. Paul and the first Christians. The following fact is very revealing and is recorded by Tertullian and Orosius, who remark that, before the Hebrew attempts at persecution arose against Christians, the Emperor Tiberius had a law published that threatened with death those who accused Christians. In the 9th year of his government, Claudius commanded all Jews to leave Rome because, according to the evidence of Flavius Josephus, they had caused Agrippina, his wife, to take on Jewish customs, or also, as Suetonius writes, because frequent upheavals gave the impetus to the persecutions of Christians. One sees that the pagan Emperor Claudius was tolerant in the extreme towards Christians. When he became tired of the mutinies that the Jews caused, he expelled them from the city of Rome. The Acts of the Apostles also report this expulsion. One sees here the Jewish tendency to cause their influence to rise up to the steps of the throne, by their controlling the empress in order to exert influence on the emperor. In so doing, they held to the completely distorted teachings of the biblical book of Esther, giving this an ambitious interpretation. Esther, a Jewess, was successful in transforming herself into the Queen of Persia and in exercising a decisive influence on the king, in order to destroy the enemies of the Israelites. However, in the case of the Emperor Claudius, the attempt openly failed, which did not occur with Nero, with whom it was successful in bringing close to him a Jewess named Poppaea, who soon transformed into the lover of the emperor, and, according to some Hebrew chronicles, into the real Empress of Rome. She was successful in exercising a decisive influence upon this ruler. Tertullian, one of the Church Fathers, says in his work Scor Pius, The synagogues are the places from whence the persecutions against Christians emanate. And in his book Ad Nationis, the same Tertullian writes, "From the Jews come the slanders against the Christians." During the rule of Nero, tolerance at first reigned towards the Christians. However, the emperor finally gave way to the persistent intrigues of his Jewish lover Poppea, who is described as the originator of the idea of laying the blame for setting fire to the city of Rome upon the Christians, based on which the first cruel persecution of Christians that was carried out by the Roman Empire was justified. The Jesuit fathers are Laurca S.J., R. Garcia Villoslada S.J., and F. J. Montalban S.J. have established the following in connection with the Christian persecutions by pagan Rome against the weak and defenseless Christians by Nero. The Jews were the most active elements in the promotion of the climate of hatred against the Christians, whom they regarded as the falsifiers of the Mosaic Law. This activity of the Jews must have exercised a notable influence, for it is known to us that they already enjoyed great regard in Rome at the time of Nero, and that, on the occasion of the martyrdom of St. Peter and St. Paul, some had hinted at the idea that the latter were killed out of the jealousy of the Jews. Given this climate of violence incited by the hatred of the Jews, one can easily understand the persecution by Nero. Since they are capable of every crime, it was simple for them to denounce the Christians as the incendiaries of Rome. It needed no great effort for the people to believe it. In fact, they accused the Christians in a slanderous manner that they had even committed the disgusting crime of eating children at their ceremonies, which naturally called forth alarm among the authorities and the Roman people. It is only too understandable that this constant intrigue, this persistent work of slander and blasphemy, which the Hebrews always unleash against those who disturb their plans, and which was carried out by thousands of individual persons in the Roman Empire month by month, year by year, finally attained its goal and unleashed against nascent Christianity, which they alone could not destroy, the enormous power of the Roman Empire in a destructive fury never previously known in human history. In order to defend the truth, we will quote the reliable evidence of an authorized Jewish source, Rabbi Wiener, who, in his work The Jewish Food Laws, confesses that the Jews were the instigators of the Christian persecutions in Rome, observed that under the rule of Nero, in the year 65 of our calendar, when Rome had the Jewess Poppea as empress and a Jew as prefect of the city, the era of martyrs began, which was to extend for over 249 years. In these instigations of the Hebrews to call forth the Roman persecutions against Christianity, participated even those rabbis outstanding in the history of the synagogue, such as the famed Rabbi Jehuda, one of the authors of the Talmud, the sacred books and the source of the religion of modern Jewry, who was successful in the year 155 of our calendar in obtaining a command, according to which all Christians of Rome were to be sacrificed, and on the grounds of which many thousands were killed. The executioners of the martyrs and popes, Caio and Marcellino, were in fact Jews. During 3 centuries, the Christians showed heroic resistance, without answering violence with violence. In fact, it is understandable that, after 3 centuries of persecutions, when Christianity had gained a complete victory in the Roman Empire through the conversion of Constantine and the acceptance of the Christian religion as the state religion, that it was finally decided to answer violence with violence, in order to defend the victorious Church, as well as the peoples who had placed their faith in it and who also saw themselves continually threatened by the destructive and annihilating activity of Jewish imperialism, against the lasting conspiracies of Jewry. On the other side, it is necessary that the cowards, who, given the present position, think of capitulating to the synagogue of Satan, out of fear of its persecution, power and influence, bear in mind that the terrible threats of our days are far removed from being so grave as those which Christ our Lord, then the apostles and after them the first Christians faced. They had to expose themselves not only to mighty Jewry, but to the then apparently unconquerable power of the Roman Empire, the greatest and strongest of all times. To these 2 deadly dangers were added those which arose through internal dissension, which the Jews, by means of their 5th column, had called forth in the bosom of Christianity, along with Gnosticism and other false destructive doctrines. One must bear in mind that, despite the fact that that situation was far graver and more tragic than that of the present, Holy Church could only save itself if it achieved a complete victory over its deadly enemies. If it was successful in this, then it is because it was able to rely upon spiritual shepherds who never despaired, never lost courage, nor entered into shameful alliances with the powers of the devil. At no moment did they think of seeking situations of cooperation, nor of peaceful coexistence, nor of diplomatic capitulations, which are always quibbles used by the cowardly clergy and accomplices of the enemy, who in our days strive to achieve that Holy Church and its spiritual shepherds deliver the sheep, whose careful protection Christ our Lord entrusted to them, into the claws of the wolf, for the disadvantage of the Church itself and of the trust that true Catholics have placed in it. Part 4. The Jewish Fifth Column and the Clergy. Chapter 1. The Octopus Strangling Christianity. The Freemasonic Jacobin Revolution was successful in ruining the whole of Christianity, according to the same method that now triumphs in overwhelming form in the Jewish Communist Revolution, for the Holy Catholic Church and the whole of Christianity have only been able to fight against the arms of this octopus, the Communist Party, revolutionary groups and in a few cases, as in Spain, Freemasonry, although its powerful head has remained untouched. For this reason the monster has been able to renew and restore the limbs which were occasionally cut off it, in order to use them anew and still more effectively, until gradually it has been successful in enslaving half the Christian world, Russia and the East European states, and now has the plan of enslaving the rest of mankind. The lasting victory of the Jewish Freemasonic and Jewish Communist revolutions since the end of the 18th century up to our days is also to be attributed to the fact that neither the Holy Catholic Church nor the separated churches have fought effectively against the Jewish Fifth Column, which has smuggled itself into their bosom. This Fifth Column is formed by the descendants of the Jews, who in earlier centuries were converted to Christianity and seemingly held in enthusiastic manner to the religion of Christ, while in secret they preserved their Jewish belief and carried out clandestinely the Jewish rites and ceremonies. For this purpose they organized themselves into communities and secret synagogues, which were active centuries long in secret. These apparent Christians, but secret Jews, began centuries ago to infiltrate into Christian society, in order to attempt to control it from within. For this reason they sowed false doctrines and differences of opinion and even attempted to gain control of the clergy in the different churches of Christ. With all this, they applied the cunning of introducing crypto-Jewish Christians into the seminaries of the priesthood, who could gain admission into the honorary offices in the Holy Catholic Church and then into the dissident churches, upon whose division these secret Jews had so much influence, while the Church of Rome, their holinesses the popes and the ecumenical councils fought effectively through the 1,000 years of the Middle Ages against Jewry and above all against the Fifth Column, the revolutionary movements that were organized for the division and destruction of Christianity were completely conquered and destroyed. So it occurred from Constantine until the end of the 15th century. Unfortunately afterwards Holy Church, for reasons which we will study later, could no longer attack in an effective manner the Fifth Column, which was formed by secret Jews who had been smuggled in as believers, as priests and even as dignitaries. Then the power of the Jewish revolutionary movement became ever stronger, until, at the end of the 18th century, it took on the character of an irresistible avalanche. In the 20th century, when Jewish cunning had reached its uttermost limits of causing Catholics to forget the gigantic struggle of several centuries, which had taken place between Catholicism and Jewry, the latter attained its greatest progress in its plans for the control of the world, for it has already been successful in enslaving a third of mankind under the Jewish communist dictatorship. In the Middle Ages, the popes and the councils were successful in destroying the Jewish revolutionary movements which appeared within Christianity in the form of false teaching and which were introduced by those who were Christians in appearance but Jews in secret. The latter then recruited upright and good Christians for the arising heretical movement by persuading the latter in a crafty way. The secret Jews organized and controlled in secret manner the movements, which were the creative and driving force of wicked false teachings, such as those of the Iconoclasts, the Cathars, the Patarines, the Albigensians, the Hussites, the Alumbrados and others. The work of these Jews smuggled as a fifth column into the bosom of the Church of Christ was made easier through their hypocritical conversion to Christianity or that of their forefathers. In addition, they laid aside their Jewish surnames and took on very Christian names, which were embellished with the surnames of their godfathers. Thus they were successful in mixing with Christian society and taking possession of the names of the leading families of France, Italy, England, Spain, Portugal, Germany, Poland and the other lands of Christian Europe. With this system, they were successful in penetrating into the bosom of Christianity itself, in order to conquer it from within and to destroy the core of the religious, political and economic institutions. The network of secret Jews existing in medieval Europe passed on in secret manner the Jewish belief from fathers to children, even if all openly led a Christian life and filled their houses with crucifixes and images of Catholic saints. In general they observed Christianity in an ostentatious manner and appeared most devout, in order not to arouse any suspicion. Naturally this Jewish system of converting themselves in hypocritical manner to Christianity, in order to take the Christian citadel and to make easier the loss of its unity, was finally discovered by Holy Church to the corresponding scandal and alarm of the Holy Fathers, the ecumenical, the provincial councils and those clergy steadfast in their faith. However, what called forth most scandal was the fact that these secret Jews introduced their sons into the established clergy and monasteries, and in fact to such good effect that many of them attained the dignity of canon, bishop, archbishop and even cardinal. The ecumenical and provincial councils of the Middle Ages combated Jewry violently as well as the Jewish fifth column which had penetrated into the ranks of the Catholic clergy. There thus remains a copious set of canonical legislation, which was provided for the purpose of obviating the cunning of the enemy. In order to combat not only the tentacles of the octopus, which the heretical revolutions in the Middle Ages represented, but the head itself, the Holy Catholic Church resorted to different methods, amongst which the Holy Office of the Inquisition, so slandered by Jewish propaganda, stands out on account of its importance. This organization was intended to eliminate the false doctrines and to give the death blow to the secret power of Jewry, which directed and stirred up the same. Thanks to the Inquisition, Holy Church was able to overthrow Jewry and for several centuries to hold up the catastrophe that now hovers threateningly over mankind, for several of the so-called false doctrines were already revolutionary movements of the same kind of scope and pretensions as those of recent times, and they not only fought to destroy the Church of Rome, but also to destroy all princes and to destroy the existing social order in favor of Jewry, which was the concealed director of those earlier heretical movements and later of the Freemasonic Jacobin and Jewish communist ones of the present time. Those Catholic clergy who are horrified at mention of the word Inquisition because they are influenced by the age-old propaganda of international Jewry and above all by the Jewish fifth column introduced into their ranks, should understand that, if so many popes and councils, whether ecumenical or provincial, defended for 600 years first the papal European Inquisition and later the Spanish and Portuguese Inquisition, there must have been well-founded motives for this. Catholics, who are shocked and horrified when they hear talk of the Inquisition court, do not recognize the facts that have just been mentioned above and whose truthfulness will be proved in later chapters, with credible verification and indisputable sources. Chapter 2. The Origin of the Fifth Column. In order to prove some of the facts that were mentioned in the preceding chapter, we fall back upon the evidence of that contemporary Jewish historian who is very authoritative in his material, the careful and painstakingly exact Cecil Roth. The latter is rightly recognized in Israelite circles as the most outstanding contemporary Jewish historical writer, above all on the subject of crypto-Jewry. In his celebrated work History of the Marranos, Cecil Roth provides some very interesting details about how the Jews, thanks to their apparent but false conversions, entered Christianity and publicly acted as Christians, but all the while secretly held to their Jewish religion. He also shows us how this secret belief was passed on by parents to children, cloaked with the appearance of an outward Christian militancy. In his History of the Marranos, published by Editorial Israel of Buenos Aires, 1946, Jewish year 5706, he says, Introduction, The Early Life of Crypto-Jewry. Crypto-Jewry is in its various forms just as old as the Jews themselves. At the time of Greek rule in Palestine, those weak of character attempted to conceal their origin, in order to avoid arousing derision at athletic exercises. Likewise under Roman discipline the evasions increased so as to avoid payment of the special Jewish tax, the Fiscus Judaicus, which was introduced after the fall of Jerusalem. The historian Suetonius gives a lively report of the indignities that were exercised upon a 90-year-old man to establish whether he was a Jew or not. Official Jewish conduct, as this finds expression in the judgments by the rabbis, could not be clearer. A man can and should save his life, if it is in danger, by every means, excepting murder, incest and idolatry. This maxim came into use in those cases in which a public abandonment of faith was required. The simple secrecy of Jewry, on the other hand, was something very different. The strict doctrinaires demanded that the typical priestly garments should not be renounced, if these were imposed as a measure of religious suppression. Such a rigid fidelity to principles could not be demanded of all people. The traditional Jewish law makes exceptions for cases where, as a result of legal compulsion, it is impossible to keep the commandments. Once, when the whole of Jewry is living through hard times, see Toskmat. The problem became a reality at the close of the Talmudic period, in the 5th century, during the Zoroaster persecutions in Persia. However, it was solved more on grounds of an enforced neglect in the following of tradition than of a positive concordance with the ruling religion. Jewry became in a certain manner subterranean and only obtained years later its complete freedom. With the increase of Christian teachings, which were finally introduced in Europe in the 4th century, there began a very distinct phase of Jewish life. The new faith demanded for itself the exclusive possession of the truth and inevitably regarded proselytizing as one of its greatest moral obligations. The Church admittedly disapproved of compulsory conversion. Baptisms, which were undertaken under such conditions, were regarded as invalid. Pope Gregory the Great, 590–604, repeatedly condemned them, although he gladly received in a friendly and heartfelt way those who were attracted by other means. The majority of his successors followed his example. Nevertheless, heed was not always paid to the papal ban. Naturally it was recognized that compulsory conversion was not canonic. In order to circumvent it, the Jews were threatened with expulsion or death, and they were given to understand that they would save themselves through baptism. At times it happened that the Jews submitted to a hard necessity. In such cases their acceptance of Christianity was regarded as spontaneous. In this manner a compulsory mass conversion took place in Maine, Minorca, 418, under the auspices of Bishop Severus. A similar episode took place in Clermont, Auvergne, on the morning of the day of the Ascension of Mary in the year 576, and, despite the disapproval of Gregory the Great, the example spread into different places in France. In the year 629, King Dagobert commanded all Jews of the land to accept baptism under threat of banishment. The measure was imitated a little later in Lombardy. Obviously, the conversions obtained by such measures could not be sincere. Insofar as it was possible, the victims continued to practice their Jewish beliefs in secret and used the first opportunity to return to the belief of their forefathers. One such notable case took place in Byzantium under Leo the Isaurian, in the year 723. The Church knew this and did what it could to prevent the Jews maintaining relations with their rebellious brothers, irrespective of the methods by which conversion had been obtained. The rabbis called these reluctant rebels anusim, compelled, and treated them very differently from those who abandoned their belief out of their own free will. One of the first manifestations of rabbinical wisdom in Europe was represented by the Book of Gershom, of Mainz, The Light of Exile, written round about the year 1000, which forbade harsh treatment of the compelled who came back to Judaism. His own son had been a victim of the persecutions. Although he died as a Christian, Gershom was in mourning, as though he had died in the faith. In the synagogue service there exists a prayer that implores divine protection for the entire house of Israel and also for the compelled who find themselves in danger, be it on land or on water, without making the least distinction between the two. When the martyrdom of medieval Jewry began with the massacres of the Rhine during the First Crusade, 1096, countless persons accepted baptism to save their lives. Later, encouraged and protected by Salomon ben Isaac of Troyes, the great French Jewish scholar, many returned to the Mosaic faith, even if the ecclesiastical authorities regarded with a baleful eye the loss of those precious souls that had been gained by them for the Church. However, the phenomenon of Marianism went beyond forced conversion and the consequent practice of Judaism in secret. Its essential characteristic is that it was a clandestine faith passed down from father to son. One of the reasons put forward to justify the expulsion of the Jews from England in 1290 was that they seduced newly made converts and made them return to the vomit of Judaism. Jewish chroniclers add that many children were seized and sent to the north of the land, where they continued for a long time to practice their former religion. It is owing to this fact, reports one of them, that the English accepted the Reformation so easily. It also explains their preference for biblical names and certain dietetic peculiarities which are preserved in Scotland. This version is not so improbable as would seem at first sight, and constitutes an interesting example of how the phenomenon of crypto-Jewry can appear in places which seem obviously so little suited to it. In the same way, some malicious genealogists discovered that, after the Jews had been driven out of the south of France, some proud ancestral families, as a result of rumors, carried on Judaism in their homes as the remnant of the bloodline of those Jews who preferred to remain as public and confessing Catholics. There are similar examples from much earlier times. The most remarkable is that of the neophytes or new converts, of Apulia, recently brought to light after many centuries of oblivion. Towards the end of the 13th century, the Angevines, who ruled in Naples, induced a general conversion of Jews in their lands, located in the neighborhood of the city of Trani. Under the name of Neophyte, the proselytes continued to live for 3 centuries as crypto-Jews. Their secret loyalty to Judaism was one of the reasons why the Inquisition became active in Naples in the 16th century. Many of them met their death at the stake in Rome in February 1572, among others, Teofilo Panarelli, a scholar of reliable repute. Some were successful in escaping to the Balkans, where they joined the existing Jewish communities. Their descendants in South Italy still preserve some vague memories of Judaism up to the present day. This phenomenon in no way remained restricted to the Christian world. In various parts of the Mohammedan world, ancient communities of crypto-Jews are found. The Dagatuna of the Sahara continued to practice Jewish rules for a long time after their formal conversion to Islam, and their present sons have still not completely forgotten it. The Donma of Salonika originate from the adherents of the pseudo-messiah Sabtai Zevi, whom they followed in his rebellion. Even if they were in public complete Muslims, they practiced at home a Messianic Judaism. Further to the east there are still other examples. The religious persecutions in Persia, which began in the 17th century, however, left countless families in the land, especially in Mesht, who in private observed Judaism with punctilious scrupulosity while outwardly they appeared devout disciples of the dominant belief system. But the classic land of crypto-Jewry is Spain. The tradition there has been so durable and universal that one can only suspect that a Marianian predisposition is present in the atmosphere of the land itself. Even at the time of the Romans the Jews were numerous and influential. Many of them asserted that they were descended from the aristocracy of Jerusalem, who had been deported by Titus or by earlier conquerors into banishment. In the 5th century, after the attacks of the barbarians, their situation improved very much, for the West Goths, Visigoths, had taken on the Arian form of Christianity and favored the Jews, both because they believed in one God, as also because they represented an influential minority, to secure whose support was worth the effort. However, after they were converted to the Catholic faith, they began to reveal the traditional zeal of neophytes. The Jews immediately suffered the unpleasant consequences of such zeal. In the year 589, when Richard came to the throne, the church legislation was at once applied to them down to the smallest detail. His successors were not so strict. But when Sisbutus ascended the throne, 612–620, a very stiff-necked fanaticism prevailed. Perhaps he was incited by the Byzantine emperor when in 616 he published an edict which ordered baptism for all Jews of his kingdom under threat of expulsion and of loss of their entire property. According to the Catholic chroniclers, 90,000 accepted the Christian faith. This was the first of the great misfortunes that distinguished the history of the Jews in Spain. Until the time of the rule of Roderick, the last of the Visigoths, the tradition of persecution was faithfully continued apart from a few short interruptions. During a great part of this period the practice of Judaism was completely forbidden. However, as the watchfulness of the government relaxed, the newly converted used the opportunity to return to their original belief. Successive councils of Toledo, from the 4th to the 18th, devoted their powers to the discovery of new methods that would prevent a return to the synagogue. The children of suspects were removed from their parents and educated in an unspoilt Christian atmosphere. New converts were compelled to sign a declaration, as a result of which they obligated themselves in the future to respect no Jewish rites with exception of the ban on eating of pork, for which they, so they said, felt a natural aversion. But, in spite of such measures, the notorious unfaithfulness of the newly converted and their descendants continued to be one of the great problems of Visigoth policy until the invasion of the Arabs in the year 711. The number of Jews who were discovered by the latter in the land proves the complete failure of the repeated attempts to convert them. The Marrano tradition had already begun on the peninsula. With the arrival of the Arabs, the Golden Era began for the Jews of Spain, at first in the Caliphate of Córdoba, and after its fall, 1012, in the small kingdoms that arose on its ruins. Jewry became considerably stronger on the peninsula. Its communities exceeded in number, culture and wealth over those of Jews of the other lands of the West. However, the long tradition of tolerance was interrupted by the invasion of the Almoravids at the beginning of the 12th century, when the puritanical Almoravids, a North African sect, were summoned to the peninsula in the year 1148, in order to hold up the advance of the Christian armies. There rose a violent reaction. The new rulers introduced intolerance into Spain, which they had already shown in Africa. The practice of Judaism as well as of Christianity was forbidden in the provinces which continued to remain under Mussulman rule. Upon this the greater part of the Jews fled into the Christian kingdoms of the north. In that time began the hegemony of the communities of Christian Spain. The minority, who could not flee and saved themselves from decapitation or sale as slaves, followed the example that their brothers in North Africa had given in earlier years, and took on the religion of Islam. In their deepest innermost heart they nevertheless remained always true to the belief of the ancients. In a new way one came to know on the peninsula the phenomenon of the dishonest proselytes who paid lip service to the ruling religion and within their houses kept to the Jewish traditions. Their unfaithfulness was evident. So much for the complete text of the Jewish historian quoted, Cecil Roth, who proves 1. That crypto-Judaism or concealed Judaism is in its different forms as old as the Jews themselves, and that the Jews even in the times of pagan antiquity already used cunning to conceal their real nature as such, so as to appear as ordinary members of the pagan people in whose region they lived. 2. That in the 5th century of the Christian era, during the persecutions in Zoroastrian Persia, Jewry went to a certain extent underground. 3. That with the period of flowering of Christian teaching in the 4th century a new phase began in Jewish life, in that the latter claimed for itself the new faith and exclusive possession of the truth, inevitably regarding proselytism as one of its greatest moral obligations. Although the Christian Church condemned the compulsory conversions or those attained with force and attempted to protect the Jews against these, it nevertheless accepted that they should be subjected to difficulties and pressure, so as to make them more inclined to conversion. In this case they were judged as acting from their own impulse. The author then cites conversions of this kind that were carried out on Minorca, in France and Italy in the 5th and 6th century of the Christian calendar, going on to conclude from this that such conversions of Jews to Christianity could not be sincere and that the new converts continued to practice their Judaism in secret. He observes how in Byzantium something similar had already happened in the times of Leo the Isaurian, in the year 723, and proves that even in the 8th century of the Christian calendar, that is more than 200 years earlier, The infiltration of the Jews into the bosom of the Church, by means of false conversions, had become universal practice from France to Constantinople, from one end of Christian Europe to the other. In this manner there arose alongside Jewry, which openly practiced its religion, a subterranean Judaism, whose members were only Christian in appearance. 4. That in Marianism, besides the hypocritical conversion and the practice of Judaism in secret, there exists a deeply rooted tradition, which obligates the Jews to transfer this inclination from parents to the children. The author cites the events in England and Scotland since 1290, where one of the reasons presented for the expulsion of the Jews was that they misled the newly converted to practice Judaism, and that many children were stolen by them and brought into the north of the land, where they continued to practice the old religion, that is the Jewish. It must be pointed out that after 1290 the Jews were banished from England and no one could be domiciled in the land if he were not a Christian. In this connection a very interesting reference is made by the renowned Hebrew historian to the assertion of a Jewish chronicler, viz. that to the presence of crypto-Judaism is to be attributed the fact the English so easily accepted the Reformation as well as their preference for biblical names. It was thus a false conversion of the Jews to Christianity that allowed a fifth column to arise within the Church of England and made easier its severance from Rome. It is also evident that these false conversions of Jews in England, far from obtaining for the Church the expected salvation of souls, brought it instead the loss of millions of souls, when the descendants of these false proselytes promoted the Anglican schism. There are still other very outstanding cases of false conversions of Jews to Christianity, among them that of the Neophyte in the south of Italy, as recorded by Cecil Roth, who were persecuted by the Inquisition and of whom many were burned at the stake in Rome. It is important to mention the fact that the Inquisition which functioned in Rome was, of course, the Holy Papal Inquisition, whose serviceable activity was successful in the Middle Ages in holding up the progress of the apocalyptic beast of the Antichrist for 300 years. 5. That the phenomenon of crypto-Judaism was not merely confined to the Christian world. One still finds in different parts of the Musulman world, communities of crypto-Jews, as Cecil Roth observes, who records several examples of Jewish communities in which the Hebrews, who outwardly were Musulman, are in secret still Jews. This means that the Jews have also introduced a fifth column into the bosom of the Islamic religion. This fact perhaps explains the many divisions and the uproar which has occurred in the world of Muhammad. Chapter 3. The Fifth Column in Action. The renowned Jewish writer Cecil Roth explains, as we have already seen earlier, that crypto-Judaism, that is the conduct of Hebrews who conceal their identity as such by covering themselves with the mask of other religions or nationalities, is as old as Judaism itself. This infiltration of the Hebrews into the innermost heart of religions and nationalities, whilst still preserving their former religion and their organizations in secret, has really formed Israelite fifth columns in the bosom of the other peoples and the different religions, for if the Jew has gained entrance into the citadel of his enemies, he is active there, follows orders and carries on an activity which was planned in the Jewish secret organizations. This aims at controlling the people from within, whose conquest was resolved upon, as well as the control of its religious institutions, in to attempt to attain the decomposition of the same. It is evident that as soon as they have gained control of the power of the religious confession from within, that they have then always used the same to favor their plans of world domination. In so doing they above all use their religious influence to destroy the counter-defense of the threatened people or at least to weaken it. It is necessary that we mark well these three chief goals of the fifth column, since for 2 centuries they have represented their essential activity, whether they present themselves in the bosom of Holy Church or in the other Gentile religions. This explains how the work of crypto-Jews as members of the fifth column has been all the more effective, the greater the influence it acquired in the religion in which it concealed itself. Therefore one of the most important activities of the crypto-Jews has been that of smuggling themselves into the ranks of the clergy itself, in order to ascend the ecclesiastical hierarchy of the Christian Church or of a Gentile religion which they control, reform or wish to destroy. An activity of primary importance also consists for them in creating worldly saints, who in this realm can control the masses of the faithful with a definite political goal, which is useful for the synagogue of Satan. In the plan of playing along with and of mutual aid with the religious personages who belong to the fifth column and who work for the same purpose, the religious leaders always receive a valuable and frequently decisive aid in the face of spiritual authority, with which it was successful for these religious, crypto-Jewish personages to first of all provide themselves. In this manner the priests and church dignitaries, with aid of the political and religious leaders, can disintegrate the real defenders of religion and of the threatened peoples by their weakening or even destroying the defense of both, and promote the victory of Jewish imperialism and its revolutionary undertaking. It is important to indelibly imprint this truth, for in these few lines is summarized the secret of success of the imperialist and revolutionary Hebrew policy for some centuries. The defenders of religion or of their threatened country must therefore bear in mind that the danger comes not only from the so-called left or from revolutionary Jewish groups, but from the bosom of religion itself or from the circles directed to the right, from nationalists and patriots, always according to how the case lies, for it is a thousand-year-old policy of the Jews, to infiltrate secretly into particularly these sectors and religious institutions, in order by means of slanderous intrigue, which is well organized, to eliminate the true defenders of the country and of religion, above all and particularly those who, because they know the Jewish danger, might have the possibility of saving the situation. With these methods they eliminate the latter and replace them with false apostles, who cause the failure of the defense of religion or of the country and make possible the triumph of the enemies of mankind, as St. Paul so strikingly called the Jews. In all this the great secret of the Jewish triumphs, especially in the last 500 years, has taken root. It is necessary that all peoples and their religious institutions seize upon suitable defense measures against this internal enemy, whose driving force is formed by the Jewish fifth column, which has infiltrated into the Christian clergy and into the remaining Gentile religions. If Cecil Roth, the Flavius Josephus of our days, assures us that almost the entirety of all conversions of Jews to Christianity were pretended, we can ask ourselves if it is possible to believe that the said Jesus Christ, our Lord, who attempted to convert them, could be deceived. The answer has to be negative, for no one can cheat God. In addition, the facts prove that Jesus placed a greater trust in the conversion of the Samaritans, of the Galileans and the remaining inhabitants of Palestine than in that of the Jews properly speaking, whom the others despised because they had a low opinion of them although they likewise observed the law of Moses. In fact, Jesus did not trust in the honesty of Jewish conversions, for he knew them better than anyone else, as the following passage of the Gospel according to St. John proves. Chapter 2, 23. Now when he was in Jerusalem at the Passover, in the feast day, many believed in his name, when they saw the miracles that he did. But Jesus did not commit himself unto them, because he knew them all. Jesus himself despised the Jews, because he was a Galilean. Unfortunately, the Samaritans, Galileans and the other inhabitants of Palestine were ruined by assimilation into modern Jewry, with the exception of those who had already previously been converted to the faith of our divine Redeemer. This rule of distrusting the conversions of the Jews was also heeded by the apostles, and later by the various hierarchies of the Catholic Church. If precautionary measures were not always enforced to clearly prove the honesty of the conversions, the results were disastrous for Christianity, for these conversions served only to increase the destructive crypto-Jewish fifth column, which had infiltrated into Christian society. Another passage of the Gospel contained in chapter 8, verses 31-59, shows us how various Jews, who according to verse 31, had believed in Jesus, afterwards attempted to contradict his sermons and even to kill him, as Christ himself confirms this in verses 37 and 40.4. The Lord has first to conduct with them a verbal dispute for the defense of his teaching and afterwards to conceal himself, so that they did not stone him, for his hour was not yet come. The Gospel of St. John shows us here something further of the classical tactics of the Jews falsely converted to Christianity and their descendants, misrepresentation of belief in Christ, in order to afterwards attempt to destroy his church, exactly as they then attempted to kill Jesus himself. In the Apocalypse appears another very revealing passage in this connection. Chapter 2. 1. Unto the angel of the church of Ephesus write, I know thy works, and thy labor, and thy patience, and how thou canst not bear them which are evil, and thou hast tried them which say they are apostles, and are not, and hast found them liars. This is a clear allusion to the necessity of examining the honesty of those who give themselves out to be apostles, for from these examinations results that many are false and lying. The Holy Scripture proves to us that Christ and his disciples not only knew the problem of false new converts and of fake apostles, the bishops are regarded as successors of the apostles, but that they expressly warned us to be cautious of them. If Christ, our Lord, and the apostles had wished to avoid this topic out of fear of a scandal, as so many cowards now wish to do, they would not also have remarked the danger in such express form and would not have referred so clearly to such dreadful deeds as the betrayal of Christ through Judas Iscariot, one of the 12 disciples. Even more, if Christ had not held as advisable the public exposing of these false apostles, who are so richly represented in the clergy of the 20th century, it would have been possible for him as God to avoid that the instigator of the greatest betrayal might be one of the 12 apostles. If he did this and publicly exposed him, so that the greatest betrayal is remarked in the Gospels for the knowledge of all until the end of the world, then a quite special reason existed for this. This fact shows to us that Christ, our Lord, as well as the apostles, regarded it as the lesser evil to unmask the traitors at the right time, in order to prevent them causing the Church further deadly harm, and that it is worse to cover them out of fear of a scandal by allowing them to continue to destroy the Church and to conquer the peoples who have placed their faith and their trust in this Church. This explains the reason why Holy Church, every time an heretical or a strange bishop or cardinal or a false pope appeared, regarded it as indispensable to unmask them publicly, in order to prevent them dragging the faithful further into misfortune. A priest who makes easier the triumph of communism in his country, with all its deadly danger for Holy Church and for the rest of the clergy, must immediately be accused before the Holy See, and in fact not only in one but in various ways in case one fails, so that with recognition of the danger, the means are removed from him of causing further harm. It is monstrous to have to think that the confidence placed by the nations in the clergy is utilized by Judases, in order to lead the said peoples into the abyss. If this had been done in time, the catastrophe of Cuba would have been prevented, and the Church, the clergy and the Cuban people would not have fallen into the bottomless abyss in which they find themselves at present, for the destructive and traitorous work of many clergy in favor of Fidel Castro was the decisive factor for his victory. It influenced the majority of clergy, who were not conscious of deceit and who with good faith encouraged the people involuntarily to suicide, to favor Fidel Castro, a people who had particularly placed its faith in these spiritual shepherds. We observe this circumstance with absolute clarity, so that all may realize the gravity of the problem, in view of the fact that clergy of the fifth column are attempting to drive more Catholic states, such as Spain, Portugal, Paraguay, Guatemala and various others towards communism. They use as means the most subtle deceptions and even cloak their activity with equally sanctimonious false zeal, by pretending to defend religion itself, which they wish to destroy in its innermost heart. These traitors must be quickly discovered and charged in Rome, in order to nullify their activity and hence to prevent their destructive work which opens the doors to the Freemasonic or Communist victory. If those, who have the possibility of doing this, maintain silence out of cowardice or indifference, they are in a certain respect just as responsible for the catastrophe breaking out as the clergy of the fifth column. Before St. Paul upon one occasion traveled to Jerusalem, he called together in Ephesus the bishops and presbyters of the church and spoke to them. Chapter 20. 18. And when they were come to him, he said unto them, Ye know, from the first day that I came into Asia, after what manner I have been with you at all seasons, serving the Lord with all humility of mind, and with many tears and temptations which befell me by the lying in wait of the Jews. Take heed therefore unto yourselves and to all the flock over the which the Holy Ghost hath made you overseers, to feed the church of God, which he hath purchased with his own blood. For I know this, that after my departing shall grievous wolves enter in among you, not sparing the flock. Also of your own selves shall men arise, speaking perverse things, to draw away disciples after them. Therefore watch, and remember, that by the space of 3 years I ceased not to warn every one night and day with tears. St. Paul thus held it as imperative to open the eyes of the bishops and to warn them that raging wolves would come among the flock and would not spare them, as well as that even among the bishops men would appear, who spoke godless things, in order to bring the disciples onto their side. This prophecy of St. Paul's has fulfilled itself literally in the course of centuries, even up to our days, where it takes on a tragic actuality. And so must it come, for St. Paul spoke with divine insight, and God cannot err, if he predicts future things. It is also interesting that this martyr and apostle of the Church, far from concealing the tragedy out of fear of scandal, wished to warn all of the same and recommended the bishops present to be constantly watchful and to bear it in mind. To fail to remember these things, as Christians often do, has largely made possible the victories of the synagogue of Satan and its destructive communist revolutions. On the other hand, it is worth noting that, if the apostles had held it to be unwise or dangerous to speak of the wolves and traitors who should appear even among the bishops, this frightening passage of the Bible in the Acts of the Apostles would have been left out. But, as it is remarked there, it shows that, far from regarding their knowledge as scandalous or unwise, they held it as indispensable to perpetuate it and to broadcast it to the end of time, so that Holy Church and Christians could be ever watchful against this inner danger, which in many cases is more destructive and deadly than those which the enemies from without represent. As we will show in the course of this work with irrefutable proofs, the gravest dangers that have appeared against Christianity come from those wolves about whom the prophecy of St. Paul speaks so clearly. The latter, in disgraceful alliance with Jewry and its false destructive doctrines and revolutions, made easier the victory of the Jewish cause. Always, when Holy Church set about at the right time to bind the hands of these wolves and to destroy them, it was able to triumph over the synagogue of Satan, which on its side began from the 16th century onwards to carry off victories of ever greater importance, when in a large part of Europe the watching over through the papal inquisition was suppressed. This was constantly expressed in the ranks of the clergy itself and among the bishops. In fact, the latter allowed themselves to be mercilessly crushed, when the wolf in sheep's clothing appeared in their ranks. Jewish activity also began to show decisive successes in the Spanish and Portuguese empires, when, at the end of the 18th century, the hands of the state inquisitions were bound in both empires. Then the wolves in sheep's clothing were able to make possible first the Jewish Freemasonic triumphs and afterwards the Jewish communist ones, which fortunately were of limited extent. However, these become greater in number day by day if one allows these wolves who have penetrated into the high clergy to use the power of the Church in order to crush the true defenders of the same, the patriots who defend their peoples and those who fight against communism, Freemasonry or Jewry. St. Paul mentions clearly and distinctly this work by members of the fifth column, when he says in chapter 2 of the letter to the Galatians, 1. Then, 14 years later, I went up again to Jerusalem with Barnabas, and took Titus with me also. But neither Titus, who was with me, being a Greek, was compelled to be circumcised, and that because of false brethren unawares brought in, who came in privily to spy out our liberty which we have in Christ Jesus, that they might bring us into bondage, to whom we gave place by subjection, no, not for an hour, that the truth of the gospel might continue with you. A very evident allusion to the false brothers, that is the false Christians, who attempt to bind us in slavery and distort the true teaching of Christ and the Gospels. Neither St. Paul nor his disciples ever allow themselves to be subjected to this slavery. St. Paul, the leader of the Church, alludes also in his letter to Titus to the vain gossips and liars, for the most part Jews, who cause so much misfortune, and says in this connection, chapter 1, 10, for there are many unruly and vain talkers and deceivers, especially they of the circumcision. In the later centuries the facts have proved that from the false converts from Judaism and from their descendants have emanated the boldest talkers and flatterers, or vain talkers as St. Paul calls them. In his second epistle to the Corinthians he lets us clearly see the outward show, which the false apostles would take on in the future. He says, chapter 11, but what I do, that I will do, that I may cut off occasion from them which desire occasion, that wherein they glory, they may be found even as we. For such are false apostles, deceitful workers, transforming themselves into the apostles of Christ. And no marvel, for Satan himself is transformed into an angel of light. Therefore it is no great thing if his ministers also be transformed as the ministers of righteousness, whose end shall be according to their works. In this passage of the New Testament St. Paul describes with prophetic words and with divine insight some of the fundamental characteristics of the clergy of the fifth column in the service of the synagogue of Satan, the fake apostles of our days, for according to Holy Church the bishops are the successors of the apostles. These religious personages, who simultaneously stand in concealed but effective collusion with communism, Freemasonry and Judaism, attempt like the devil to disguise themselves as true angels of light and to take on the outward appearance of servants of justice. However, one must not judge them according to what they say, but according to their works and their real link with the enemy. The prophetic words of St. Paul are also very worthy of being borne in mind, when he accuses them in the verse 12 mentioned of glorifying themselves as standing like the true apostles. It is curious that those who glorify themselves most of all for their investiture in the clergy, are particularly those who aid communism, Freemasonry or Judaism, for it is necessary for them with their high churchly authority to crush those who defend their country or Holy Church against these sects. The latter they command in private, as prelates, to cease their much justified defense. They make use of their authority as bishops and use it to favor the victory of communism and its dark forces, which direct and drive it on. But if in spite of such shameful misuse of their authority as bishops, the defenders of Catholicism and of their country fight on, they accuse them of being rebels against churchly authority, as rebels against the high personages and against the Church itself. They are even excommunicated in some cases, so that the faithful refuse them their aid and the defense fails, whereby they in great measure make use of that vain talk of which St. Paul speaks, and which is so very harmful for our holy religion. Finally, we also quote the second epistle of the Apostle St. Peter, the first pope of the Church, who says, chapter 2, 1, "But there were false prophets also among the people, even as there shall be false teachers among you, who privily shall bring in damnable heresies, even denying the Lord that bought them, and bring upon themselves a swift destruction. And many shall follow their pernicious ways, by reason of whom the way of truth shall be evil spoken of. And through covetousness shall they with feigned words make merchandise of you, whose judgment now of a long time lingereth not, and their damnation slumbereth not." In the course of the following chapter we will see how this prophecy of the first deputy of Christ upon earth has been fulfilled, Peter reveals in another passage of the epistle in question. Chapter 2, 21. "For it had been better for them not to have known the way of righteousness, than, after they have known it, to turn from the holy commandment delivered unto them. But it happened unto them according to the true proverb, the dog is turned to his own vomit again, Proverbs 26, 11, and the sow that was washed, to her wallowing in the mire." We allude to this for many Hebrews have criticized the harsh expressions, which were used by various councils of Holy Church against the Hebrews, who with the water of baptism were washed clean of sins and then returned to the vomit of Judaism. It is thus worthy of mention that the Holy Synods used only the words of Peter when they quoted the Bible verses in this connection. With the passages of the New Testament mentioned one can thus confirm that both Christ the Lord as well as the apostles distrusted the sincerity of the conversions of the Jews. Since they realized what the false new converts and the false apostles would do, they warned the faithful against this deadly danger, so that they could defend themselves. Chapter 4. Jewry, the father of the Gnostics. The first false teaching to bring the life of the nascent church into danger was that of the Gnostics. The latter was formed not by one but by various secret societies, which began to carry out a really destructive work within Christianity. Many Gnostic sects pretended to give a further significance to Christianity because, as they revealed, they linked it with the oldest religious teachings. The idea was transferred from the Jewish Kabbalah to Christianity that the Holy Scriptures had a double meaning, an exoteric one, that is outwardly and literally according to the text visible in the Holy Scripture, and an additional esoteric or concealed meaning, which is only accessible to the high initiates, the experts in the art of deciphering the secret meaning of the text of the Bible. As we have seen, many centuries before the appearance of the Kabbalistic works Sefer Yetzirah, Sefer HaZohar and others of lesser importance, the oral Kabbalah was practiced among the Hebrews, above all in the secret sects of the higher initiates, whose false interpretations of the Holy Scripture contributed very greatly to turning the Hebrew people away from the truth revealed by God. Concerning the real origins of Gnosticism, the renowned historians John Yarker and J. Matter agree that Simon the Magician, a Jew converted to Christianity, was the true founder of Gnosticism. Apart from the fact that he was a mystic Kabbalist, he favored magic and occultism. With a group of Jews he founded a priesthood of mysteries, in which his own teacher Dositheus and his pupils Menandro and Cerinthus figure, who represented a section of his collaborators. Simon the Magician, founder of the false Gnostic doctrine, the first to disrupt early Christianity, was also one of the pioneers of the Jewish fifth column that penetrated into the bosom of Holy Church. The Holy Bible tells us in the Acts of the Apostles how this Jew obtained admittance to Christianity. Quote, chapter 8, 9. But there was a certain man, called Simon, which beforetime in the same city used sorcery, and bewitched the people of Samaria, giving out that himself was some great one. But when they believed Philip preaching the things concerning the kingdom of God, and the name of Jesus Christ, they were baptized, both men and women. Then Simon himself believed also, and when he was baptized, he continued with Philip, and wondered, beholding the miracles and signs which were done. Now when the apostles which were at Jerusalem heard that Samaria had received the word of God, they sent unto them Peter and John, who, when they were come down, prayed for them, that they might receive the Holy Ghost, for as yet he was fallen upon none of them, only they were baptized in the name of the Lord Jesus. Then laid they their hands on them, and they received the Holy Ghost. And when Simon saw that through laying on of the apostles' hands the Holy Ghost was given, he offered them money, saying, Give me also this power, that on whomsoever I lay hands, he may receive the Holy Ghost. But Peter said unto him, Thy money perish with thee, because thou thought that the gift of God may be purchased with money. And after Peter had blamed Simon, the latter answered, Then answered Simon, and said, Pray ye to the Lord for me, that none of these things which ye have spoken come upon me. Unquote. This passage of the New Testament reports to us how the fifth column of falsely converted Jews arose and what their mode of thought was. Simon the Magician is converted to Christianity and receives the water of baptism, but then, even in the bosom of the Church, he strives to destroy it and attempts nothing more or less than to buy the favor of the Holy Ghost. After the failure of this attempt in the face of the incorruptibility of the Apostle St. Peter, the supreme head of the Church, he pretends repentance in order afterwards to introduce the inner division of Christianity with the heretical schism of the Gnostics. Upon this as also on other occasions the Holy Bible raises its warning cry and shows us what would happen in the future, if the Jews belonging to the fifth column within the Church and the clergy followed the example of Simon the Magician, by being converted to Christianity in order to attempt to destroy it by means of simony, to divide it through heretical teachings and then to strive to attain the highest honorary offices of the Church by the most diverse means, including that of buying the favor of the Holy Ghost. As we will see later, the councils of Holy Church occupied themselves with energetically suppressing the bishops who wished to buy a place by means of money, and the Holy Inquisition confirmed that the clergy of Jewish origin were the most principal spreaders of simony and of false doctrine. A further classical example is revealed to us by the holy evangelists. It is that of the first Christian personage of Jewish origin who betrayed Christ and sells him to the Hebrews for 30 pieces of silver. And the latter was even more than a bishop or a cardinal, for he was one of the 12 apostles, Judas Iscariot, who had been chosen by Jesus himself to such high dignity. Why did our divine Redeemer do such a thing? Did he err when he made the choice and himself invested Judas with the highest dignity of the nascent church after Jesus Christ himself? It is clear that Christ, because he is God himself, could never err. If he did such a thing, then it was only because it was convenient for him to do it, in order to let his holy church clearly recognize whence the greatest danger would come for its existence. In other words, He wished to warn it of the enemies who would appear among its own ranks and especially in the highest hierarchies of the Church, because if a Judas arose amongst those chosen by Christ himself, then it is obvious, with all the more reason, that they would appear amongst those appointed by Christ's successors. The faithful should therefore never vex themselves about this and still less lose their faith in the Church when they learn, through history, of those cardinals and bishops who were heretics and schismatics and brought the life of Holy Church in danger, even less so, when they realize that in the struggle of our days there are still cardinals and bishops who themselves help Freemasonry, communism and Jewry itself in their work of destroying Christianity and enslaving all peoples on earth. If we come back to Gnosticism, which was originated by the newly converted Jew, Simon the magician, it is necessary to establish that many years later Saint Irenaeus described Valentinus, a Jew from Alexandria, as the leader of the Gnostics. J. Matter, the renowned historian of Gnosticism, reports to us that the leading Jewish personages, the Alexandrian philosophers Philo and Aristobulus, who were completely and utterly true to the religion of their fathers, resolved to deck themselves out with the remains of other systems and make a way clear to Jewry for enormous conquests. Both were also leaders of Gnosticism and Kabbalists. The said author explains that the Kabbalah predates Gnosticism, is a viewpoint that Christian writers little understand, but which the scholars of Judaism profess with true certainty. They also assert that Gnosticism was not exactly a falling away from Christianity but a combination of systems in which several Christian elements were taken up. After diligent study of the material, the learned English writer Nesta H. Webster comes to the conclusion that the goal of Gnosticism was not to adapt the Kabbalah to Christian practice, but to adapt Christianity to Kabbalist practices, by mixing its pure and simple teaching with theosophy and even with magic. This attempt to adapt Christianity according to Kabbalist practices, the Jewish Kabbalists have repeated as often as they could. After the Gnostic failure, they introduced it into the Manichaean sects, then into the Albigensians, the Rosicrucians, Freemasonry, Theosophical societies, spiritualists and other sects of different eras which are said to have practiced occultism, which is nothing other than the Hebrew Kabbalah with all its derivations. In his confirmation that Kabbalists founded Gnosticism, the famous historian of Freemasonry, Ragon, reports that the Kabbalah is the key to the secret sciences. The Gnostics emanated from the Kabbalists. The Jewish Encyclopedia asserts that Gnosticism had a Jewish character before it was transformed into a Christian one. An interesting coincidence is the fact that the principal center of Gnosticism at the time of its apogee was Alexandria, which at that time was the most important center of Jewry outside Palestine, until Saint Cyril, the bishop of said city centuries later, gave this breeding ground of infection for Christianity a deadly blow by expelling the Jews from Alexandria. The evidence of the Church Fathers completes the total picture of proofs, which we have laid before the reader, in order to show that Gnosticism was the work of Jewry, for they name several of the leaders of the Gnostic schools as Jews. On the other hand, the Jewish Castilian Encyclopedia indicates that, the fact that the original Gnosticism, both the Christian as well as the Jewish, used Hebrew names in its system and that it even based its opposition upon biblical ideas, points to its Jewish origin. It says in addition that it influenced the later development of the Kabbalah. After it is proved that Gnosticism is of Hebrew origin and was directed by Israelites, of whom some had infiltrated into Christianity through baptism, we will see what its extent has been in the Christian world. The most dangerous thing about Gnosticism is its appearance as a science, for it is necessary to establish that the word Gnosticism means science, knowledge. As one sees, the system of the Jew Karl Marx and other Israelites to attempt to dress its false and destructive teachings with a scientific exterior is not new, in order to set the unsuspecting in astonishment and to capture them, for almost 2,000 years ago their predecessors, the Gnostics, did the same with very good results. One thus sees that also in this respect the Jewish tactics are always the same. In addition, they had no kind of scruples about introducing into Gnosticism ideas of Persian dualism, and above all of the Hellenistic culture, in which the Jews of Alexandria, who have been the decisive factor in the spreading of Gnosticism, were educated. It is necessary to recall that also in this respect, The Jewish tactics have not altered, for they introduced into the teachings, customs and symbols of Freemasonry, as well as Kabbalist and Jewish elements of Greco-Roman and Egyptian Oriental origin, in order to deceive Christians concerning the real origin of the Brotherhood. On the other hand, it is evident that only the Jews already dispersed all over the world could work out so easily this highly colored mixture of Jewish, Christian, Platonic, Neoplatonic, Egyptian, Persian and even Hindustani ideas, of which Gnosticism is composed, which, similarly to the Hebrew Kabbalah, was founded as an esoteric teaching for chosen people and was spread in the form of secret societies according to Jewish style. These increased in number and deviated each time more among each other in their doctrines. The attempts made like those of the Kabbalah to find a concealed meaning in the Holy Scriptures, were so made that each gave different interpretations of the Gospels, just as later happened with the free inquiry of Protestantism, which split it into an infinity of churches, which were at times even rivals. The principle of the existence of concealed meanings, deviating from the literal text of the Bible, made it possible for the Gnostics to turn away completely from the real Christian doctrine. With their multiplicity of sects they represented a veritable cancer, which threatened to disintegrate the whole of Christianity in its innermost. The Gnosis proceeded from the basis of the existence of a good God and of matter regarded as the origin of evil. This God, as highest being created through emanation of intermediary beings called deions, who are connected with one another and who, united with the highest being, represented the kingdom of light. According to the degree in which they removed themselves from God, they were less perfect, although even the lowest eon possessed particles of the divinity and were therefore incapable of creating matter, bad by nature. They explained the creation of the world through one of these eons, whom they called Demiurge. The latter claimed to be like God and rose against him, for which reason he was cast out of the kingdom of light and thrown into the abyss. There he created our universe, gave form to material and created man, whose soul, as a particle of light, remained enchained in matter. Then God, in order to redeem the souls of the ruined world, sent another eon, named Christ, upon earth, who was truly devoted to the highest being, and who never had a real body, for matter is intrinsically evil. The various Gnostic sects gave diverse interpretations to this complete mechanism, sometimes going so far as to identify Jehovah with the evil Demiurge. For some Jehovah was the supreme being and for others he was only an eon faithful to the latter. Manichaean dualism took over from Gnosticism the form of a struggle between the world of the spirit and that of matter. The redemption of the souls incorporated in matter took place, according to this host of sects, through the gnosis, that is the knowledge of the truth, without need of morality or good works. This had the disastrous consequence, in many sects, of calling forth the most repellent immorality and dissoluteness of morals and practices. The most dangerous of all these secret sects for Christianity was directed by the crypto-Jew Valentinus, a classic fifth columnist. For he was outwardly active as a true Christian and sowed disintegration in Holy Church by extending his disastrous sect. At first he had the city of Alexandria as his principal bastion, but towards the middle of the 2nd century he went to Rome with the intention of undermining Christianity in the capital of the empire itself. The Valentinians seriously threatened to disintegrate Holy Church from within, which finally, in order to nullify the disastrous work of this false Christian, a true Jew of the fifth column, cast him out of its bosom. Gnosticism spread doctrines, which are now fundamental in many subversive Jewish movements of modern times. For example, the sect of the Carpocratians attacked all then existing religions and only recognized the gnosis, knowledge of which was provided by the great men of every nation, such as Plato, Pythagoras, Moses and Christ, which frees one from all that the vulgar call religion and makes man equal to God. Gnosticism in its purest form strove to give Christianity the widest possible meaning by linking it with the oldest religious doctrines. The learned historical writer, Matter, assures us in connection with the gnosis, that the belief that the divinity has revealed itself in the religious institutions of all nations leads to the idea of a kind of universal religion, which contains the elements of all. Many of these concepts we find at present in the secret doctrine of the Freemasons and the Theosophical Societies. and H. Webster in her diligent study of the material finds that the Gnostic sect of the Carpocratians of the 2nd century arrived at much the same conclusions as modern communists with regard to the ideal social system. Thus Epiphanes held that, since nature herself reveals the principle of the community and the unity of all things, human laws which are contrary to this law of nature are so many culpable infractions of the legitimate order of things. Before these laws were imposed on humanity, everything was in common: lands, goods, and women. According to certain contemporaries, the Carpocratians returned to this primitive system by instituting the community of women and indulging in every kind of license. As one can see from this, the subversive movements of modern Jewry are to the greater part a repetition of the doctrines of the great Gnostic revolution, although they emanate from a contrary philosophic foundation. For modern communism is materialistic, while the Gnosis itself regarded matter as bad and objectionable. However, the facts prove to us that the Jews have been very skilled in using the opposing philosophical system to attain similar political results. The Gnostics possessed mysteries and initiations. Tertullian, a father of the Church, assures us that the sects of the Valentinians perverted the mysteries of Eleusis and made a sanctuary of prostitution out of them. And we must not forget that Valentine, the false Christ and crypto-Jew from Alexandria, was revealed by Saint Irenaeus to be the leader of the Gnostics, whose sects, according to some, were directed by one and the same power. It is thus evident that the Hebrews are the same as 1800 years ago and spread immorality and prostitution in Christian society in order to ruin it and to make easier its destruction. Some Gnostic sects reached the highest degree of perversion in their doctrines. Thus Eliphas Levi assures us that certain Gnostics introduced into their rites the profanation of the Christian mysteries, which were made to serve black magic, whose principal propagators have also been the Hebrews. Dean Millman says in his History of the Jews that the Ephites worshipped the serpent because the latter had rebelled against Jehovah, to whom they referred using the Kabbalist expression of the demiurge. It is thus evident that this glorification of evil, which is so important to modern revolutionary movements secretly controlled by the synagogue of Satan, is likewise nothing new. It was already unleashed as poison by the Gnostic Jews into the nascent Christian society of more than 18 centuries ago. E. de Fay in his work Gnostics and Gnosticism, as well as Matter in his already mentioned work History of Gnosticism, both assure us that another secret Gnostic sect, called Cainites on account of the cult in which they worshipped Cain, represented the latter, Dathun and Abiram, the homosexual inhabitants of Sodom and Gomorrah, and Judas Iscariot himself as noble victims of the demiurge, that is of the malicious creator of our universe according to their perverse teachings. Apparently, these Gnostic sects were the forerunners of the Bogomils, of the Luciferians, of black magic and of certain small satanic Masonic circles, which all, apart from rendering homage to Lucifer, regarded as good everything that Christianity holds to be evil and vice versa. Voltaire himself regards the Jews during the Middle Ages as the spreaders of black magic and Satanism. The Marquis de Luchet reports in his famous work Si sur la secte des Lumens that the Cainites, incited by their hatred towards all social and moral order, called upon all men to destroy the work of God and to commit every kind of infamy. The great leader, who appeared in the church in order to combat Gnosticism and to triumph over it, was in fact Saint Irenaeus, who thoroughly studied its disastrous sects and their dark teachings and mercilessly fought them in word and deed. Simultaneously he attacked the Jews, whom he describes as the leaders of this disintegrating subversive movement, whose strongest and most dangerous sect for Christianity was that of the Valentinians, which was led by Valentinus, behind whose false Christianity Saint Irenaeus discovered the Jewish identity. Thanks to the virulent ceaseless labor of Saint Irenaeus, Holy Church was successful in triumphing over the Gnosis, which for nascent Christianity was a more threatening internal danger than the grave external snares then represented by the frontal attacks of the synagogue and its intrigues, which managed, as we have already observed, to unleash the whole power of the Roman Empire and its terrible persecutions against the nascent Church, resulting in so many martyrs for Christianity. These facts prove that, from its first beginnings onwards, the activity of the Jewish fifth column which had penetrated into its interior, was far more dangerous for Holy Church than that of its external foes. Naturally, the existence of a devout and very combative clergy, to whom indulgence disguised with the cloak of peaceful coexistence, dialogue or diplomacy was unknown, had the effect that Holy Church emerged victorious from this terrible struggle, in which it completely overcame its foes, Jewry, Jewish Gnosticism and Roman paganism. Never has the situation been so grave for the Church as in that time, for Christianity then was much weaker than in the present, and the difference in strength between the Church and its enemies was immeasurably greater in favor of the adversary. If Holy Church was able then to triumph over its enemies who were relatively stronger than they are now, it should now be able to do so even more, always presupposing that it is successful in fighting and eliminating the destructive and perfidious activity of the crypto-Jewish fifth column which has infiltrated the clergy, and with the presupposition that within the religious hierarchies leaders appear who imitate Saint Irenaeus and sacrifice everything in order to defend the faith of Christ and the cause of mankind, which is threatened by a cruel servitude, leaders who are likewise able to overcome the resistance presented by cowards and conformists who, however sincere in their beliefs, think more about not compromising the ecclesiastical preferments they hanker after and of living a peaceful and financially safe life than in defending Holy Church and humanity in these times of mortal danger. Finally, let us examine another of the teachings of the Gnostic revolutionary movement. The Jews who sowed poison in Christian society were careful to ensure that said poison did not end up poisoning the poisoners themselves. The synagogue had to face up to this grave danger for the first time. It is very difficult to disseminate poisonous ideas without running the risk of being infected by them. It is true that the Gnosis, which the Hebrews at first spread in the synagogue, was in the main a collection of mystic interpretations of Holy Scripture, which stood in close connection with the Kabbalah. But the accumulation of stupidities, contradictions and perverse actions which the Hebrews smuggled into the Christian Gnosis, formed a serious danger for the synagogue itself, but which the latter certainly guarded against by energetically combating every possibility of infection among the Jews. 1800 years later the same phenomenon appears, the Hebrews as spreaders of atheism and of communist materialism among the Christians, Mohammedans and the other Gentiles, take every kind of precautionary measure to prevent the materialistic cancer from infecting the Israelite communities, which they have been better able to achieve at present than in the times of Gnosticism, for the experience of 18 centuries in this kind of service has made these destroyers into true masters in the art of handling poisons and of spreading them throughout the world without the poison infecting the Jews themselves. At all events, even still in our days, the rabbis must be constantly on guard, in order to prevent materialism, with which they have immersed half the surrounding world, from causing damage in the Hebrew families. They constantly seize upon measures of different kind, in order to present this. The atheistic and materialistic poison is only destined for the Christians and Gentiles, in order to render their domination easier, for Jewry must preserve itself with its mystique purer than ever. They know that it is mysticism which makes men who fight for an ideal invincible. Just as the Hebrews had no scruples at other times when they spread teachings against Jehovah himself and advocated the cult of Satan, which is so common in black magic, so they now have no scruples in spreading the atheistic materialism of the Jew Marx, although the latter denies the existence of God of Israel himself. The end justifies the means. This maxim the Hebrews observe down to its most unbelievable consequences. With the conversion of Constantine, the victory of Holy Church over paganism, Gnosticism and Jewry was complete. When once Holy Church was controller of the enormous power of the Roman Empire, the Jews lacked any possibility of persecuting it further and attacking it directly or inciting persecution through pagan emperors against Christianity, as they had done previously. However, the synagogue of Satan did not give way before such a bleak picture. It clearly understood that, in order to destroy the Church, only one aid remained of the three which we have studied. It directed its special attention to its fifth column of false new converts who were smuggled into Christianity, in order through church divisions and internal underground movements to be able to attain the desired goal, the destruction of the Church of Christ. The fact that in some points the Christian doctrine was not well defined made the task far easier for them. Chapter 5. The Jew Arius and his heresy. Arianism, the great heresy, which split Christianity over 3.5 centuries, was the work of a concealed Jew, who outwardly practiced Christianity, a striking and infamous example of the descendants of Judas Iscariot, like all those priests who, as members of the Jewish fifth column, have infiltrated into the Catholic Church. The well-known American writer, William Thomas Walsh, who is outstanding for his zealous Catholicism and has well-documented works, says to us, referring to the mode of action of the Jews who infiltrated into Christianity, the following: Arius, the Catholic Jew, father of the heresy, treacherously attacked the divinity of Christ, and he was successful in dividing the Christian world for centuries. From the trials by the Inquisition against the crypto-Jews, who were called the Judaizing heretics, one can conclude that the Trinity is one of the Catholic dogmas which the Jews reject most violently, for what repels them most of all in their deadly hatred towards Christ, is the fact that Jesus Christ is regarded as the second person within the Holy Trinity. This means that God is one in essence and three in person. It is therefore illuminating that the Jews, after they had infiltrated into the Church through their pretended conversion to Christianity, afterwards strove to alter the dogma of the Church in such a way as to regard God as one in person and hence to deny the divinity of Christ. Arius was born in Libya, which at this time was under Roman rule. Already as a youth he joined himself to the schism of Milesius, who usurped the office of the Bishop of Alexandria. However, after the cause of Milesius had suffered severe setbacks, Arius was reconciled with the Church. It is well known how the Jews make use of such reconciliations with the Church, of which they say themselves that such were performed as true comedies, exactly as suits them. The always universally kind Holy Church, which is fundamentally ready to pardon the repentant sinner, sanctioned the reconciliation with Arius, by taking him anew into its holy bosom, while this secret Jew merely made use of this kindness, like all who belonged to his race, in order to later cause it inconceivable harm which could easily have caused such misfortune as that which threatens us today. After Arius had consoled himself, he had himself consecrated as Catholic priest and presbyter of the Bishop Alexander of Alexandria, by whom he was entrusted with the Church of Baucis. Various outstanding church historians attribute to Arius an extraordinary and impressive asceticism as well as a remarkable mysticism, to which are added his great talents as a preacher and a convincing dialectic skill, which allowed him to convince the great mass of believers and even the hierarchies of Holy Church. The basic principle of the Arian doctrine was the Jewish thesis of the absolute unity of God, denying the Trinity and representing Christ solely as the most exalted of all creatures, but in no way as possessing divine nature. This was one of the first serious attempts to provide Christianity with a Jewish stamp. He neither attacked Christ nor criticized him, as the professing Jews did, for then his mission would have failed, because no Christian would have supported him. In order to arouse no suspicion, he rather praised Jesus beyond all measure. So he gained the sympathy and interest of the faithful, and then in the midst of all these speeches of praise he allowed his poison to seep in with the cunning denial of the divinity of Jesus Christ, since it is the point which encounters the most stiff-necked rejection by the Jews. It is curious that, 1400 years later, the Jews strike the same note when they deny the divinity of Christ and simultaneously praise him in their doctrines and instructions in order to provoke no strong reactions amongst Christians introduced into the sect. A further innovation which the Arian heresy brought with it, was the attempt to alter the doctrine and policy of the Church in relation to the Jews. While Christ damned them and upon various occasions attacked them in the sharpest possible way, and the apostles did the same, as did the Church in general in its beginnings, Arius and his heresy strove to effect a true reform in this respect, in that they carried out a pro-Jewish policy and strove for an accommodation to the synagogue of Satan. Like John Huss, Calvin, Karl Marx, and other Jewish revolutionary leaders, Arius was a man of strong dynamism, of extraordinary perseverance as well as an artist of words and with the pen, who wrote pamphlets and even books, in order to convince the church hierarchies, the civil governors and other outstanding personalities within the Roman Empire. The first important assistance was given to him on the part of Bishop Eusebius of Nicomedia, who on grounds of his great friendship with the emperor possessed the boldness of wishing to win the latter for the Arian heresy. Even if he was not successful in this, he nevertheless succeeded unfortunately in leading Constantine astray, by making him believe that it was simply a question of discussions between different orthodox viewpoints. Under this assumption the emperor sought in vain to introduce a settlement between Arius and the bishop of Alexandria. He sent his advisor, Hosius, the bishop of Cordova, so that the latter might bring about an understanding between the two parties. No result was attained. As if it had merely been a personal dispute between Bishop Alexander and Arius. In the course of these negotiations Hosius and the church reached the conviction that here it was not a simple dispute between different schools or persons, but rather a conflagration which threatened to scorch the whole of Christianity. This is worthy of being remarked, since it is the classical technique with which the Jews begin a revolutionary movement. Upon many occasions they give themselves out to be harmless, good-willed, of small influence and without any kind of danger, so that the institutions threatened by the revolutionary germ do not allot to the latter its true importance and therefore look away from applying their whole force against it, which is imperative if it is to be rapidly and effectively destroyed. Lulled through this outward conduct, the Christian or Gentile leading personages are accustomed to avoid such measures, by reacting in a modest way. This is utilized by Jewry, in order to treacherously kindle the conflagration, so that, when combative measures are finally resolved upon, it already possesses such an overwhelming force that it is impossible to halt it. It is interesting to remark that, after Arius had finally been excommunicated by the synod called in the year 321 by the prelate of Alexandria and attended by over 100 bishops, the heretic at first went to Palestine, in order to win disciples. And it is further worthy of note that the first synod to support Arius by betraying Catholicism was precisely that of Palestine, as well as that of Nicomedia, where Eusebius, Arius' right-hand man, was bishop. It is illuminating that it was Palestine where, in spite of the repressive measures of Titus and Hadrian, the most compact Jewish population was found, and where the Jewish fifth column, which had infiltrated into the church, was very powerful. It is therefore not strange that Arius, declared outlawed through excommunication and in a desperate position, sought his salvation in flight, in order to seek support with his brothers in Palestine. He was so successful in this intention that an entire synod of bishops and high-ranking clergy, as was the Synod of Palestine, decided upon support of him and gave new power and prestige to his cause, which, after its condemnation by the Synod of Alexandria, seemed condemned to failure. In the same manner another synod, which was assembled in Nicomedia, supported Arius and imparted to him, like that of Palestine, its approval to return to Egypt. In such a way did Arius and his fellow travelers set one synod against the other and thus divide the episcopate of the Catholic world. The study of this giant struggle which lasted for centuries, is extremely valuable, since it allows us to clearly recognize that the Jewish fifth column which has seeped into the clergy of Holy Church, was then already effective with the same methods as centuries later, when it was successful by means of a crypto-Jew, Cardinal Pierleone, in usurping the dignity of Pope. These are likewise the same methods which, 1,000 years later, were combated by the Holy Inquisition, and the same of which we are witnessing in our days. Arius and the Arianist bishops intrigued against the clergy who defended Holy Church. They persecuted and feuded against them and even attacked the venerable bishops and all priests, without regard for their rank, who had appeared to the fore through their zeal in the defense of Catholicism. They persecuted and fought them by means of secret and poisonous intrigues and by means of false accusations, until they were rendered harmless or destroyed. By means of a well-organized action the Arians on their side strove to bring under their control the bishops' offices when they fell vacant, and they were successful in occupying them with clergy of their own way of thinking and of preventing true Catholics from finding admittance to this office. These infamous maneuvers were set in motion above all after the Ecumenical Council of Nicaea. At this council Arius and his heresy were condemned in spite of the opposition of a minority of heretical bishops, who participated with them in the council and who vainly attempted to bring about the victory of their viewpoints which were just as novel and contrary to the traditional Catholic doctrine as those which some bishops wish to make prevail at the present Ecumenical Council of Vatican II. In the campaign instigated by the heretical bishops against the Catholics, the uproar that they set in motion against Eustathius, the bishop of Antioch, is particularly notable. The latter was accused by them of pretending to observe the agreement of the Council of Nicaea, but in reality sowing the Sabellian heresy and discord. With these and other accusations the traitorous clergy were so successful that he was deposed and an Arianist bishop named in his stead. In addition, they were successful in deceiving Constantine, who, in the belief that he was offering the church a service, exiled the devout bishop of the land and allowed the hypocritical heretics to enjoy his support, since he regarded them as the true defenders of the church. But more important still is the conspiracy that they instigated in order to destroy Saint Athanasius, who had succeeded Alexander, after the latter's death, in the Patriarchate of Alexandria. Already at the Council of Nicaea he had demonstrated that he was one of the bulwarks in the defense of Holy Church. This had cost him the hatred of the Arian clergy, who recognized the necessity of making him harmless. In order to gain the emperor to their side, they accused Saint Athanasius of cultivating relations with certain rebels of the empire. This is the classical maneuver of Jewry in all times. If it is wished to remove any kind of leading personage from the sphere of the head of state, then at the suitable moment a conspiracy is instigated, in order to make the latter believe that the former conspires against him and is secretly allied with his enemies. In this manner they succeed in getting the head of state to remove leading personage who hinders the Jewish plans. In such a manner they accused Saint Athanasius of having humiliated the clergy by laying upon them a linen tax, as well as sowing discord in the ranks of the church. This slander is also a classical method of the fifth column, which, when it is seen that a conspiracy is instigated against Holy Church and someone denounces it or rushes to the defense of the institution, sends its crypto-Jewish clergy into the field to accuse the defenders of the Church of undermining the unity of the Church and of sowing discord among Christianity. In reality it is they, the enemies of Christ, who have infiltrated into the clergy, who with their conspiracies and dark machinations provoke those schisms and divisions, and not the true Christians upon whom lies the duty of defending Catholicism and preventing the former from winning ground. So it occurred in the case of Saint Athanasius. The heretical clergy were in reality those, who through their mode of action conjured up the schism. But they possessed the insolence to accuse Saint Athanasius of sowing discord, because he attempted to defend Holy Church in the face of the machinations of heresy. The blow was additionally directed higher up, for Arius and his followers knew very well that the unity of the Church lay before the eyes of Constantine as the highest goal. And thus they hoped to bring down Saint Athanasius with a typical accusation of provoking discord. Later, the Milesian heretics, working together with the Arians, accused Saint Athanasius of having murdered one of the collaborators of their leader. However, Athanasius was successful in discovering the whereabouts of the man whom he was falsely alleged to have murdered, so that the slanders were exposed. Since up to then all intrigues had failed, they now took refuge in one last maneuver. In Tyre they summoned a synod of bishops, at which they accused Saint Athanasius of having seduced a woman. However, he was also successful in refuting this slander. However, the Arian bishops were successful in bringing under their control the synod of Tyre and resolved upon the deposition of Saint Athanasius as Patriarch of Alexandria. Concerning this, an inflammatory note was dispatched to bishops all over the world, so that the latter should break off all relations with Saint Athanasius, who was accused of various crimes. Constantine, who highly respected the decisions of the synods of bishops, was highly impressed. This together with another skillfully launched slander campaign, which accused Saint Athanasius of selling grain to the Egyptians in order to prevent it reaching Constantinople and in this manner to create a food shortage in the capital of the Roman Empire, made the emperor furious. He banished the unfortunate saint, whom at this time he regarded as the most dangerous disturber of public order and the unity of Holy Church, while the Arian bishops first gained the sister of the emperor, Constance, who exercised a strong influence upon him, and other confidants, to their side. They continually gave the hypocritical appearance of watching with zeal over the unity of the Church and of the Empire, which was so strongly desired by Constantine. And they accused the Catholics of endangering this unity with their exaggerations and eccentricities. They thus attained that Constantine, who had supported orthodoxy at the Council of Nicaea, carried out a deviation towards Arians and approved the solemn reacceptance of the latter into the bosom of the Church. This would have been without doubt the apotheosis and the highest triumph of the Jew Arius, who already played with the idea of demanding the papal dignity of the Holy Catholic Church, which, regarded by modest human understanding, did not seem impossible, for he could already count upon the friendly approval of the emperor and on the support of a daily growing number of bishops within Christianity. However, in the face of the support which God allows his Holy Church to enjoy, all human calculations must fail. The Church will certainly be persecuted, but never conquered, and Arius died on the threshold of his victory in such a mysteriously tragic manner, as Saint Athanasius himself has recorded for posterity. It is very interesting to quote what the Castilian Jewish Encyclopedia, an official Jewish document, asserts about this great church father and saint, Athanasius. Athanasius, Saint, Church Father, 293–373, Patriarch of Alexandria, resolute opponent of the Arian teachings which approach a pure monotheism and hence the Jewish doctrines. Athanasius polemicized against the Jews from dogmatic grounds, but the situation of the Jews worsened everywhere so that the teachings of Athanasius triumphed over the Arian doctrines, as was the case with the Visigoths in Spain. Like other church fathers, Saint Athanasius fought bitterly not only against the Arians, but also against the Jews. As one sees, the latter attribute such an importance to his teachings that the Jewish Encyclopedia categorically admits that the situation of the Jews worsened where the teachings of Saint Athanasius triumphed. It is therefore understandable that the powers of evil unleashed a satanic hatred against the Patriarch of Alexandria. If Saint Athanasius and other great church fathers had lived in our time, the Jewish fifth column, which has infiltrated into the clergy, would certainly have done all in its power so that the Church condemned them on account of antisemitism. As far as the Bishop of Cordova, Hosius, is concerned, he had been another paladin of the Church in the struggle against Arianism and was the soul of the Council of Nicaea, and was an active fighter against Jewry. After he had distinguished himself at the Council of Elvira, which under the name of Liberian Council was held in the years 300–303, he exercised a decisive influence upon the approbation of canons tending to effect a separation between Christians and Jews, in order to counter the nefast influence of the latter over the former. Since at that time the harmful fraternizing of the Catholic clergy with the Jews was the order of the day, the Liberian Council accordingly strove to counter this evil state with drastic measures. In this respect the following rules are interesting. Canon L. 50. Should a priest or one of the faithful sit at table with Jews, then for his amendment he shall be excluded from communion. Canons Lix. 49. It has been found good to thoroughly admonish teachers that they should not suffer their fruits received from God to be blessed by Jews, so that our distribution of blessings does not become weak or valueless. Should anyone be presumptuous enough to do this, after it has been forbidden, then he should be excluded from the Church. Canon 16. 16. It is determined among other things that the Jews, and likewise heretics, must not be permitted Catholic wives, so that there may be no communion between the faithful and unfaithful. This last canon is clear and sharp. Any communion between Christians and Jews is regarded as dangerous. The Liberian Council had a great importance, since its disciplinary measures were to a great part incorporated in the general legislation of the Church. After Constantine's death, his three sons took over the government of the empire, Constantine II and Constans in the west, and Constantius in the east. The first two were passionate Catholics, while Constantius was admittedly a good Christian, but was very influenced through friendship with his father's friend, the Arian Eusebius of Nicomedia. After the death of Constantine, however, both Constantius as well as his two brothers approved of the return of Saint Athanasius and other Orthodox bishops from banishment, who had been expelled from the land through the intrigues of the Arians. In addition, after the death of Eusebius of Nicomedia, in the year 342, this bad influence upon Constantius vanished, who, under the influence of his brother Constans and of Pope Julius, finally supported Catholic orthodoxy. Extremely alarmed over the progress of Jewry, Constantius applied against the latter the measures that the Jews call the first great persecution on the part of the Christians. For the course of 12 years, up to the death of Constans and of Pope Julius, the Catholics were successful in almost overcoming Arianism. Under the imprint of the sermons and the great regard for Saint Athanasius as well as Bishop Hosius of Cordova, it seemed destined to perish. Constantius had a long and extremely heartfelt conversation with Saint Athanasius in Antioch, during which the Emperor of the Orient showed him the greatest deference. And finally the illustrious Father of the Church made his entrance into Alexandria in a kind of veritable apotheosis. When Ursacius and Valenti, the leaders of Arianism, recognized imminent defeat and were alarmed by the firm conduct of Constantius in favor of orthodoxy, they bowed to the situation and went so far as to beg from the Pope their reconciliation with the Catholic Church. This was one further example of the classical tactics of the foe, which the Jew Stalin called strategic withdrawal. This consists in yielding in the moment of defeat, and abandoning the struggle outwardly, in order to avoid defeat, and in conspiring in the background until one is sufficiently strong to risk a new attack as soon as the possibility of triumph appears. If things went badly with Arianism, then it was worse still for Jewry, for when Constantius had convinced himself of the danger that it represented for the empire and Christianity, he began, as the great Jewish historian Gretz proves, to expel the Jewish doctors of laws from the land. In consequence of this decree, many of them had to emigrate to Babylonia. The persecutions worsened to such a degree that the leading Jews were threatened with death, which resulted in an even greater flow of emigration, particularly from Judea. This development caused the decline of the Jewish Academy of Tiberiades. The very frequent marriages between Jews and Christians were punished by Constantius with death, whereby he went beyond what was laid down in this respect by Canon 16 of the Liberian Council. As shown by the Israelite Greeks, the Jews were called the murderers of God by Catholics in that time. In answer to this, the Jews instigated isolated rebellions against the empire, which, however, were nipped in the bud. But all these setbacks did not discourage the enemy, who lurked in the background and awaited the first favorable opportunity to assert themselves again. This favorable opportunity began to show itself when first Constans and then Pope Julius died, whose beneficial influence had caused Constantius to hold firm to Catholicism. The Arian leaders Valenti and Ursacius, who had hypocritically implored their reconciliation with orthodoxy, took up their intrigues anew, while they sought at all costs to estrange Constantius from orthodoxy. For this purpose they flattered his selfishness and made use of his utterly violent reactions towards everything which might lessen his authority or his prestige. In the background the Arians instigated a true conspiracy, in order to distance Constantius from Saint Athanasius and thus obtain his withdrawal with them from orthodoxy. Among other slanders they accused him of disseminating defamatory rumors against the emperor, by which he was alleged to represent the emperor as a heretic and as excommunicated. In this manner they attempted to cause the people to withdraw their support from Saint Athanasius and at the same time to lyingly present him as an enemy of the emperor. The Arians represented themselves as his most loyal subjects. These sinister machinations against Athanasius and the Catholics infuriated Constantius. More and more he inclined to the side of the Arians, until finally in common with them he attempted to persuade Liberius, the new pope, to divest the illustrious church father of his dignity. It is incredible how Jewry frequently manages to transform its sworn opponents into unconscious allies, whereby, as in this case, it makes use of the most subtle means in order to attain its goal. In history there have been several examples like that of Constantius. The Holy Father, pressed by the emperor, pointed out the necessity of calling a new council to attempt to put an end to this dispute. With the agreement of the emperor the Council of Arles was called, which took place in the year 353 in the presence of two papal legates. Great were the expectancies which the good placed upon the council for the obtaining of Christian unity, but the bishops, led by Valenti and Ursacius in the service of the fifth column, were able to instigate such intrigues and such pressures that the council finally yielded to the demands of the Arians, who were granted support through the implacable pressure of imperial power. Even the two papal legates yielded and, as a disastrous consequence, The unjust condemnation of Saint Athanasius was resolved upon. The sole bishop, who voted against the resolution, was Paulinus of Trier, who for this reason was expelled from the land. But when Pope Liberius received the knowledge of its disastrous outcome, he raised objectives and proposed summoning another synod, which was held in Milan in the year 355. But this synod also was the target of countless conspiracies and exposed to the pressure of the heretical bishops who enjoyed the support of the emperor. Finally they were successful. This new synod composed of 300 bishops condemned Saint Athanasius once again. Thus Arianism gained a complete triumph and was able to again ban the highly regarded saint. Since the Pontifex Maximus refused to yield to the demands of the Arians and of Constantius, the emperor banished the pope as well, a banishment which lasted quite some time. However, the efforts of Athanasius, that saint and father of the Church, that iron and dynamic man, who revealed so much courage and tenacity in the face of the enemy, finally bore fruit. After 3 centuries of struggle, Holy Church finally triumphed over Jewry and its heresy. What the Church and men of today urgently need are men who possess the hardness, the courage and the energy of such as Saint Athanasius, to counter the Jewish communist threat, which, exactly as in the case of the Jewish Arian heresy, has brought Catholicism to the edge of the abyss. We are certain that in this situation, as also in similar situations, the Lord God shows us his mercy so that among the hierarchies of Holy Church new Athanasiuses will appear, which the Church needs for its salvation. This is the maxim of our time, in which the modern instruments of Jewry within the Church, such as false apostles, play into the hands of communism and the synagogue of Satan. They cripple the defensive powers of the Church, in order to mislead the truly faithful and to make possible the triumph of the worldly foe, just as they intend to do at the present Ecumenical Council Vatican II, called by John 23. Finally, we must point out that the inconstancy of Constantius is also revealed in his conduct towards Jewry. In contrast to his hostile policy, he decreed measures which favored it. Thus the law that equated the Jewish patriarchs and officials working in the service of the synagogue with the Christian clergy, exempted them from the severity of the law, as the Israelite historian Greets himself reports to us. The wicked are helped and the good excommunicated. What occurred to Saint Athanasius more than 1600 years ago, occurs in the 20th century in greater or larger measure with many excellent defenders both of Holy Church as also of the free world, be they clergy or laymen. Some cardinals and bishops who in a suspicious manner favor the principal enemies of Christ and his Church, namely the Jews, take them under their protection or favor the development and the triumph of the political or social movements controlled by Freemasonry and communism, and, while they show the forces of Antichrist so much favor and support, are at the same time enraged concerning the cardinals, prelates or priests who fight with more resolution and efficacy against the beast. The activity of the fifth column of the descendants of Judas Iscariot has altered little since the time of Arius up to our days. If any Catholic regent or political leader fights so effectively against the forces of Jewry, Freemasonry or communism that he defeats them, then these prelates and even cardinals appear upon the scene, in order once more to play into the hands of the hellish forces and make possible their victory which normally is beyond their reach. If the Jewish Freemasonic or Jewish communist forces see themselves conquered in practice by direct action through the Catholic leaders or regents, then the fifth column, which has infiltrated into the highest honorary offices of Holy Church, hits upon the plan of unleashing a wild campaign of intrigues and church censures, to set the entire clergy against those leaders or regents, who represent a serious hindrance for the Freemasonic or communist triumph. And if this campaign of slander and defamation alone does not suffice to destroy the support of the said leaders or regents with the Catholic masses, then those false apostles, of whom St. Paul speaks, send forth a fulminant excommunication as their sharpest weapon. Thus, by undermining the prestige of such regents or leaders, they gain the support of the mass of the people in their favor to make possible as a result the triumph of Freemasonic or communist forces. This is the secret of many victories of the forces of evil. Chapter 6. The Jews as allies of Julian the Apostate. In the year 360, Julian, a cousin of Constantius, was proclaimed Roman emperor by the army. Constantius, who had prepared for battle against him, died on the way. This made easier the final victory for Julian and his proclamation as Emperor of the Orient and Occident. The policy of Julian had three principal aims. 1. To renew paganism and to again declare it a state religion of the empire, so that Rome, which according to his view had declined through Christianity, might return to its old glory. 2. To destroy Christianity. 3. To concede to Jewry its old positions, from which it had been expelled by Constantine and his sons. Even the rebuilding of the Temple of Solomon was to be arranged. From the beginning the Jews were his unconditional allies, which once again proves that, when it suits them, they are capable of fighting for paganism and the cult of idols, even indeed against monotheism, whenever this allows them to work for the destruction of the Church, even though they are inwardly monotheists and enemies of the cult of idolatry. While the Jews allied themselves with Julian and allowed him to enjoy their help, they supported the restoration of idolatry, although they say that they are so greatly repelled by it. However, in order to obtain their goal, namely the destruction of Christianity, they prove that they are capable of everything, even of utilization of the atheistic and materialistic teachings of modern communism, although they remain deeply religious and spiritual. The famous Jewish historian Maurice says of Julian, "The Emperor Julian was one of those strong characters who imprint their names indelibly on the memory of men. Only his early death and the hatred of the ruling church were responsible for his not being provided with the title Julian the Great." He adds that Julian paid great admiration to the Jewish religion, and confirms that the period of government by Julian, which lasted just 2 years, November 361 to June 363, was a time of extreme felicity for the Jews of the Roman Empire. Maurice likewise establishes that the leader of Jewry in the empire, the Patriarch Hillel, was expressly called by Julian his respected friend, and that he promised him in an autographed letter to make an end of the misdeeds committed by the Christian emperors against the Jews. Further, Julian made all necessary preparations in order to begin the rebuilding of the Temple of Jerusalem. He addressed a letter to all Jewish congregations of the empire, in which he spoke in friendly way of the leader of Jewry in the empire, the Patriarch Julius, Hillel, as his brother. He promised the abolition of the high taxes laid upon the Israelites by the Christians, guaranteed that in future none should accuse them of blasphemy, promised freedom and security, and promised to have Jerusalem rebuilt at his expense, as soon as he returned victorious from the Persian War. For the rebuilding of the Temple of Jerusalem Julian commissioned his best friend, Alypius of Antioch, to whom he gave instructions to spare no expense, and commanded the governors of Palestine and Syria to assist with everything necessary. In his zeal to restore paganism, Julian also prepared all means for the reconstruction of the pagan temples. He reorganized the worship of idols and gave them a hierarchy similar to that of the Church. He renewed the pagan cults with great splendor and celebrated the pagan feasts in ancient pompous manner. Labriole and Koch provide us with information concerning the zeal of Julian to provide paganism with new strength by means of the creation of welfare institutions which were similar to the Christian ones. Hospitals, hostels for children and old men, charitable institutions and others of the like were erected. At the same time he made efforts to add to paganism a kind of religious order, which resembled that of the Christian monks. It was not only a question of the re-establishment of the idolatrous cult, but of the creation of a reformed and strengthened paganism with methods copied from the Christians. The threat, which drew over Holy Church, could thus scarcely be graver. The emperor, paganism and Jewry joined themselves together closely, in order to face Christianity with a struggle for life or death. Although in principle Julian gave the assurance of maintaining religious tolerance, since he recalled the bad results which the violent persecutions through the Roman emperors had produced, he nevertheless applied all means in order to achieve the annihilation of Christianity. As Saint Gregory Nazianzen reports to us, who describes the period of Julian's government as the cruelest of all persecutions, martyrdoms unleashed through the fury of the unbelievers were the order of the day. Among the measures decreed by Julian against Catholicism, the following stand out: the renewed expulsion of Saint Athanasius, who was regarded as the bulwark of orthodoxy, the removal of all Christian symbols on coinage and the cancelling of rights accorded to the clergy through the Catholic emperors, as well as the elimination of Christians from public offices, unless they recanted. And with all this it was pretended that these were measures necessary for the maintenance of religious freedom and of equality for believers of all confessions in the Roman state. His Jewish allies had thus in Julian a good master, just as in our own time they applied the same methods with identical hypocrisy in order to cause their Freemasonic liberal revolutions to triumph, through which, under the pretense of introducing freedom of conscience, they robbed the Church of all her rights. But the true intentions of the emperor were revealed when he announced that the Galileans, disciples of Christ, must vanish, because they were enemies of Hellenism. The books he personally wrote to combat Christianity also prove what hatred the emperor felt for the Church. The fact that the rebuilding of the Jewish temple among other things failed as a result of mysterious flames shooting up out of the earth and burning those that worked there, has all the elements of a confirmed historical event. Christian historians also confirm the latter, and it is also accepted by such prestigious Hebrew historians as Greeks. Only that the latter, instead of attributing the occurrence to a miracle, as Catholics do, assumes a natural cause. According to his explanation, the cause was gases compressed in subterranean passages, to which an outlet was blocked, and which, becoming free and making contact with the air, unleashed those fires, which among other reasons caused Alypius to stop the works. As the Catholic historians report, in that time it was not only pagan hordes who martyred and slaughtered the Christians. The Jews, enjoying the protection and friendship of the emperor, likewise attacked and began to destroy the churches in Judea and the neighboring regions, as well as to cause Christians every conceivable harm. The Jew Greeks naturally calls these versions malicious slanders. For those who have experienced what deeds the Jews are capable of against Christianity if they are allowed a free hand, it cannot be remarkable that in the time of Julian they used all their power in order to destroy Catholic churches. They did this in the same manner in the Middle Ages, when they were supported by some heretical sects, and so have they acted in our days, in order to secure the triumph of their Freemasonic and Communist revolutions. Much of that which they perform in the present is a repetition of what they learned in the times of Julian the Apostate, whose period of rule, if it had lasted longer, would have taken a catastrophic course for Christianity. Fortunately, Julian died before he could cause Christianity greater harm, struck by a deadly arrow in a decisive battle against the Persians. It is said that, before he died, he addressed our Lord Jesus Christ, calling out, "Thou hast conquered, Galilean." Through the death of Julian the Apostate, Holy Church was spared from the threatening destruction which had faced it since the last pagan persecutions. As far as the Israelites are concerned, then the following commentary of the Jewish historian Greets speaks for itself. The death of Julian close to the Tigris, June 363, robbed the Jews of their last ray of hope for a peaceful and untroubled life. And the Jewish Castilian Encyclopedia remarks under the word Julian the following. He particularly valued the Jews. He had extensive knowledge of the Jewish cause and refers in his writings to various religious institutions of the Jews. It appears that he wished to found among the Jews of Palestine a patrician order, called Risto in the Talmud, which was to exercise judicial functions. He attributed a higher value to Judaism than to Christianity, although he regarded it as inferior to the pagan philosophy. With his death, the short period of tolerance was at an end, which the Jewish community enjoyed between the setting in of Christian persecutions. Chapter 7. St. John Chrysostom and St. Ambrose condemn the Jews. The first dissensions to occur within Arianism were apparently produced by the increasingly moderate tendencies of the bishops, who though in error nevertheless acted in good faith. They therefore clashed with the extremists who were undoubtedly controlled by the fifth column. This gradually weakened the heresy in the Roman Empire. Upon the death of Julian, the army proclaimed General Jovian as emperor. The latter was a Catholic, so that orthodoxy almost controlled the situation. The new emperor summoned Saint Athanasius back out of banishment and appointed him his advisor. Unfortunately and unexpectedly, however, Jovian died the next year and Valentini was proclaimed as new emperor. The latter appointed his brother Valens as regent for the eastern part of the empire. Thus it came about that, While the former allowed religious freedom, Valens, who was a zealous Arian, made efforts to resurrect this heresy at least in the eastern part of the empire. Meanwhile the heretics used the situation in order to exert influence on the Germanic tribes who threw themselves into the arms of Arianism and thus in the Jew-friendly direction. Valens unleashed a new persecution of Catholics and once again banished the now aged Saint Athanasius. At the same time he began, as the Catholic historian Theodotus reports, to grant the Jews and pagans all kinds of guarantees. Also he was not satisfied with persecuting the Christians, but included the moderate Arians, whom he, without wishing it, drove into the arms of Holy Church. The Jewish historian Greets agrees in this regard, when he alludes to the fact that Valens was Arian and had had to suffer so much from the Catholic party that he now became intolerant towards the latter. He allowed the Jews to enjoy his protection and heaped honors and distinctions upon them. It is therefore evident that the resurgence of Arianism in the East coincided with the persecutions of Catholicism and with a preferential treatment of Jewry. With Gratian set in years of deadly struggle between pagans and Christians, the outcome remained changeable until the Spanish general Theodosius took over the emperorship both in the East as well as the West. Theodosius the Great dealt paganism as well as Arianism, which had risen to new life in the East under the protection of Valens, deadly blows and hence provided Catholicism in the empire with the final victory. It was to be hoped that he would also combat Jewry, but the Hebrews knew how to gain his tolerance at the right hour, under which they wished to extend anew their influence in Roman society. This activity was so dangerous for Holy Church that both the Bishop of Milan, Saint Ambrose, as well as Chrysostom, another of the great fathers of the Church, saw themselves necessitated to conduct an energetic struggle against the Jews as well as against those Christians who secretly furthered the protection of the Jewish cult. Concerning this struggle, the Israelite historian Greets, to whom we will hand over at this point, reports. On Saturdays and the Jewish festivals, many Christians, especially of the female sex, both women of noble birth as well as those of lowly status, were regularly to be encountered in the synagogues. They listened devoutly to the trumpet call on the day of the Jewish New Year, were at the solemn cult of the Day of Atonement and took part in the celebration of the Feast of Tabernacles. The fact that they performed all this behind the back of the Christian clergy and therefore had to beg their neighbors not to betray them, made the matter still more attractive. Against this spontaneous honoring by Christians of Jewish institutions, Chrysostom directed his violent monkish sermons and used all kinds of harsh expressions against them, by his preaching that the synagogues were disgraceful exhibitions, dens of thieves and even worse. This great father of the Church undoubtedly expressed great truths. In fact, if he had uttered them in our days, then he would have been condemned as an anti-Semite by the Jews as well as by the Christian clergy who play into the latter's hands. On the other hand, one sees from this how widespread even in Rome the core of Christians was who outwardly appeared Christian, but in secret practiced the Jewish cult. The Jew Greets describes to us how these kinds of Christians attended the synagogues behind the back of the Catholic clergy, and how they were concerned that their neighbors did not betray them, if they noticed this most suspicious activity. It is therefore natural that the great father of the Church, Chrysostom, thundered against these false Christians, for Holy Church had still not created the institution for their combating and prosecution, namely the Holy Office of the Inquisition. Saint Ambrose, Bishop of Milan, one of the great saints and illustrious Church Fathers, who exercised such a decisive influence upon the emperors Gratian and Theodosius I, and to whom belongs thanks for the final triumph of Holy Church in the Roman Empire, was at that time the most restless and most energetic fighter against the synagogue of Satan. Upon different occasions he condemned the Jews and attempted to prevent them gaining control of the Roman Empire. It was also his heart's wish to prevent them being successful in destroying Holy Church, above all when the usurper Maximus temporarily revealed himself to be lord of half the empire. As Saint Ambrose himself provides evidence, Maximus was a Jew and had attained his crowning as Emperor of Rome by murdering the devout Catholic Gratian. As was to be expected, Maximus supported anew the Jews and pagans who gathered around him. However, he was fortunately defeated by Theodosius in the year 378, as a result of which the hope of the Jews of this time gaining control of the imperium of the Caesars vanished. In order to form an idea of the anti-Jewish zeal and Catholic saintliness that formed the quintessence of Saint Ambrose, we will again allow Maurice, the official and classical historian of Jewry, who enjoys so much prestige and authority with the Hebrews, to speak. With dismay he confirms. Ambrose of Milan was a violent official, who had not the slightest inkling of theology, particularly for this reason, because he was notorious within the church as violent. He was elevated to the rank of bishop. On a certain occasion, when the Christians of Rome had set on fire a synagogue and the usurper Maximus had ordered that the Senate should rebuild it at state expense, Ambrose called him a Jew. When the bishop of Callinicus in North Mesopotamia had caused the synagogue there to be burned by monks, Theodosius commanded that it should be erected at his expense, and punished those who had participated in this deed. 388. Ambrose broke out into a violent rage over this and, in the letter he sent to the emperor upon the occasion, used the harshest and most provocative turns of phrase, so that the monarch saw himself obliged to rescind the command. Ambrose accused the Jews of disregarding and deriding the Roman laws. In connection with this he abused them by saying that they might not provide either emperors or governors from their ranks, that they were refused admittance to the army or senate and they did not even possess the right to sit at table with nobility. The Jews were thus only there to pay high taxes. Apart from other extremely interesting things, the outstanding Israelite Maurice tells us something which awakens our main interest, namely that Saint Ambrose, on account of his reputation for being violent, was elevated to the dignity of bishop. Maurice himself confirms his violence with details which prove his energy in combating Jewry. As we will later expressly prove, the honorary offices of the Church during the times of the apogee of Holy Church, as with those in the times of Saint Ambrose, were entrusted to those who defended the Church most zealously and energetically, especially against its principal enemy, Jewry. This gives an exact explanation for the glorious period of Catholicism in such times. A combative hierarchy, which is conscious of the enemy on the other side, guarantees the possibilities of triumph, whilst a largely non-combative hierarchy, which does not recognize the true danger, coincides exactly with the epochs of weakness and decline of Holy Church. The epochs of Saint Athanasius and the Arianist triumphs coincide with the unmistakable fact that the honorary church offices were bought by indifferent representatives and even by members of the fifth column. The true defenders of the Church were at that time pressed to the wall, disregarded and even persecuted. So it occurred with Athanasius, the great father of the Church, and with all the bishops and clergy who followed him. The same occurs in many places in our time. A great number of clergy and religious dignitaries, who have stood out through their adherence to Christ and their energy in the defense of Holy Church, see themselves humiliated and even persecuted through other clerics who provide communism and Freemasonry with every assistance. Those clergy, who serve the interests of Jewry, strive to purchase the offices of bishops and cardinals when these become vacant, in identical manner as their predecessors in the time of Arius. This concealed maneuver has made possible the Freemasonic and Communist triumphs, so that it already seems as if no one can any longer stop them. By means of these deceptive tactics, of slandering the good and pressing them to the wall, in order to purchase the honorary church offices for the wicked, which fortunately has not been successful in many places, although in others far more so, the fifth column has been able to bring under its control in recent years many positions, which in fact form a minority within the clergy of Holy Church, but have a decisive influence. They form the principal cause why in some lands a more or less considerable part of the Catholic clergy has promoted the revolutionary Freemasonic or Communist movements. As a result, the defense of Catholic governments has been completely crippled, or at least the good patriots frustrated, by being robbed of the support of great sectors of Catholicism and being unconsciously driven into the Freemasonic or Communist revolts. The most recent case of Cuba, in America, speaks volumes in this respect and should be for all the occasion of a deep-reaching study and investigation, since it represents a typical example. The communist and persecutor of the Church, Fidel Castro, was, when he was about to suffer shipwreck, protected by Catholic bishops, and his revolutionary movement was supported by the clerics and bishops with an enthusiasm and zeal which would have been worthy of a better cause. It was this circumstance that in the first place motivated the deeply orthodox Cuban people to commit itself unreservedly to the cause of the communist leader. Thus the latter carried off a triumph, whose desolating result we all know. It is understandable that Saint Ambrose, Bishop of Milan and a great church leader in his time, was dismayed that Theodosius allowed the Jews to overstep the laws of Rome, which blocked admission for them to the Senate as well as allowing them no admittance to the army and to government positions, for he was conscious of the great harm which they could cause Christianity and the empire, if they gained control of the government. A further important fact must be mentioned. The Jews were the initiators and propagandists of the Arian heresy, to which sect many dramatic barbarians from the frontier regions also belonged, of whom the majority, which was an open secret, were inspired by the wish to attack and conquer the Roman Empire. If St. John Chrysostom had lived in our times, then undoubtedly the Jews and their satellites within Christianity would have thrown against them the accusation of being Nazis and disciples of Hitler, just as they do the same with all zealous Catholics who at present wish to protect the Church from the Jewish threat. The Jew Greed says, as we have already quoted elsewhere, in reference to the role which both played in that period of open struggle of Holy Church against the Jews. The chief fanatics against the Jews in that time were John Chrysostom of Antioch and Ambrose of Milan, who attacked the Jews with most extreme violence. Naturally, before Holy Church was able to carry through its final triumph over the synagogue of Satan and Arianism, it had to withstand such critical moments as in our days. We are given vivid details of this in the letter which was signed by 33 of the most well-known bishops. Among these are found the first president of the Ecumenical Council of Constantinople, Saint Meletius of Antioch, the great church father Saint Gregory Nazianzen, who presided over the said Ecumenical Council after the death of Meletius, Saint Basil, likewise father of the church, and other outstanding personages through their reputation and their holiness. From this letter we quote word for word the following paragraphs. The dogmas of religion are distorted and the laws of the Church are turned upside down. The ambition of those who do not fear the Lord reaches out for the honorary offices of the Church, and the office of bishop is offered as prize for the most subtle infamy and in fact with such craft that he who utters the gravest blasphemies is held to be most capable of all for leading the people as bishop. The seriousness of the bishop's office has been lost. There is a lack of shepherds, who conscientiously guard the flock of the Lord. The property of the poor is permanently used by the ambitious for their own advantage and used for gifts to aliens. The true following of the canon has come into forgetfulness. Concerning all this the unbelievers laugh, and those weak in faith hesitate. The faith itself has become doubted. Uncertainty has poured itself over souls, for those who mock the word of God in their maliciousness reflect the true state of affairs, and the voice of the devout is silent. What finds expression by the aforementioned bishops in this memorable letter can in fact be applied to what occurs at present in some dioceses, even if fortunately not in all. However, there are dioceses, above all such in which the fifth column predominates, in which the semi-dophilic prelates are at work in perceptible alliance with Freemasonry and Communism to secure themselves in boldest manner the bishop's office, exactly as the saints quoted reveal. They interfere in the internal affairs of other dioceses, in which devout bishops officiate, and only await their death in order to stretch out their feelers in Rome. By means of deceptive maneuvers and misrepresentations they strive to buy the successors of the vacant dioceses and in fact not only for the most capable, but for the accomplices of the fifth column. In such a way they trample upon the right of those, who on grounds of their virtue and services should occupy bishops' chairs. But in that epoch these saints, who have now been canonized by the Church, managed to save the situation. If they also on their side revealed unnecessary caution and hesitancy, then they nevertheless resolutely opposed the powers of evil and unmasked them publicly. They also pilloried all evil conditions, as we clearly recognize by means of the letter quoted, because as these saintly Church Fathers say, the silence of the good makes possible the victory of the evil. As a result of such clear as well as energetic conduct, Holy Church was able to carry off the triumph over Jewry, paganism, Arianism and other heresies. However, the saints who saved Catholicism in such different times, had to pass along a painful path of suffering, and in fact not only from the side of Jewry, against which they fought with such resolution, but also from the side of those within the clergy, who consciously or unconsciously served the interests of the Jews. We have already seen that Saint Athanasius was persecuted by the bishops adhering to the heresy of the Jew Arius, as also by the emperors standing under the heretical influence. Even two church councils did not call a halt to this, but these that had actually been summoned for the salvation of Catholicism, transformed themselves, once they were controlled by the Arians and turned against the orthodoxy, into veritable heretical councils. And in order to complete the picture, which shows how those saints had to suffer, who like Saint Chrysostom opposed Jewry and heresy with energy and resolution, we take over literally what the biographers of the saints mentioned say. As sources we quote Chrysostom himself as well as the Catholic historians John Cassian, Martyrius and others. What is most astonishing and incomprehensible for us, as for John Cassian and the obscurologist of the 7th century, Martyrius, is, that he, Saint John Chrysostom, was not banished or finally condemned to death by a governor of Decius or Diocletian, but by a band of ambitious and ill-willed bishops. On the other side there were bishops who, while whispering to the weak Arcadius and the raving Eudoxia that John was guilty of insulting their majesty, which meant nothing less than demanding his head, protested that they could not intervene and that the emperor would in fact know what was to be done in such a case, for which naturally no small punishment existed. And why should one not recall the terrible scenes at Caesarea and Cappadocia, when the saint, coming from distant Caucasus, trod the soil there? Tired, exhausted and delirious, with high fever, he was almost torn to pieces by a horde, as he called them himself, of wild monks who were incited by the bishop. And what was worse, they belonged to the protective troop, which should have accompanied the poor banished saint. And while the people wept and as a result showed that it was better that its shepherds, the envy of the local bishop mercilessly pursued the outlawed saint into his refuge, where the magnanimous neighborly love of a noble woman granted him a roof, and they compelled him to continue his march on a night without moonlight over treacherous mountain paths. These were the men, who made Christianity great, who allowed Holy Church to triumph, and saved them from the cunning of their outer and inner foes. At present the same type of Catholics, clergy and laymen, are needed in order to save Christianity and the whole of mankind, who are threatened by communism, Freemasonry and the synagogue of Satan which has instigated the whole conspiracy. The high dignitaries of the Church and the worldly political leaders, who fight for the salvation of Catholicism under such difficult conditions, must be prepared to suffer not only all kinds of attacks from the side of the revolutionary forces of Jewry, but also from the side of the descendants of Judas Iscariot. The latter play within the clergy in this or that form the cards of the forces of Satan, and it is they, who through their high and arrogantly usurped struggle within Holy Church can instigate the most violent, destructive and painful attacks against those who fight for the defense of a Catholicism and their gravely threatened nations. May the Lord God provide faith, resolution and strength to them who, in imitation of Christ, take up the cross in order to follow him in this decisive hour for the fate of the world. Chapter 8. Saint Cyril of Alexandria conquers Nestor and expels the Jews. After the death of Theodosius I, his sons Honorius and Arcadius inherited the throne of the already divided empire, the first in the west and the second in the east. Their policy towards the Jewish enemy was weak, since they completely disregarded the norms of an energetic struggle, such as had been preached by Saint John Chrysostom and by Saint Ambrose. In addition, Arcadius in the east surrounded himself with corrupt advisers, who sold their protection to the Jews Rufinus and Eutropius, who, according to Greeks, showed the Jews most extreme favor. Rufinus was avaricious, and the Jews had already discovered the magic power of gold in order to thaw out the most hardened hearts. As a result various laws favoring the Jews were announced. Among these laws is found that which had already been put in force again through Constantius and confirmed, concerning which Greece asserts. The patriarchs and likewise all synagogue servants were placed equal to the Christian clergy, by their being freed from the heavy burden of the magistracy. What the renowned Jewish historian stresses here, is in fact of the highest importance, for it shows that the Jews had already discovered the power of gold, in order to bribe the Christian and pagan leaders. In reality they had already found this out much earlier, as the example of the Jew Simon the magician proves, who even wished to bribe Saint Peter, or that of the Jewish superintendents, who were successful in buying one of the 12 apostles, that he might betray Jesus. In the course of history the Jews have systematically used the power of gold in order to buy political and religious leaders and to maintain a policy favorable to Jewry. The successors of Judas Iscariot have caused the Church and mankind grave harm by means of this method, and they are to a great part guilty of the misfortune which stands before our door. The protection in the East and tolerance in the West allowed the Jews to collect sufficient strength, which was extremely dangerous, if one takes into consideration that they were the sworn enemies of the Church and of the Empire. Even in our times Jewish evidence has been handed down to us, which provides us with information about the hatred that the Jews fostered against ancient Rome. In the east of the empire Theodosius II, the successor of Arcadius, was attentive to the danger at the correct time and seized upon a series of measures, in order to counteract them and to ward off the Jewish danger in a resolute manner. However, the Jewish historians always record these defensive measures of the Christian states as persecutions which were unleashed through the fanaticism and the anti-Jewish tendency of the Catholic clergy. The Jew Greece speaks about these events as follows. The Middle Ages began for Jewry with Theodosius II, 408–450, a very talented emperor, but guided by monks, and whose weakness granted freedom from punishment to the fanatical zeal of some bishops and fostered cruelty. Edicts of this emperor forbade the Jews to build new synagogues, to celebrate on Thursdays the synagogue service communally for Jews and Christians, and to keep Christian slaves. In addition they contained some other bans of lesser importance. Under this emperor the Patriarchy finally fell. The Patriarchy was an institution which for a long time performed the representation of Jewry in the Roman Empire and in many other places. It had its seat in Jerusalem. What Greece does not mention is the reason the Catholic clergy had for reacting in such a violent manner against the Jews. As in all cases, so here also, the Jewish historians give information concerning the measures that Holy Church or the Catholic monarchs entered upon against them. However, they never mention the occasions the Jews gave to provoke these reactions. In the struggle of the Church against Jewry of that time one must mention the decisive appearance of Saint Cyril of Alexandria. He was the leading spirit in the defense of Catholicism against a new heresy which was led by Nestor and which was on the point of dividing the Church in exactly the same way as the Arian heresy had done. Saint Cyril, the Patriarch of Alexandria, plays at these moments the same role against Nestorianism which previously the great Church Father, Athanasius, had taken up in the struggle against Arianism. Like the latter, Saint Cyril applied himself actively in the defense against Jewry, by his condemning the Jews upon different occasions and combating all their false machinations. The heresy of Nestor divided the episcopate, since various bishops made common cause with the heretical patriarchs. After a long drawn-out struggle, however, Saint Cyril was successful in obtaining the condemnation of Nestor from His Holiness the Pope. At the Third Ecumenical Council which took place later at Ephesus, the heretical bishops were fully defeated and Catholicism triumphed. The spirit of the council in question was naturally Saint Cyril of Alexandria, who had to fight further against the remnants of the heresy, until he could destroy them. In order to obtain knowledge of the conduct of Saint Cyril towards the Jews, let us refer to the words of the Jewish historian Greece, which repeat faithfully the feelings of Jews towards the fathers and saints of the Church. During the rulership of Theodosius in the east and Honorius in the west, the bishop of Alexandria, Cyril, who was remarkable for his quarrelsomeness, his violence and his impetuosity, tolerated the bad treatment of the Jews and expelled them from the city. He aroused the Christian rabble and incited them against the Jews. His excessive fanaticism called his attention to the synagogues, of which he seized possession in the name of Christianity. He drove the Jewish inhabitants half-naked out of the city, which had previously served them as home. Without his being able to be hindered, Cyril gave their property free for plundering by the mob, as indeed the latter always thirsts for enrichment. In its turn, The Jewish Castilian Encyclopedia already quoted states under the word Cyril in this reference. Cyril, saint, of Alexandria, patriarch, 376–444, was practically the master of Alexandria, from whence he drove out the non-Christian populace. In the year 415 he commanded the expulsion of the Jews, in spite of the protests of the imperial prefect, Orestes. All church histories agree with one accord, that, although Saint Cyril had a fighting nature, he nevertheless possessed a moderate and conciliatory nature. He was, in the complete meaning of the word, an absolutely virtuous man and therefore deserved to be canonized. What the Jewish historians who, like Greeks or the official encyclopedists of Jewry, stand in such high regard with the Jews, say about all those who dare to fight against the destructive activity of the Israelites, provides an idea to what degree they degrade and pollute the memory even of the most magnificent saints of the Church. That Saint Cyril drove the Jews half-naked out of Alexandria and is said to have left their goods to the mob for plundering, sounds improbable for all those who know the history of this saint well. The fact was that Alexandria had long been transformed into the principal center of the Jewish conspiracy against Holy Church in the empire. This city was the principal center of Jewish Gnosticism, and from there radiated every kind of subversive idea directed against the existing order. It cannot therefore be remarkable that Saint Cyril, who was conscious of the Jewish threat, resolved to extirpate this cancerous tumor. So he expelled the Jews from the city, just as after him in other lands excellent defenders of Christianity have had to do. If one knows the events as well as the blameless leadership of the saint, then it appears more credible that he made all necessary provisions that this expulsion should take place under humane conditions, and that he disapproved of every excess and abuse which was committed by the masses on grounds of Jewish perfidy. The Jewish historian describes further the bloody episodes in the struggle conducted by Saint Cyril and the Christians against the Jews. Among other things Greece asserts, the prefect Orestes, who was very concerned at the barbaric treatment of the Jews, lacked the power to protect them. He merely pulled himself together to lay complaint against the bishop. However, Cyril won the case before the court of Constantinople. What now occurred after the expulsion of the Jews in Alexandria gives a proof of how great the fanaticism of this bishop was. Not far from the city there was a mountain, which was called Mount Nitra, where lived an order of monks whose desire to acquire the crown of martyrdom had transformed them into a pack of wild beasts. Goaded by Cyril, these monks threw themselves upon Orestes and stoned him as punishment for his not having approved the expulsion of the Jews. Only when they had half killed him did they leave off attacking him. The same fanatical band cut up into pieces the body of the celebrated philosopher Hypatia, who had astonished the world through his deep knowledge, his eloquence and his purity. The Catholic clergy at this time, who certainly knew what importance the terrible Jewish problem had, and who possessed an exhaustive knowledge of the Jewish conspiracy against the Church in the Empire, threw themselves without hesitation into the fight in order, as good shepherds, to defend their sheep against the cunning of the wolf. But the Jews always exaggerate in their history books what had occurred by inserting hair-raising passages with the aim of discrediting Catholicism and the saints defending the Church. As we have seen in addition, all these stories described in exaggerated and striking terms, serve to educate the Jewish youth and to inoculate into them from birth onwards a satanic hatred towards the Church and its clergy. Thus they breed an unquenchable lust for revenge, which expresses itself at the first opportunity offered in the burning down of monasteries, destruction of churches, cruel slaughtering of priests and all kinds of violence against the Christians. It is beyond doubt that, if Cyril had lived in our time, then he would not only have been condemned on account of anti-Semitism, but he would also have been abused of being a war criminal, Nazi and the like. The Jews believe that they possess the right to agitate against the peoples, to cause them to bleed in civil wars and to commit every kind of crime and infamy, without receiving the deserved punishment for this. But if anyone restrains them with the energy of such as Saint Cyril and punishes their excesses in a just manner, then they heap imprecations on him and attempt to lower his respect before men. Not even after death do they pardon him, as the example of this excellent saint of the Catholic Church teaches us. It is interesting to read the description by Greeks of how the Israelites at that time celebrated the feast of Purim of Queen Esther. On this day the Jews were accustomed, in the midst of the joyous feast, to hang up on a stage the figure of Haman, their arch-enemy, and his gibbet, which, after their burning of him, took on accidentally or intentionally the form of a cross. Naturally, the Christians complained that their religion was being profaned, and Emperor Theodosius II commanded the provincial governor to bring about a cessation of this activity. In spite of severe punishments threatened for this, it was nevertheless not successful in preventing such acts. Upon one occasion this carnival entertainment, as it is reported, had terrible consequences. The Jews of Mestar, a small place in Syria, which is situated between Antioch and Chalcis, had erected one of these gallows for Haman. The Christians at once accused them of having hanged a Christian child, crucifying him on it and whipping him to death. The emperor gave the command, in the year 415, to punish those responsible. This, the highly renowned, authorized Israelite historian Greets, standing in such high regard with the Jews, calls enjoyment and carnival entertainment. One can easily imagine the alarm that was caused by such kind of Jewish conduct among the Christians. Just as at present in the Soviet Union and other communist lands, the sacrifices, blasphemies and political assassinations committed by communist Jews would provoke the Christians there, had they not been enslaved and made incapable of defending themselves. In contrast to the temples of other religions, the synagogues do not restrict themselves to holding religious services. They are far more assembly places, in order to discuss and approve political decisions. They are the chief centers of the Jewish conspiracy, from whence every kind of measures take their outlet, which aim at the conquest of peoples which with good will grant them hospitality. In these measures the exerting of economic pressure is also planned, in order to rob the Christians and Gentiles of their wealth, which the Jews believe belongs to them by divine right. How right the great Church Father John Chrysostom was to call the synagogues infamous exhibitions, thieves' dens and even worse. The aforementioned Israelite historian does not dare to mention this. It is therefore understandable that the Catholic clergy at that time, conscious of the danger that they represented for Christianity and the Empire, accordingly strove to close down those centers of conspiracy and infamy. Besides the measures already referred to, which the clergy introduced for this purpose, it is worth mentioning what occurred on the island of Minorca, which at that time was a Roman possession, and of which Greece says, that Severus, the bishop there, set on fire the synagogues on the island and drove the Jews through the streets with blows, as a result of which he was successful in leading many of them to Christianity. This last mentioned measure was a grave error, since the conversions, as the renowned Israelite historian Cecil Roth elaborates, were pretended, and the Jews secretly adhered to their old religion. Thus the number of underground Jews was increased, who certainly practiced the Christian religion outwardly, but in truth formed the Jewish fifth column in the bosom of Holy Church. It was the cause of most heresies, to which it provided aid and stimulation. A further, very holy opponent of the Jews was at that time the famous ascetic and Saint Simon Stylita, Simon Stylites, wh 0, an account of the rigorous penances he observed during all his life, was very well known. Hanging for several years on a pillar, he mortified himself and did penance out of love of God. His example and his preachings had the consequence that several nomad tribes originating from Arabia confessed to Christianity. On account of his saintliness he stood in high esteem with Emperor Theodosius II, with whom he always made intercession for all those persecuted. In the controversies between the Catholic Church and the heretics he made his influence felt in favor of orthodoxy. How great must have been the malice of the Jews and the intrigues of their synagogues, if this man, who represented the incarnation of neighborly love and was in the extreme a mediator and protector of the persecuted, who was canonized by the Church as a saint and was famed on account of his penances as well as representing a model for youth, made an exception in his peaceful life concerning Judaism and intervened energetically in the decisive struggle unleashed against the synagogue of Satan. In connection with this saint, Greets informs us that, when the Christians of Antioch took away their synagogues from the Jews, which occurred as requital on account of the Christian child killed by the Jews at Mestar at the feast of Purim, The prefect of Syria described to the emperor this expropriation of the synagogues in such an impressive manner that he succeeded in getting Theodosius to, despite his priestly fanaticism, to order the inhabitants of Antioch to return the same, which greatly vexed Saint Simon Stylites. On this matter the noted Jewish historian Maurice expresses himself as follows. This decision was, however, disputed by Simon Stylites, who led the life of a rigorous asceticism in a kind of stall not far from Antioch. From the top of his pillar he had rejected the world, however, his hatred of the Jews was sufficient to move him to interfere in earthly things. Scarcely had he received knowledge of the command of Theodosius relating to the return of the looted synagogues, than he immediately addressed an arrogant letter to the emperor, in which he informed him that he recognized God alone, and no other, as Lord and Emperor, and begged him to lift the edict. Theodosius could offer no resistance to such intimidation. In the year 423 he revoked his command and even displaced the Syrian prefect, who had raised his voice in favor of the Jews. What has been elaborated in the last chapters, gives us proof of the capability of the clergy and of the saints of the Church, who made possible the triumph of Christianity in the face of the deadly enemies of the Church and mankind. The present Ecumenical Council of Vatican II will therefore offer a splendid opportunity for the success of the present clergy in moving at the same heights as those who in those times were capable of saving Holy Church in the midst of so many catastrophes, and who allowed it to triumph in the face of so many enemies. This is extremely urgent, since in fact the communist danger, which threatens to drag everything with it, can only be banished if and when the clergy of Holy Church and the temporal leaders attain that moral fighting courage and that spirit of sacrifice which inspired the Catholic hierarchies during the first centuries of Christianity. If one does not react energetically in this sense, then it is completely possible that God may punish us with the worldwide triumph of communism and the resultant catastrophe for Christianity. St. Augustine, St. Jerome and other Church Fathers condemn the Jews. St. Jerome, the great Church Father, wished to study the Bible in its original sources and therefore undertook seriously to acquire a deep knowledge of the Hebrew language. So he came into contact with such outstanding Jews as Bar Canina, but in spite of the personal friendship that the saint had with distinguished Hebrews, his conduct towards Jewry rested upon complete rejection. One can say the same of the most illustrious Church Father and Bishop of Hippo, St. Augustine. Our information will be taken from the texts of Jewish authors of undisputed authority in Jewish circles, so that there is no risk of these sources being branded anti-Semitic. With reference to St. Jerome and St. Augustine, the Israelite historian Maurice expressly states the following, initially referring to St. Jerome. After his enemies had accused him on grounds of his Judaic studies of being infected with heresy, Jerome proved to them his orthodoxy, by affirming his hatred for the Jews. If I had to give expression to my contempt for individuals and the nation, I would detest the Jews with a hatred difficult to put into words. But Jerome was not the only one who thought thus. His views were shared by a younger contemporary, the Church Father Augustine. This confession of belief with regard to hatred towards the Jews was not the opinion of a definite author but an oracle for the whole of Christianity, which hastily accepted the writings of the Church Fathers, who were revered as saints. In later times this mode of thought led to that practice by kings who invented instruments of torture for the Jews and erected the stake in order to burn them. Here Maurice gives a résumé of the policy that was followed by Holy Church and Catholicism more than 1,000 years ago. What he is naturally silent about is what the grounds were that compelled the Church, its more outstanding saints, the Church Fathers, popes and councils, to take refuge in this kind of defense. Whoever has experienced the slaughtering of Christians and the desecrations of the Church that have been carried out by pagans and heretics instigated by the Jews, whoever has been eyewitness of the crimes committed by the Jews themselves, and as we know of the crimes, which have been perpetrated by the Israelites in Soviet Russia and the communist lands, it is not difficult for us to imagine, that in the face of such an extremely dangerous and criminal foe, against a foe who threatens humanity as well as religion, and both Holy Church as well as other civilized institutions, the right of self-defense exists, and that one seizes upon such extraordinary measures as the infamy of the enemy in fact demands. Chapter 9. The Barbarian Invasion, a Triumph of the Aryan Jews. The renowned Jewish historian Narcissus Levin, in his work 50 Years of History, The Universal Jewish Alliance, to which we will refer later in more depth, points out among other things that, when the Church triumphed in the Roman Empire and was transformed into the official religion, it guided the forces of the empire against the Jews, and that it persecuted the Jews who openly confessed their religion as well as those who had passed over to Christianity through baptism. He says further, honorary rights, Jew honorum, were taken from them, and even the baptized were excluded from the higher offices and a military career. Upon pain of death they were forbidden to carry on trade with Christians and town slaves, even if the latter were pagans. Justinian went so far as not to recognize the evidence of Jews against Christians as proof in the courts of law. In conclusion, the Israelite historian says that these orders were summarized in the codices of Theodosius II and Justinian, but that they lost their power with the barbarian invasion. The East Empire preserved and renewed them. In the Western Empire the barbarian invasion halted the persecution. The interesting part about the legislation enacted in Catholic Rome lies in the fact that the hierarchies of the empire and of Holy Church were in harmony, to exclude not only the declared Jews, but also those baptized, from the higher offices and a military career. This reveals that the Jews and their descendants who had gone over to Christianity were excluded from leading positions of state and the army despite their baptism. The grounds for such measures become evident, if one takes into consideration that other authorized Jewish historians like Greetz and Cecil Roth openly admit that the conversions of the Hebrews to Christianity were feigned. Although they confessed outwardly to the said religion, they were secretly just as much Jews as before, and among these false Christians the secret cult of Judaism was passed on by father to son, although the latter were baptized and outwardly lived like Christians. On the basis of such facts it is understandable that the imperial authorities, who certainly knew that the conversion of the Jews was in almost all cases only a farce and baptism the same, included in their measures the descendants of Jews, even if they had received water of baptism. These defensive measures without doubt formed a distant forerunner of the famous laws or statutes for ethnic purity, by means of which in some lands Catholics of Jewish origin were removed from the leading positions of the state and honorary offices of the Holy Catholic Church. These laws for ethnic purity were approved by Popes Paul III, Paul IV and others. These were approved as means of preventing the false Christians, who were secretly Jews, from infiltrating further into the clergy. This means that these false Christians were regarded as a Jewish fifth column introduced into the bosom of the Church, the principal cause of the triumph of heresy and subsequently of the Freemasonic and Communist revolutions, as we shall when the opportunity presents itself. The position of the Jews on the eve of the decline of the Roman Western Empire is described to us by the Israelite Greeks as follows. The fanaticism of Theodosius II was also alive in the emperor of the Western Empire, Honorius, and his absurd laws. Both placed the Jews in that abnormal position in which the then developing, new Germanic states found them. It was already no longer permitted the Jews, as was previously the case, to occupy public offices or to obtain military ranks. The historian and great friend of the Jews, José Amador de los Rios, says, in commenting upon the situation of the Jews in the empire after the Iliberian Council, the situation that the fathers of the Iliberian Council created by virtue of such legal ideas, could not be more awkward and distressing for the sons of Israel. Inspired without doubt by the same spirit that is reported to us at the end of that century, as the Lyre of Prudence reveals, these church fathers gave a striking example of the regrettable animosity which that host of unfortunate Jewish believers all over the world encounters, upon whose shoulders rests the terrible accusation of deicide. Such Jewish and Semitophilic historians lament the situation of the Jews in the last days of the Roman world. However, they are careful not to mention the true reasons which placed them in that situation. It is worthy of note that Catholicism attained its complete triumph in the empire exactly at that time when the Jewish beast was enchained, a highly significant coincidence. Therefore the invasion of the Teutonic Aryans was for the Jews a great triumph, albeit it only a temporary one. The northern Teutonic tribes, standing under the influence of the Aryan sects, in fact pursued a policy of friendship and alliance with the Israelites, which was opposed to that observed by the triumphant Catholics in the Roman Empire. On the basis of this circumstance, the situation of the Jews and Catholics in the Western Empire altered with the invasion of the barbarians into the Western Empire. The former clambered once more upon the ladder of power and of influence, while the Catholics, especially in some districts, had to suffer the cruelest persecutions. Some assure us that the Jews encouraged the Teutonic leaders to fall upon the empire, and that they were even helpful to them with the carrying out of the conquest. We have had no time to set up an exact investigation concerning this point, but in the Jewish Castilian Encyclopedia we find something very interesting. Under the reference word Arianism, which refers to the good treatment of the Jews on the part of the Arian intruders, the following is stated. As a consequence of the tolerant treatment shown them by the invaders, the Hebrews declared their solidarity with them, the Arians, in their wars against the Catholic monarchies. Thus they took an active part in the defense of Arles, 508, against Clovis, the king of the Franks, and in that of Naples, 537, against Justinian. The Jewish historian, Greetz, remarks in addition that, in Italy, since the time of the Republic, the existence is known of Jews, who enjoyed full political rights until these were taken away from them by the Christian emperors. They, the Jews, probably viewed the fall of Rome with great satisfaction and were delighted when they saw that the city, which had guided the fates of the world, was transformed into the booty of the barbarians and subject to the derision of the whole world. It is evident that the Jews are not willing to admit that they bear a great part of the guilt for the destruction of the Roman Empire and for the catastrophe that this signified for civilization. But the pleasure they felt at the fall of Rome, and the general confirmation that they felt a solidarity with the Arian barbarians in their wars against the Catholic monarchies, reminds us that the principal Catholic monarchy against which the Teutonic disciples of Arius fought was in fact the Roman Empire of the West. In order to illuminate the historical truth and define the responsibilities, one must strive to gain a profile of this and at the same time take into consideration that the destruction of the then prevailing order and its replacement by one that favored them suited no one more than the Jews. Almost all Teutonic tribes penetrating into the empire were Arian. Among the few exceptions stand out the Franks, who embraced Christianity from the beginning. Speaking of the political change that took place with the invasions of the barbarians, the Felisimite J. Amador de los Rios says the following in relation to the Iberian Peninsula. It was in this way that, when Arian tolerance had made the way free to a hitherto unknown prosperity, the Israelite community on Iberian soil became stronger during the first epochs of the Visigoth rule. Thanks to their intelligence and their wealth they attained no less favor and importance and came to enjoy the exercise of public offices, which provided Jewry with unusual regard within the Republic. In his turn, the Jewish historian Cecil Roth refers to the fact that the Arian Visigoths favored the Jews, in contrast to the Catholics, whom they persecuted. The Jewish historian Greetz gives us an example which proves what good conditions the Jews enjoyed in the lands conquered by the Nordic Aryans, in contrast to that under which they lived in the Catholic kingdoms. He relates to us at first that, in the then Catholic Byzantine Empire, one of the emperors drove the Jews out of their synagogue and converted it into the Church of the Mother of God, and that in the midst of such persecutions the Jews had then to drag the sacred vessels of the Temple of Solomon from one place to another, until they were conveyed to Carthage, which was then under the rule of the Arian Vandals. Greetz then continues. They remained there almost a century, and it was with great sorrow that the Jews of the Byzantine capital witnessed their translation to Constantinople by the conqueror of the Vandal kingdom, Belisarius. With triumphant cries, the Jewish trophies were dragged away together with Gelimer, the prince of the Vandals and grandson of Genseric, as well as the treasure of the unfortunate monarch. During the disintegration of the Roman Western Empire by the Arian barbarians, the Jews devoted themselves in great style to the slave trade. In this respect the Jew Greetz affirms that the repeated invasion of the barbaric tribes and the countless wars caused the number of prisoners to rise, and the Jews carried on a lively slave trade, although they were not the only ones to do so. It is worth noting that the Jews played a main role in the slave trade in the course of history, and that in the 17th and 18th centuries they were the principal traders in this disgraceful business. They seized the unfortunate Negroes in Africa and mercilessly dragged them away from their homesteads, in order to sell them in various parts of the world, especially in America, as slaves. Chapter 10. Catholic Victory. The conquest by the East Roman Empire of great territories controlled by the Arian barbarians, as well as the conversion to Catholicism of all Teutonic princes who previously belonged to the sects of the Jew Arius, once again altered the situation in Europe. With the triumph gained by Catholicism over this heresy, there naturally arose a new situation for the Jews, which brought with it the loss of their privileged position and prevented them from further harassing the Christians. It must be remarked that Arian control over the immigrant Teutonic tribes was weak, since it fundamentally depended upon the conversion and loyalty of their leaders to the heresy. When the latter were now gained for Catholicism through the restless evangelizing labor of Holy Church, Arianism received its death blow. It is hardly surprising that, following all the abuses and excesses committed by the Jews while they were protected by the heresy, its collapse led to a truly anti-Jewish reaction in the lands newly conquered for the Church of Rome. Even José Amador de los Rios, who was so favorable to the Jews, after mentioning the fact that the Jews in the Arian epoch scaled the government posts and were able to obtain an unusual influence, allowing them, contrary to the decision of the Liberian Council which had been made a dead letter by the Arians, to keep Christian slave girls and concubines, says the following. Such esteemed prerogatives, denied to the Spanish Latin people by the Visigoths, in flat contradiction to the decisions of the Liberian Council, may have flattered the pride of the descendants of Judah for a while, demonstrating their superiority, but they nevertheless gravely endangered their future when Catholic doctrine arose victorious over the errors of Arius. On the other hand, the Jews attempted in every manner to prevent the triumph of the Catholic armies. Thus, in the case of the Ostrogoth Empire established in Italy, where the Jews had already begun to have conflicts with Theodoric, we see how, at the threat of an invasion by the Catholic Emperor Justinian, they resolutely stood by their Arian friend, King Theodotus, Theodoric's successor, with tenacity and fanaticism. Later, when the armies of Justinian attacked Naples, the inhabitants of the city divided into two parties, of which one wished for capitulation and the other war. In this case the party resolved upon war was not willing to sacrifice itself for the Ostrogoths, who according to Greeks were hated throughout Italy. And on this point the Jewish historian stresses. Only the Jews and two legal scholars, Pastor and Asclepiades, who had risen high thanks to the influence of the Ostrogoth kings, opposed the surrender of the city to the Byzantine general. The Jews that were rich and patriotic, offered their lives and their property for the defense of the city. And to dispel any concern about the shortage of provisions, they promised to supply Naples during the siege with every necessity. Given the extensive nature of this work, it is not possible for us to quote further examples of this kind, but there is no doubt that the Jews everywhere desperately attempted to prevent the triumph of Catholicism over Arianism. In relation to what occurred after the decisive victory of Holy Church, events in the Visigoth kingdom speak for themselves. It had been the most mighty monarchy that the Arian barbarians had managed to found, it had been regarded as the principal bastion of Arianism, and it had been there, as we have seen, that the Hebrews had succeeded in rising to government posts and gaining such privileged influence. The Jewish historian Cecil Roth notes that, after the Visigoths had gone over to Catholicism, they began to show the traditional zeal of neophytes. The Jews immediately suffered the unpleasant consequences of such zeal. When, in the year 589, Richard came to the throne, ecclesiastical legislation began to be applied to them down to the smallest details. His successors were not so strict, but when Sisbutus ascended the throne, 612–620, a narrow-minded fanaticism predominated. Perhaps goaded by the Byzantine Emperor Heraclius, he passed an edict in the year 616, in which he commanded all Jews of the kingdom to take baptism under threat of banishment and the loss of all their goods. According to the Catholic chroniclers, 90,000 embraced the Christian faith. In the Byzantine Empire, Measures were also approved which aimed at converting the Jews to Christianity. The Jewish Castilian Encyclopedia says that Justinian ordered the reading of the Torah, Bible, in Greek, hoping for the conversion of the Jews by this method, and in 532 he declared null and void every testimony made by a Jew against a Christian. This measure was later raised to a law almost everywhere in Christendom, having as its logical foundation the fact that the Jews, feeling themselves justified in lying to Christians and Gentiles, provided such widespread false witness that it would have been puerile to give credit to them. For this reason, any testimony made by a Jew against a Christian was denied judicial validity, as it had been proved in the course of centuries that lies and deception are one of the Jews' most utilized and effective weapons. All these measures, which the Christian states introduced, in order to achieve the conversion of the Jews, ranging from peaceful persuasion to force, originated from the apostolic fervor of Holy Church, eager to guide unbelievers to the true religion. Simultaneously both Holy Church as well as the Catholic states recognized the vital necessity of putting an end to the synagogue of Satan, which was in fact a group of foreigners infiltrated into the Christian states, ever conspiring against both church and state. It was a permanent danger both for the stability of its institutions as also for the defense of those peoples against their external foes. And this especially as the Jews have always shown themselves quick to betray any country kind enough to offer them hospitality, providing support to foreign invaders and undermining the very heart of the unfortunate nation that offered them shelter, should it suit their selfish interests. One way of solving such a tremendous problem seemed to be that of eliminating the unwholesome sect of Jewry by converting them to the Christian faith. As a result of their ceasing to be Jews and joining the people in whose lands they lived by incorporation into the Catholic religion, not only would that strange fifth column disappear, which represents a danger for every nation, but the salvation of their souls would also be attained by faith in our divine Redeemer. These were the grounds that moved the very Catholic Visigoth king Sisbetos to order the Jews in his kingdom to receive baptism under pain of banishment and confiscation of their goods. These were the same motives that inspired the no less Christian Byzantine emperor, Basil I, the Macedonian, 867–885, when he compelled the Jews to accept the waters of baptism, offering those who agreed to this demand all kinds of honors and tax exemptions. Unfortunately all these measures failed, since the Jews, as the Israelite historian Cecil Roth assures us, only feigned the conversions, in order in secret to continue to adhere to the Jewish religion. Because of this, the contingent of the fifth column within the bosom of Holy Church was vastly augmented. The Jewish Encyclopedia says that with the conversion carried out in the times of the Emperor Basil, more than 1,000 communities saw themselves compelled to accept baptism. However, after the death of the emperor, they returned to their primitive religion. The conversion of the Jews in the Visigoth kingdom, which was carried out at the time of Sisbetos to a massive extent, provided no better results. The Jew Cecil Roth says, "The notorious infidelity of the newly converted as well as their descendants continued to form, up to the Arab attack in the year 711, one of the greatest problems of Visigoth policy. All measures were also in vain, which were introduced against the unfaithfulness of those converted from Judaism and their descendants. Naturally, these false Christians were subjected to a strict attention on the part of the government offices, which, as the same Jewish historian assures us, went so far as to separate those suspect from their sons, so as to bring the latter up in an unpoisoned Christian atmosphere. As soon as the watchfulness of the government was relaxed, the recently converted seized the opportunity to return to their original belief." Roth ends these observations by concluding that all these occurrences initiated the Marrano tradition on the Iberian Peninsula, in other words, the tradition of clandestine Jewry in Christian dress. The popes and many Christian kings were alarmed by these insincere converts who were on the point of overwhelming Holy Church, and therefore introduced various measures in order to prevent and prohibit Jews from being forcefully converted. Among others, we can quote those which the Jewish Castilian Encyclopedia refers to, which says the following in this connection. Leo V the philosopher, Byzantine emperor, son of Basil, re-established religious freedom for the purpose of preventing the appearance of false Christians. Pope Saint Gregory recognized this problem in all its magnitude as well as the extraordinary danger the false converts represented for Holy Church. He therefore passed a definite prohibition of the persecution of the Jews or of compelling them to become converted in any kind of form. The bishops followed these instructions and opposed everything that might signify a compulsory conversion of the Jews, albeit reducing the latter to powerlessness, so that they could not infiltrate and poison Christian society. The Jewish historian Maurice makes an interesting commentary in connection with these measures. But the tolerance even of the most liberal bishops had no great significance. They merely abstained from any proselytism that involved threats of banishment or death, because they were convinced that by these means the Church would be populated with false Christians who would curse it in their innermost heart. But they did not hesitate to chain and harass the Jews, nor to place them on the same level as slaves on the social ladder. This kind of behavior appeared completely justified and pious to almost all representatives of Christianity during the centuries of barbarism. Here the Jewish historian summarizes one of the aspects of the new policy that several popes of Holy Church were to pursue during the Middle Ages. Convinced of the fact that it was dangerous to compel the Jews to conversion by means of persecution or threats, they strove to prevent such enforced conversions. They even declared it as anti-canonical. At the same time they undertook energetic measures against the false converts and their descendants, the false Judaizing Christians. Some popes and kings permitted the Jews to practice their religion openly, treating them tolerantly and even granting them protection against unjust attacks, but this kind of new policy also failed against the malice and perfidy of Jewry, which, far from thanking the goodness of such popes, did not hesitate to exploit this leniency, in order to plan and prepare every kind of conspiracy against the Church and the state. This stiff-neckedness soon forced the popes to alter their policy and to try to prevent the unleashed Jewish beast from devastating everything. Thus they attempted to enchain the latter anew, so that the Jews could cause no further harm. This is the true explanation of that which might seem to be a contradictory policy with respect to the Jews, which the various popes have carried out. It is therefore understandable that, when it was revealed that the measures of tolerance towards the foe revealed catastrophic results, they recognized the urgent necessity of seizing upon energetic measures to save Christianity from the cunning of the synagogue of Satan. Unfortunately, this fluctuation in the policy of the Christian hierarchies was in the long run harmful to Holy Church Christianity. If they had followed without interruption the energetic action directed against Judaism by the fathers of the Church as well as by many popes and councils, then perhaps in time the threat of Jewish imperialism, which at present threatens to overwhelm everything, would have been banished. Chapter 11. The Third Council of Toledo removes the Jews from public offices. With the conversion of the Visigoth king Richard from Arianism to Catholicism, the sect of the Juarius received a decisive blow, since, as already stated, the Visigoth Empire was the bastion of the heresy. At that time the tragic memories and wounds opened by the bloody persecution unleashed by the Arian Leovigild against the Catholics were still felt. In this persecution the Jews had participated in a cruel way, so that in Gothic Spain there was a widespread resentment of the Catholic people against the Congregation of Israel. It is understandable therefore that, after the Visigoth princes had abjured the Arian heresy and adopted Catholicism, a series of corresponding measures were seized upon, in order to command a halt to the dominating expansion of Jewry. The Judeophile historian José Amador de los Rios recognizes in this respect that the doors to the public offices stood open to the Hebrews, the occupying of which they had to thank the Arian kings for. Through marriage they could infiltrate into the Christian family, which considerably improved their position and their wealth and in the future secured them no small influence within the state. Made dizzy by their prosperity and their power, they had perhaps taken some part in the last and most painful persecution carried out by the Arians against the Catholics during the reign of Leovigild. The fear of the Toledo Fathers, who knew of the importance of the Catholic triumph and the cause represented by them, was therefore no objectionable and childish suspicion. Inspired by the example of the Liberian Synod, they set themselves to bridle the Jews, reducing them to impotence against the Christians. Among the canons passed by the Third Council of Toledo for this purpose, Canon 14 stands out in account of its importance. which states the following concerning the Jews. No public offices shall be conferred on them by virtue of which they could impose penalties on Christians. This statute of the Holy Catholic Church has its complete justification, since the Jews always misuse the government posts that they acquire within peoples who have offered them hospitality, in order to cause the Christians damage in this or that form. It is completely beyond doubt that, if the metropolitans and bishops of the said Toledo Council had lived in our days, they would have been accused of a cruel anti-Semitism by the Jewish fifth column which has crept into the Catholic clergy. The prelates of the Third Council of Toledo likewise ordained that if Christians have become polluted with the Jewish rite or circumcision, the former should be reinstated without any kind of reprisal into a position of freedom and in the Christian religion. The aforementioned historian J. Amador de los Rios, commenting upon other anti-Jewish statutes of the Holy Council, says the following. In recommending these repressive measures to be carried, as a principal point and one of major importance, the Council Fathers were seeking to follow the intentions of the Council of Elvira, denying the Hebrews any alliance and mixing with the Hispanic Latin race, just as with the Visigothic people previously and for a long time afterwards mixing was not permitted to the peoples ruled by them. Among the statutes passed by the said Toledo Council were found those that refused the Jews the right to buy Christian slaves. They agree perfectly with the statutes passed by His Holiness Pope Saint Gregory the Great. This pope not only violently opposed the forcible conversions of Jews and any kind of oppression that could force them to convert as false Christians, but decisively forbade them to buy Christian slaves. He also energetically combated every manifestation of clandestine Judaism practiced by those who passed themselves off in public as Christians. In this respect, the Jewish historian Greets quotes a very interesting case, writing about Pope Saint Gregory. He says, having learned that a certain Jew named Nazis had erected an altar in Elijah, probably a well-known synagogue under that name, on the island of Sicily, and that Christians met there to celebrate the divine services, Jewish, Gregory commanded the prefect Libertinus to tear down the building and to impose corporal punishment on Nazis for this offense. Gregory ruthlessly persecuted the Jews who bought Christian slaves or possessed them. In the Empire of the Franks, where fanaticism had still not taken root, there was no ban forbidding the Jews to take part in the slave trade. Indignant at this, Gregory wrote to King Theodoric, Dietrich, of Burgundy, King Theodobert of Austrasia, and likewise to Queen Brunhilda, whereby he gave expression to his astonishment that they allowed the Jews the possession of Christian slaves. With great zeal he admonished them to alter this evil state and to liberate the true believers from the violence of their foes. The Visigoth king Richard, who had subjected himself to the Holy See, was flattered by Gregory in such grand style that he promulgated an edict of intolerance. One sees from this that the measures for restraining the Jews that were approved by the Visigoth Richard were, according to the Jew Greets, inspired by no less than Pope Saint Gregory the Great, who attempted for a time in vain to gain the Jews through kindness and tolerance. It is likewise interesting to note that Pope Saint Gregory the Great, whilst rejecting forced conversions, cherished the hope of evangelizing the Hebrews by peaceful means. Although he knew that in general the conversions were feigned and insincere, he hoped at least that the children of the conversos might be sincerely rooted in Christianity. In this respect our Jewish historian clearly states concerning Saint Gregory. However, he was not deceived into thinking that converts obtained in this way were loyal Christians, but he reckoned upon their descendants. If we do not gain them, then we will at least gain their sons. As our writer said, and it is highly worthy of note, even Pope Saint Gregory the Great, of such illustrious memory in the history of the Church, knew that the conversions of the Jews to Christianity were insincere, and what he aimed at with them was to win over their already Christian-educated sons. Unfortunately, the malice and perfidy of Jewry always causes the most apparently logical calculations to fail. As we have already seen in Chapter 2 of Part 4, the Jewish historian Cecil Roth confirms that Marianism, that is clandestine Judaism, is characterized by the transmission by parents to children of the secret Jewish religion, hidden under the appearances of a Christianity practiced in public by the Marranos. For this reason, the calculations of all the hierarchies of the Church and of the Christian states, based on the idea that even if the conversions are pretended and false, one could nevertheless convert the descendants of the conversos into good Christians, have failed lamentably throughout the centuries, as we shall analyze further in good time. Chapter 12. The Fourth Toledo Council declares the bishops and clergy supporting the Jews to be blasphemers and excommunicates them. One of the principal reasons for the slow but constant triumph of Jewish imperialism in the last 1900 years has been the short memory of Christians as well as pagans, who were always inclined to forget the past, and did not take into consideration that history is the instructor of life. The Jews were always able to gain control of the government offices and obtain great influence within Christian society, if they were successful by application of their indescribable skill in deceiving their neighbors, in attaining the confidence of Christian potentates, whether churchly or worldly. This so greatly desired power was used by them in order to cause harm to those of generous heart, who had opened door and gates to them, since now they conspired with greater prospect of success against Holy Church or the Christian states. Thus we see that, once Ricard had died and the motives had been forgotten which justified the exclusion of Jews from public offices, the latter were again permitted to exercise these and they were permitted to fall back again into their wicked practices, which had brought about the just punitive measures of the Third Toledo Council. In this manner they represented a new grave problem in the Gothic kingdom. When therefore in the year 612 Sysbutus was elected through the votes of the Visigoth potentates and with approval of the episcopate, he first attempted to call a halt to the abuses of the Jews by putting into effect the canon of the Third Toledo Council, which, because of neglect or yielding by the previous government, was no longer practiced, and by likewise most energetically refusing the Jews the right of being able to buy Christian slaves. J. Amador de los Rios confirms as follows: Sysbutus, firm in his efforts to separate the Jewish race from the Christian, by his removing every power of the former over the latter, commanded that the crown should permit the return of all incomes, gains or presents which they had accumulated through deceiving the kings before him. The historian in question reveals that Sysbutus with his zeal to put into application the statutes of Ricard in their entire extent, gained for himself the approval of the episcopate and the applause of Catholics and, conversely, the tenacious opposition of the Israelites, who already showed the hard attributes of Jewish infamy. Finally, Sysbutus resolved to grasp the evil by its roots, and to remove from the imperium this community of disgraceful aliens, who left in peace neither the Visigoth nation nor the Hispanic Latin believers and hence represented a lasting threat for church and state. He therefore announced a fulminant edict, which uttered the expulsion of all members of the Jewish race from the kingdom. However, he committed the cardinal blunder of excluding from the statute those who confessed to Catholicism, so that the majority preferred to remain and allow themselves to be baptized. As the Jewish historian Cecil Roth has reported, such conversions were pretended and consequently only served to replace Judaism practiced in public as their religion by one cultivated in secret, as a result of which a strengthened fifth column grew up which represented a much more dangerous organization than that of open Jewry. The Jesuit historian Mariana says, when he speaks about this general conversion of Iberian Jews, that a great number of Jews had themselves baptized with proclamation of this decree, of which some were conversions from conviction and the majority hypocritical. Mariana further elaborates that the Jews who received water of baptism, in order to evade the edict of Sysbutus, followed anew and with greater zeal the confession of belief of their elders upon the latter's death in the year 621. The faulty memory of Christian rulers, which has been so grave in its consequences and of such advantage for the Jews, brought with it the fact that the Christians and pagans in the course of history, forgot the lessons of the past and fell into the old faults of wishing to bring the terrible Jewish problem towards a solution through conversion. Thus they admittedly ordered the expulsion of the fifth column, but at the same time left the escape valve of conversion open, so that things were merely made worse. For the majority preferred to remain and to falsely convert themselves into good Christians, whereby a fifth column grew up, which refined itself more and more, took effect in secret and therefore became more dangerous. The expulsion of all Jews from the Gothic kingdom would have signified a solution of the problem, if it had been carried out totally, and the possibilities had not been made clear for the Jews to retain a loophole through their apparent conversions. The expulsion would have been justified on the other side, for the owners of a house have always the right to show a guest the door, who, far removed from giving thanks for the hospitality enjoyed, sets himself to rob his hosts of their property or to cause them difficulties. The commentary which the Jew Greets makes, referring to the expulsion edict of Sisbetus, is characteristic in this respect, when he says, that Sisbetus, by means of this fanatical persecution, cleared the way for the dissolution of the Visigoth kingdom. Undoubtedly he here refers to the fact that the complicity of the Jews favored the triumph of the Mohammedan invaders. The fact is that the Jews had not ceased, since the conversion of the Visigoths to Catholicism and their abjuration of Arianism, to conspire against the new position of things. If there existed a fault on the part of Sisbetus or his successors, then it was that of not expelling completely the conspiratorial aliens who had infiltrated into the land, which in fact favored from within outwards the Arabic conquest. Without Jews on Gothic soil this service of espionage would not have been able to be performed, and the handing over of fortified places as well as the desertion of troops in the army of Roderick would not have been able to be effected, as the Jews were successful in doing. It was the fault of the Goths that the possibility was left open to the Jewish fifth column by means of a pretense of a false conversion to remain further on their soil, for it is always dangerous to allow the activity of any kind of fifth column. It is very important to establish that Sisbetus was certainly conscious of the lack of strength on the part of the Christians, of pursuing throughout history a firm policy towards their enemies, as well as the faulty memory of the peoples in relation to the lessons of the past. Therefore he did everything humanly possible to prevent his successors falling into the traps of the skilled deceptive maneuvers on the part of cunning Jewish diplomacy and renouncing the laws which he had enacted for defense of the Church and of the state. The legislation created by him for this purpose, which was incorporated in the Fuero Juzgo, was impressed upon the hearts of his successors by Sisbetus himself, so that the latter applied all strictness in the following of the anti-Jewish laws, with the punishment of seeing themselves deprived of rights for lifetime, as well as with death, to be thrust out of the host of believers in Christ and cast among the Jews so that the raging flames of hell licked them eternally. And Sisbetus, who well knew the chronic faults of the Christian dignitaries, did not earn this. Scarcely was he dead, then the new king Swintila soon fell a victim to the smooth diplomacy of the Jews, who have the special gift of injecting confidence in their future victims, by their lulling them through an extremely hardy treatment and hypocritically pretending to show a friendship and loyalty, which covers their black plans and allows them to appear as victims of the most disgraceful injustices. With their classical methods of deception they were successful in winning Swintila for themselves, who disregarded the admonitions of Sisbetus to his successors not to alter the anti-Jewish laws for the defense of the kingdom, and who did not know how to cast his curse against those who disavowed the said laws. He lifted the entire anti-Jewish legislation and with it the edict of expulsion of the Jews, so that the untrue converts, if they wished, could again publicly practice their Jewish cult, as well as return to the land from which they had been driven out. The Jew Greets, who is better acquainted in the internal matters of Jewry than Father Mariana, says in this connection the following: in spite of baptism the converted Jews had not given up their religion. He thus does not make Mariana's allusion, that, although the majority pretended conversion, there were nevertheless some who did it from inner conviction. On the other hand, Greets further elaborates that in the epoch of the Semitophile Swintila the act of baptism was regarded as sufficient, and none bothered to make inquiry as to whether the converts retained their old habits and practices. The noble King Swintila was naturally dethroned through a conspiracy of the nobility and clergy, who placed Sisenand in his place, who was a willing tool of theirs. Here the Jew Greets mentions a condition, which represents the ideal for the false converts from Jewry and which consists in that they already transformed themselves into true Christians through baptism, without anyone bothering to investigate whether the converts and their descendants still adhered in secret to the Jewish cult. This is exactly the situation today of the descendants of the false converts, who enjoy freedom of action as powerful fifth column within the Church and cause Christianity colossal harm, without anyone setting up a real investigation, in order to establish who practices Judaism in secret. Conversely, At other epochs of the Visigoth monarchy, watch was kept with Argus eyes over the converts and their descendants, in order to discover who of them still carried on Judaism. It is natural that, under the protection and shield of Swintilla, the Jews again accumulated great power within the kingdom and brought the Christian church anew into danger. This explains and justifies the secret measures of the Catholic clergy, in order to overthrow the traitorous monarch, who, as is to be expected, is praised as good and liberal by the Jews. Leader in this new struggle against the synagogue of Satan was Saint Isidore of Seville, another of the most renowned fathers of the Church, who, after the fall of the unfaithful Swintilla and the crowning of Sisinant, organized and directed the Fourth Toledo Council, which was highly authorized in church doctrine. The greatest difficulty in this situation was that those who had gone over to Judaism, and their descendants, followed their old tradition and allowed their sons to enter into the Catholic priesthood, as a result of which they could even rise and occupy the bishops' chairs, which thus served to provide the Jews with aid in their conspiracies against the Catholic faith. This is the typical case of activity of the Jewish fifth column which had infiltrated into the Church, whose destructive activity can be traced up to our days. In other cases the Jews took refuge in that system which had commenced with their predecessor, the Jew Simon the magician, by buying the favor of the clergy who, although they were not secret Jews, sold their support to the cause of the devil, exactly as their forerunner Judas Iscariot had done as one of the chosen 12. The treachery which had made itself noticeable up into the highest offices of Holy Church, called forth the alarm of the Fourth Toledo Council and its leader, Saint Isidore of Seville. Upon the metropolitans and bishops assembled there fell the task of laying down in the holy canons a series of statutes which not only had the aim of countering the Jewish threat at this time, but also of banning and punishing the treachery in the high clergy, which was most dangerous of all for Holy Church in the Christian states. Thus among the canons passed for this purpose the following stand out: Canon 58. Concerning those who show support and favor to the Jews against the faith of Christ. The avarice of some is so great that they therefore separate themselves from the faith, just as the Apostle expressed it, just as even many among the clergy and laity accept presents from the Jews and aid their perfidy, in that they allow them to enjoy their protection, to those, of whom one knows not without reasons, that they belong to the body of the Antichrist, since they work against Christ. Every bishop, priest or layman, who in the future grants support to them, the Jews, against the Christian faith, be it through briberies or favors, shall be regarded as profane and blaspheming God. He shall be excluded from the communion of the Catholic Church and be regarded as not belonging to the kingdom of God, for it is no more than right that those who reveal themselves as protectors of the enemies of the Lord be separated from the body of Christ. The threat which had arisen for the Church and Christian society, must have been very great on grounds of the complicity of the bishops and priests with the Jews, these eternal enemies of Christianity. This is the reason why the wise Saint Isidore of Seville had to expose them before the council, which consisted of metropolitans and bishops, in this quoted canon, and called those bishops and priests who supported the Jews profane and blasphemous, whereby they at the same time threatened them with the punishment of excommunication. May this be borne in mind by all those clergy and highest dignitaries of the Church, who, instead of serving Holy Church, at present prefer to give free rein to the Jews, these principal enemies of Christ, or to Jewish enterprises like Freemasonry and Communism. And they should give account concerning the great responsibility, which weighs upon them, as well as the grave sins, which they commit as a result. As is known, the Toledo councils enjoyed great regard within the Holy Catholic Church, and their edicts even found entry into civil law. Thus the statutes and penalties of the aforementioned canon were taken over in the Fuero Juzgo, which was proclaimed with approval of Holy Church. In Article 15, Title 2, Book the 12th of Law 15 it is stated, so that the cheating by the Jews does not have the power to broaden itself in any kind of form and to govern according to its choice, over which we have always to watch. Therefore we stipulate in this law that no man of any religion, or spiritual order, or any dignity, or of our court, either great or small, nor any kind of people, nor any kind of line, neither princes nor potentates should strive accordingly, to protect the Jews, who will not allow themselves to be baptized, in order to hold firm to their beliefs and their customs, nor those who have been baptized but return to their perfidy or their bad customs. None should risk to defend them in their malice with his strength in any kind of way. No one should attempt to help them, neither by means of arguments nor deeds, so that they may not be able to agitate against the holy belief of Christians. Neither shall anyone in secret or in public undertake anything against the faith. Should anyone accordingly risk this, whether he be bishop, priest, member of an order or lay brother, and if proof is shown against him, then he shall be separated from the community of Christians, excommunicated by the church, and a quarter of his property declared to be confiscated in favor of the king. In this form, in those critical times, Holy Church as well as the Catholic state enacted sanctions, and in fact the former with the approval of the first named, against the accomplices of Jewry within the church and the high dignitaries of the clergy itself. In order to come back now to the Fourth Toledo Council, we now reproduce what Canon 59 orders, which refers directly to the Jews, who after their going over to Christianity were revealed in their secret practices of Jewish belief. About this the canon in question expressly states, "Many Jews took on the Christian faith for a certain time and now give themselves, by slandering Christ, not only up to the Jewish rites, but even go so far as to carry out the repellent act of circumcision." In reference to these Jews and upon proposal of the highly devout and highly religious Lord, our King Sisinant, this holy council decrees that the said converts, after they have been purified through the papal authority, are again conducted into the care of the Christian dogma, but those, who do not better themselves from their own decision, should be restrained by clerical punishment. And relating to the circumcised, it is ordered that, if it is a matter of their own sons, then they shall be separated from their parents, but if it is a matter of slaves, then they shall be granted freedom on account of the injury done to their body. Although both Cecil Roth as well as other Jewish authors assure us that the conversions were, according to their nature, pretended, and in this they agree with the Jesuit historian Mariana and with what is laid down in various medieval documents of undoubted proof, then the Church at least in the early periods held every converted Jew to be a serious Christian, as long as it was not proved that he practiced Jewish rites in secret. Later, all Israelites were under suspicion of crypto-Judaism who had gone over to Christianity as well as their descendants, since proof could be provided that with few exceptions all pretended their conversion and transferred their secret religion from father to son. It therefore in no way astonishes us that, in the aforementioned Canon 59, measures were seized upon, in order to prevent the crypto-Jews, that is the untrue converts, from transferring Hebrew rites to their sons, and the latter were separated from them for this purpose. For the same purpose the council in question passed its 60th canon, which according to its compiler, Tejada Ramiro, refers to the so-called backsliding Jews, that is to the Christians, who fell back into the crimes of secret practice of Jewish belief. The said canon elaborates. It is ordered that the sons and daughters of Jews, so that in the future they may not fall into the error of their fathers, be separated from their parents and entrusted to a monastery or to Christian men and women, who fear God, so that in their education they learn the cult of the faith and, better instructed, make progress in customs and beliefs. As one can recognize, these canons were chiefly conceived in order to destroy the Jewish fifth column which had infiltrated into the church, be it by means of punishments of the false crypto-Jewish Christians or through the attempt to prevent the latter handing on the secret rites to their sons. It was and remains highly dangerous for the church to have in its ranks members of the Jewish sect who, disguised as good Catholics, make efforts to destroy Christianity, for this means to have the foe in their own ranks, and no one has called into question the right that every human society possesses to render harmless the espionage service of enemy powers or to get rid of saboteurs. The measures seized upon by Holy Church, in order to ward off Jewish infiltrations, which attempted to undermine it externally, were fully justified, even if they may also appear very strict, exactly the same as those, which every modern nation seizes upon, in order to eliminate espionage or sabotage of a hostile power. History has proved, that even if open Jewry was expelled and despised in many nations, that crypto-Jewry nevertheless lived on under the mask of Christianity. It was always held to be logical, that the intercourse of converted Jews with those who practiced their cult in public was harmful, since the latter could influence the first named to fall back into Judaism. Canon 62 of the Holy Council mentioned deals with the banning of this danger, concerning the baptized Jews, who have dealings with the false believing Jews. If association with the bad often in fact destroys the good, with how much more probability will the former be destroyed by the latter, who incline to blasphemy. Therefore, from now on, the Jews converted to Christianity must carry on no association with those who still adhere to the old rite, so that they do not become perverted by them. Whoever in consequence does not avoid this association, will be punished as follows. If he is a baptized Jew, he shall be handed over to the Christians, and if he is not baptized, he shall be publicly whipped. Canon 64 rejects the capacity of giving witness, and in fact here not by the open Jews, but by the crypto-Jewish Christians. Up to then the Christian law had solely refused the open Jews the right of bearing witness against Christians, but Canon 64 forms an innovation, since it also denies to Christians still practicing the Jewish cult in secret, the capacity of bearing witness. Canon Luxiv. Whoever has been untrue to God, cannot be faithful to men. Therefore the Jews, who became Christians and again fell away from the faith of Christ, shall not be permitted as witnesses, and not even then if they declare to be Christians. Just as one mistrusts them relating to the belief in Christ, so shall one suspect them else in earthly evidence. More logical the proof given by the Council Fathers could not be, for it is logical that, if they lie in things of God, they likewise speak untruth in earthly things. On the other side, one sees clearly that both Saint Isidore of Seville as well as the metropolitans and bishops of the council knew best of all the lasting distortions and falsities that had become second nature of the false crypto-Jewish Catholics. The same one can say of many today, who swear to be Catholics but act as Israelites. In spite of this violent defensive struggle on the part of the Church and of the Christian state against the dangerous infiltration by the Jewish fifth column, the latter must have obtained further government offices, particularly during the desolate period of government of the Semitophile Swintilla. This development attained such a dangerous degree that both the Catholic monarch on the throne and also the Holy Toledo Council resolved to make an end of the situation. So in their holy canons they uttered the express ban, which refused the Jews their right to occupy public offices within Christian society. Canon 65 says, upon command of our illustrious Lord and King Sisinant, this holy council lays down that the Jews, or those who are of their race, may occupy no public offices, because through this they would insult the Christians. Therefore the judges in the provinces in common with the priests should make an end to these cunning deceptions and forbid them to occupy public offices. But if, in spite of this, a judge grants his approval to anything of the like, then he shall be excommunicated as a blasphemer and be accused of fraud and be publicly whipped. Canon 66 expressly calls the Jews servants of the Antichrist, just as another already quoted canon said of the bishops and priests who helped the Jews that they formed part of the body of the Antichrist. It is worthy of note that Canon 65 adds an innovation to the laws of the Catholic Church in that admittance is not only blocked to declared Jews to government offices, but to all those who belong to their race. This must not be interpreted as racial discrimination, for Holy Church regards all men as equal before God, without discrimination of race. But since the conviction, repeatedly substantiated through facts, predominated that Christians of Jewish race with few exceptions secretly practice the Jewish cult, it was logical that one attempted to prevent the infiltration of crypto-Jews into the government offices. This was a vitally important defensive measure by the Christian state, since, if the latter had once been ruled by its deadly enemies, who are simultaneously the principal foes of Holy Church, both institutions would have come into gravest danger. To block the door to government of the state to aggressive or converted Jews, was not only prudent but indispensable to protect it from the powerful fifth column which at a given moment could cause its collapse. Thus it came about in catastrophic degree when a weak-minded leader of the state, who violated these laws of the Church and those announced by his predecessors, cleared anew the possibility for the Israelites to gain control of the leading posts in the Gothic kingdom. This law of public security is without doubt the predecessor of further most energetic and far-reaching laws, which Holy Catholic Church passed many hundreds of centuries later. It is interesting to establish that Saint Isidore of Seville in his struggle against Judaism wrote 2 books against the Hebrews, which, according to Greeks, were compiled with that lack of taste and feeling that distinguished the fathers of the Church from the beginning in their warring polemics against Jewry. It is entirely natural that the anti-Jewish books of the Church Fathers do not please the Jews, but one must understand that the Israelites obscure the historical truth. Also they attempt to destroy the honor of all those who have fought against them, even if it is a question of such holy, learned and excellent men as the Church Fathers are. It is completely beyond doubt that, if Saint Isidore of Seville as well as the metropolitans and bishops of the Fourth Toledo Council had lived in our days, they would immediately have been accused of antisemitism or criminal racism, and in fact not only by the Jews, but also by the clergy, who give themselves out as Christians, but in reality stand in the service of Jewry. Chapter 13. Condemnation of Kings and Catholic Clergy who are negligent in their struggle against clandestine Jewry. As we were able to observe, the Holy Church laws of the Fourth Council of Toledo should have finally destroyed the Jewish fifth column in Christian society. Its decisions would have been more effective, if the Jews had not always been from of old so skilled in politics and diplomacy and knowing how, through flattery, perfected false loyalty, false arguments and confidence-giving comedies, to deceive. In addition, they know how to sow discord among their opponents, in order to keep the upper hand. They ally themselves first with the one in order to destroy the other, then defeat their first allies with the aid of the other, and finally destroy them all. This was one of the great secrets of their victories, and the clergy and politicians of all mankind must bear this in mind, in order to protect themselves from such Machiavellian maneuvers. Another ground for their successes was their great courage to accommodate themselves to an unfortunate situation, their resolution to never surrender to their enemies and to combat the cowards in their own ranks, since the latter could make a transitory into a final defeat. In the supreme hierarchy of Christianity there are such cowards. They are responsible for so many defeats and compromises in recent times and are cynical enough to conceal their cowardice and their egoism behind apparent clear and conciliatory arguments. It means nothing to them that their cowardice handed over entire peoples to communist slavery, and they say to themselves, "Let us live comfortably at the expense of the beast, even if the peoples, whom we lead, perish." That is the supreme wisdom of their false prudence and compromises. If the Jews had been like this, they would finally have been defeated in the Gothic kingdom, when Christianity brought defeat to them and triumphed at the Fourth Council of Toledo. However, they did not think of surrendering, as today the cowards. They fought on with zeal and fanaticism and prepared the moment when they could conduct a new battle, in which they could triumph. With their accustomed tenacity they began to circumvent the laws, which the Holy Council of Toledo had passed in order to make them powerless, supported the rebellious spirit of the nobles against the king and worsened it through their intrigues. When hearts were sufficiently aroused, they then served as effective protagonists of the demands of the rebellious nobility. If the king, Holy Church and the Visigoth nobility had been united, they could not have been conquered by the Jews. It was thus necessary to break this unity and to divide the enemy, in order to weaken him. This was not difficult, since the nobles frequently showed the tendency to rebel against the authority of the king. The Jews made use of this tendency, utilized the arising frictions in order to sharpen the struggles, and gradually attain their goal. At first they made efforts in order to obtain the protection of certain aristocrats, in order to circumvent the Toledo Church laws and the laws of the monarch. The nobles, deceived by the Jewish falsehood, had fallen into the trap and held them for valuable allies in their struggle against the king. For this the Jewish converts and their descendants were principally to be thanked, who pretended to be loyal Christians and who thus easier gained the confidence of the Visigoth aristocrats. The Jewish historian Greets comments, "These resolutions of the Fourth Council of Toledo and the persecutions by Sysis and against the converted Jews do not appear to have been carried out with the planned strictness. The Spanish Visigoth nobles took the Jews more and more under their protection and against them the royal authority had no power." One thus sees that the converted Jews skillfully discovered the weak point of the Visigoth kingdom and effectively utilized it, just as they also understood 1,000 years later in England how to conquer the nation, by their utilizing the struggles of the parliamentary nobility against the king, and sharpened these even more. In the midst of increasing internal struggles, which began to weaken the heroic Visigoth kingdom dangerously, Chintu attained power. At the beginning of his period of government the Sixth Council of Toledo took place. The lack of constancy by non-Jews in their struggle against the principal enemy was also chronic and made easier the latter's successes, even in the case of the Catholic Visigoth monarchs, who were thus conscious of the threat of the Jews and who wished to exterminate them. Therefore the archbishops and bishops at the council sought to prevent this evil. In Canon 3 it is stated, "Through devoutness and superior power, the unbending falsehood of the Jews seemed to decrease, for through devotion to God, we know that the illustrious Christian prince in his zealous faith has resolved together with the priests of his realm, to make impossible from the start their violations of duty and not to allow non-Catholics to live in his kingdom. But for our caution and great watchfulness, with it our zeal and our labor, which often fall asleep, which must not be abandoned, we pass further edicts. We therefore announce with one heart and one soul, a unanimous judgment, which must please God and which we also simultaneously approve, with the approval and reflection of his nobles and aristocrats. That anyone who in future strives for supreme power in the kingdom will not become king if he does not promise, among other things, not to allow the Jews to dishonor this Catholic faith, that is the Jews apparently converted to Christianity, so that he in no way supports their faithlessness, or through neglect or greed gives way to violation of duty which leads to the abyss of faithlessness. He must therefore ensure that in the future he continues to stand firm, which in our time has required so much effort, for the good has no effect if it does not proceed with constancy. If he afterwards breaks his promise, may he be accursed in the presence of the eternal God, may he burn in everlasting fire, and with him all priests or Christians who share his error. We add this and confirm the preceding determinations of the General Synod concerning the Jews, for we know that in this all necessary measures are laid down for the salvation of their souls. Therefore the appertaining prescriptions should be valid. This polemic against the kings and Catholic clergy who would not participate in the struggle, not only against the open Jews, but also against the betrayal by Christians of Jewish origin, who were described as friendly to the Jews, could not be sharper. It is worthy of note that, while hitherto the condemnations and penalties of the Holy Church councils only hit at bishops and priests who supported the Jews and were their accomplices, now also those priests were threatened with immediate excommunication who were not constant or were neglectful in the struggle for life and death which Holy Church conducted against clandestine Jewry. One thus sees that the archbishops and bishops of the Holy Councils not only exactly knew the faithlessness of the Jewish enemies, but also the weaknesses and the lack of constancy of the civil and clerical members of Christianity in such a just struggle. It is strange that at this council they still restricted themselves to combating the negligence of the priests without alluding to the bishops. This is perhaps to be attributed to the circumstance that particularly the bishops passed those statutes and did not dare to include themselves among those who deserved this punishment. However, the negligence of the prelates themselves in the time following must have been so serious that, at a later council, they even proceeded with alarm and uttered severe penalties against the guilty, just as they had previously declared for godless and excommunicated those who supported the Jews to the harm of Christianity. It is likewise worthy of note that in this law those are again mentioned who out of avarice or forgetfulness of duty gave way to the converted Jews. Without doubt the simony briberies played a major role in the Jewish intrigues, which appears to be confirmed in law, for in which among other things it is stated, "Therefore, whoever imitates Simon, the instigator of the Simonist heresy, in order to acquire church offices, not in the usual way, but through gifts, offerings, etc." The Jew Simon Magus introduced this policy of bribery into Holy Church, which was called simony after him. In the course of centuries it could be proved that the converted Jews and their descendants, who already belonged to the priest class and the hierarchy of Holy Church, had learned very much from their predecessor Magus and bought church dignities or on their side sold church goods, as the Holy Inquisition and the church authorities repeatedly revealed. Worthy of note is also the commentary of the Jewish historian Greets concerning the command of King Chintila, which was greeted by the Sixth Council of Toledo, to admit no non-Catholics in the Gothic kingdom. This statute is directed only against the Jews. For the second time the Jews were compelled to emigrate, and the converts who had remained true to Judaism in their innermost hearts had to sign a confession and obligate themselves to practice the Catholic religion and follow it without reserve. But the confession of man whose sacred conviction was a matter of honor, could not be honest, and it also was not. They resolutely hoped for better times, so that they could allow the mask to fall, and the constitution of the elected monarchy of the Visigoth kingdom made this possible to them. The present condition lasted only 4 years under the rulership of Chintila, 638–642. The historian could not be clearer concerning the false Christianity of the converted Jews and the invalidity of their confessions and promises. Greets further observes that the converted Jews broke their promise not to practice the Jewish rite in order to become honest Christians, and Chintila accordingly condemned them to be burned or stoned. The historian Amador de los Rios shows the practical consequences of all these measures. However, notice must be taken that this immoderate severity of the lawmakers was not sufficient to suppress the impatience of the Jews. When 15 years had passed and Reswinth ruled, the fathers saw themselves compelled to repeat the demand which obligated the elected king to swear that he would defend the faith against Jewish faithlessness. This occurred at the Eighth Council of Toledo and is laid down in Canon X 90. As Greets has said, the Jews were successful after the death of Chintila in introducing, on grounds of the elected monarchy, a favorable change for their interests with the new king. Here we have another example of that chronic malady from which we Christians and also the pagans suffer. We are incapable in the face of this foe of maintaining a firm lasting conduct over several generations of rulers. With us Christians and also with the pagans the rulers strive so much for innovations that the edicts of their predecessor are always made useless and no united policy towards Jewry is possible. If the Jews without doubt also influence this change in policy, nevertheless our own inconstancy and our lack of tenacity is principally guilty of this. During the period of rule by Reswinth, the converted Jews and their descendants in Toledo handed to him a very interesting petition, in which they demanded of him, since the kings Sisbutus and Chintila had compelled them to give up their law and they lived in all things like Christians, without deceit or cunning, he might allow them not to eat pork. They said that they begged this far more because their belly would not stand it, since it was not accustomed to such flesh, than from stings of conscience. It must, however, already be anticipated that centuries later, when the prosecution through the Inquisition threatened to exterminate clandestine Jewry, the Christians who were secret Jews had to eat pork very much to their sorrow, for the Inquisition and all the people in general suspected the Christian who ate no pork of being a secret Jew, even if he swore only to do this out of disinclination. From then up to today the clandestine Jewry abolished the religious statute of eating no such flesh, in order to arouse no suspicion among their neighbors. Therefore a secret Jew eats everything today, and no one suspects that he is a Jew on grounds of his diet. Only 1 or 2 fanatics among the Jewish Christians still maintain this statute. Unfortunately no effective barrier was erected so that the converted Jews and their descendants could not introduce themselves into the clergy. The more they joined themselves to it, all the more increased the cases of simony, which grew to such frightening extent that the Eighth Council of Toledo had to energetically fight this vice of Jewish origin. In its Canon 3 it is therefore stated that many wished to buy the grace of the Holy Ghost for a shabby price, in order to fully receive the sublime papal blessing, and forgot Peter's words to Simon Magus, "Thy money be cursed with thee, for thou wouldst have the gift of God for money." Upon this follow the punishments for this crime. The Jewish historian Greets writes that the king, when he noticed that the European nobles of the land showed protection to the Jews and allowed them to practice their Jewish religion in secret, passed an edict which forbade all Christians to protect the secret Jews. Whoever did not follow this command should be punished. And it is further stated, these measures and statutes, however, had not the desired results. The secret Jews, or, as they were called officially, the Jew Christians, could not force Judaism out of their heart. The Spanish Jews, threatened by the danger of death, had from of old exercised themselves in the art of remaining true to their religion and their most secret hearts and of evading the sharp gaze of their enemies. In addition, they celebrated the Jewish feasts in their houses and despised the festivals of the church. In order to make an end to this condition, the representatives of the church passed a law which was intended to take from these unfortunate people their home life. From now on they had to observe the Jewish and Christian festivals under the scrutiny of the clergy, since it was wished to compel them not to observe the Jewish festivals and to maintain the Christian. Here the Jewish historian forgets all evasions and calls the Christians of Jewish origin by their name, secret Jews or Jew Christians, that is Jews who practice the Jewish religion in secret. In addition, he quotes interesting feasts in their homes, since as apparent Christians they could not do this in ordinary synagogues. Simultaneously the famous historian, so respected in Jewish circles, explains the reason for the decision of the Ninth Council of Toledo that the Jews should spend the Jewish and Christian festivals under scrutiny of the Catholic clergy. In Canon 17 of the Ninth Council of Toledo, to which Greets openly refers, it is expressly stated, the baptized Jews should spend the festivals with the bishops. The Jews baptized anywhere and at any time can assemble. But we determine that they must come together on the chief festivals laid down through the New Testament and on those days which were once sacred for them according to their ancient law, in the cities and public assemblies with the highest priests of God, so that the Pontifex learns their life and their faith and they become really converted. In this law it becomes clear that the bishops of the council doubted, and with good reason, the sincerity of the Christianity of the Jews converted to our holy faith. After the death of Reswinth, Wamba was elected as king. The Jews utilized anew the disunity of the nobility and attempted to alter the existing order to their favor. José Amador de los Rios mentions that the 10th Council of Toledo had almost ignored the Jews and comments, the spiritual legislators perhaps believed in the honesty of the almost universal conversion of the Jews and hoped that, if they were all Christians, the internal struggle with them would find a happy end. But their hope was in vain. Scarcely had Wamba ascended the throne of Ricard than the rebellion of Hilderic and Paul gave them opportunity to reveal their secret grudges and to place themselves openly on the side of the rebels. As a result, many Jewish families who had been expelled from the kingdom at the time of Sisebutus returned into the Visigoth kingdom and especially into the region of Gothic Gaul, southern France, where the rebellion had its outlet. But the rebels were defeated in Nîmes and destroyed, and several edicts were published for the punishment and penalizing of the Jews. The latter were expelled anew in large numbers from Gothic Gaul. The Jesuit Pater Mariano also confirms that, after the defeat of the rebels, many edicts were passed against the Jews, who were expelled from the whole of Gothic Gaul. The Jew Greets gives us interesting details in this respect and reports that after the death of Reswinth, the Jews participated in a rebellion against his successor, Wamba, 672–680. Count Hilderic, governor of the Spanish province of Septimania, refused to recognize the newly elected king and hoisted the flag of rebellion. In order to obtain support and followers, he promised the converted Jews a place in his own province where they could freely practice their religion. The latter accepted the offer and followed him in great numbers. The rebellion of Hilderic in Nîmes took on enormous extent, and at first the hope existed of an easy victory, but the rebels were finally destroyed. Wamba appeared with an army at Narbonne, France, and drove the Jews from the city. However much one watches over the fifth column, it nevertheless always utilizes the first opportunity to overthrow the government, which does not suit it. Once again it becomes clear that disputes and personal lust for power gave the Jews the opportunity of coming on top. Fortunately the rebellious count in this case lost the battle and could not alter the existing order, which would have been disastrous for the Church. Thus Christianity triumphed fully over Jewry and its egoistic opportunist allies. At the same tune, however, when the visible recognized foe was decisively conquered, the fifth column slowly gained ground. For the more the Jewish infiltration took roots in the bosom of the Church, simony, an evil of Jewish origin, increased and the false converted Jews and their descendants and the clergy utilized it. The 11th Council of Toledo, which took place during the period of rule under Wamba, laid special emphasis on the combating of simony and made efforts to prevent the cunning, which is utilized by those who wished to buy the bishop's dignities, offices, so desired by the Jews of the fifth column. Chapter 14. The Church combats secret Jewry. Excommunication of negligent bishops. 50 years had passed since a great number of Jews in the Gothic kingdom had been converted to Christianity, and 3 decades since the time when the historian Amador de los Rios spoke of an almost universal conversion. The kingdom of Ricard was nevertheless flooded and undermined by false Christians who secretly practiced the Jewish religion and plotted in secret to destroy the church and the state. In the year 681, when Urvigio entered the government, the situation was so serious that the high Catholic clergy and the monarch together worked out common civil and church laws in order to destroy the Jewish fifth column in Christianity. Everyone who, as a Christian, observed in secret the rites and customs of the Jews and supported these false Christians or concealed them in any kind of form, even without exception of the bishops who made themselves guilty of this crime, was severely punished. These laws were at first approved by the monarchs in collaboration with respected members of the clergy and later laid before the 12th Council of Toledo for approval. There these laws were approved as church authority by archbishops and bishops and were entered into the laws of the synod mentioned. In order to understand the basis of the canons, both of the ecumenical as well as the provincial Holy Church councils, which wished to solve the terrible Jewish problem and especially that of the fifth column in Christian society, one must bear in mind that both then as today no land tolerated that a group of foreigners might abuse the magnanimously given hospitality and betray the land in question, which had naively opened its doors to them, through espionage and sabotage. Then these spies and saboteurs were without exception punished with death by all peoples, as also in general still in modern times. There is additionally the fact that the Jewish fifth column in Christian and pagan nations, besides carrying on espionage and sabotage, has also exercised and provoked in the course of centuries an inner attempt at conquest and has provoked civil wars which cost millions of men their lives, and which has murdered in their own house those who opened the frontiers to them, robbed them or attempted to enslave them. Undoubtedly the so-called Jewish colonies in the Christian and pagan lands are more dangerous and harmful for the states afflicted than the usual espionage and sabotage organizations. If the members of these organizations are punished without regard to race, religion or nationality, why should an exception be made to the most dangerous, harmful and criminal fifth column? What privilege do the Jews enjoy, that when they commit high treason, espionage or sabotage or plot against the people which houses them, they are forgiven and not punished like spies of other races and nationalities? All peoples have a natural right of justified defense. And if a pair of alien immigrants violate the hospitality granted them, they bring these peoples into a dilemma of life and death. These disgraceful aliens are solely responsible for the measures which the betrayed, threatened people seizes upon against the fifth column. So did Holy Church and the Christian monarchs conceive things, and at several councils, as we will see later, it is made clear that these criminals should be punished with death. But instead of passing in this case the customary and completely justified judgment, Holy Church and the Christian kings made an exception with the Jews and presented them with life 100 times over. As a result they endangered their future and their right to live in peace and freedom in their own land. With such exceptionally goodwill a series of measures, instead of radically suppressing them, were seized upon in order to prevent the Jewish fifth column from being able to cause all too much harm and so that it did not injure the people which sheltered them. But since they were granted life, the measures were ineffective. Therefore the various councils of the Church and the papal bulls passed a series of norms and laws, laying down, for example, that the Jews should wear a sign, so that they were distinguished from the other inhabitants of the land in which they lived. This should enable it to be easier to safeguard oneself from the revolutionary activity of the Jews against church and state. These signs varied. They had to have a mark on their heads, they had to wear a special cap, a dress or another distinguishing mark. In other cases it was ordered in the church laws and the papal mandates that they must restrict themselves to certain parts of the city, so-called ghettos, and that they might occupy no government or church offices, which made it possible for them to continue their activity of conquest and their domination over the people which in unfortunate manner had opened its frontiers to them. The backsliders were often executed, but in most cases these were spared their lives. and it was limited to confiscating their goods, to expelling them from the land, or by applying lighter punishments, such as whipping, no longer customary today, which was then the practice in all lands of earth. Since this dangerous fifth column again and again plotted against the Christian peoples and Holy Church, the Church attempted, instead of seeking the final way out and applying the death penalty, as all peoples do with professional spies and saboteurs, to suppress them by gentler methods, by removing their authority from the grown-ups and bringing the children into monasteries and honorable Christian families. In this manner they wished to attain that, after 2 or 3 generations, the threat from the fifth column would be eliminated, without carrying out mass executions of these masters of espionage, of sabotage and of betrayal. However, it must be recognized that this extraordinary goodwill by Holy Church, by Christian monarchs, and also by the high personages of the Islamic world, was of no avail. The repressive measures against the fifth column were not only hated, but the Jews also made use of countless subterfuges in order to evade the measures which tied their hands and which were intended to prevent them from doing too much evil. They made use of bribery and bought with gold the bad civil and church personages, so that the latter caused the valid civil and church laws to become dead letters, or they spun countless intrigues in order to free themselves from this control, which was intended to restrict their power. They called forth fresh revolts, plotted more and more dangerous conspiracies, and abused the goodness of the Church and Christian peoples, until they were successful in modern times in breaking the chains which had prevented them from causing greater harm, in invading Christian society, and threatening it with complete destruction. In order to grasp the justification of all church laws which we investigate in this work and all measures to preserve the peoples from the conspiracy of these harmful aliens, we must recall all the preceding. We understand among this that Holy Church acted in no way cruelly, as the Jews assert, but in an extremely good-willed way with them, and perhaps this most extreme goodwill was particularly responsible for the great progress that the Jews with their conquest and enslaving of the peoples could make, as is the case today in the unfortunate lands in which the totalitarian dictatorship of Jewish socialism rules. This is a catastrophic situation, which would have already come into existence many centuries before, if the Church had not at least carried out the precautionary measures which we will investigate in the ensuing chapters of this work. After these justified elaborations concerning the defense of doctrine and policy which Holy Church followed in course of the centuries, we will now occupy ourselves with the corresponding statutes of the 12th Council of Toledo. In the letter which the king laid before the Holy Synod it is stated as follows: "Here, honorable fathers and respected priests of the heavenly ministries, I come with tears in the eyes to your honorable paternal gathering, so that through the zeal of your court the earth will be freed from the infection of wickedness. Arise, I beg thee, arise, unmask the guilty, censure the repellent customs of the evildoers, show the whip of your zeal towards the faithless, and make an end to the bite of the arrogant, make easier the burden of the oppressed, and above all exterminate the Jewish pest thoroughly, which each day reaches out more rapidly around itself, et quod plus his omnibus estate, Judiorum pestum qua in novem semper recrutus et insaniam radicitus extirpate." Investigate also very thoroughly the laws, which you passed a short while ago against the falsity of the Jews, strengthen these laws still more and compile them in a statute, in order to bridle the blasphemy of the faithless. It is interesting that, among the evil conditions which were brought to the notice of the Synod, the Jewish pest, which day by day increased in alarming measure, is held to be the worst. In Canon 9 of this Holy Council the laws approved against clandestine Jewry were confirmed, that is against the Jews who pretended to be Christians and who were described both by the monarchs as also by the Synod simply as Jews, since one was certain that, as descendants of the Jews, they secretly practiced their Jewish religion. Of the law mentioned, which comprises the entire anti-Jewish legislation, we will repeat only the most interesting parts. Canon 9. Confirmation of the laws against the wickedness of the Jews, qua in Judiorum nequitiam promulgati sunt, arranged according to the different titles as they are recorded in this law. We have read the titles of the different laws which the famous prince has recently passed against the monstrous falsehood of the Jews and have approved them after strict examination. And since they were approved by the Synod with justice, They will be irrevocably applied in future against blasphemy. Among these fall. Now follow the laws which, after their approval, belong to Law 9. On account of their importance we have emphasized the following statutes. In the first law it is mentioned that the great falsity of the Jews and their dark errors become very subtle, and they perfect themselves in their wicked art and in deceit. For they pretended to be good Christians and always attempted to evade the laws which forbade to them their secret subterranean Judaism. In the fourth and fifth canon the punishments for the secret Jews are cited who celebrate the Jewish rites and festivals, and who attempt to bring Christians away from their faith in Christ. Here it is not a question of the rites and ceremonies of an alien religion, but of punishing the false Christians who, in spite of their hypocrisy, still practice the Jewish religion in secret. The repressive measures were thus aimed at destroying the Jewish fifth column in the bosom of Holy Church and of the Christian state. In the seventh canon, the Jews who pretended to be Christians are forbidden to practice the Jewish religious customs relating to meat. However, it is elaborated that the good Christians must eat no pork. One sees that these false Catholics still always deceived the clergy and the king with their apparent disinclination against pork. In Canon 9 the revolutionary activity against the Christian faith is forbidden and severe penalties laid upon malefactors. In addition, punishments are even provided for Christians who conceal the Jews or support them. Concerning this it is expressly stated, if anyone hides them in his house or aids them to flee, he shall, if that is proved, receive 100 lashes of the whip, his goods fall to the king, and he will be expelled forever from the land. Thus those who supported the Jews or concealed them are punished in a terrible way. By this the bishops of the council and the monarch himself wish to be rid of those who supported the Jews and their accomplices in the struggle against Christianity. Without doubt more than ever today must effectiveness be given to these statutes of this holy law. For only thus can we hope to conquer the Jewish communist beast, which has success because the seeming Christians are ready to support the Jews and communists and to make their victory easier. Also in the 10th law, without regard to class or position, punishments are ordained against those who support Jewry, and it is stated among other things, when, therefore, a Christian of any origin, class or rank, man, woman, priest or layman, accepts a gift in order to help a Jew or Jewess against the law of Christ, or accepts any kind of present from them or their agents, or in return for any kind of gift does not guard and hold high the commandments of the law of Christ, simple passivity in the face of the foe, so, all who allow themselves to be bribed with a gift or conceal the fault of a Jew and do not exemplarily punish his wickedness, will be penalized by the statutes of the Holy Fathers and the decrees and must, if it is proved against them, pay double to the state treasury of the king of what they received from the Jew or Jewess. As one sees, the Jews have always understood in a masterly way how to buy the Christians and Gentiles with gold, since the latter frequently suffered from a chronic avarice and sold themselves to the synagogue of Satan. The Israelite ambassadors and embassies in various lands of the world have handed over to archbishops and high dignitaries of the Catholic Church suspicious invitations and seduce them with an interesting, expense-free journey with a skillfully drawn-up route of travel, exactly as in the case of travels in the Soviet Union. This they do on the eve of the next ecumenical council and wish with this, as we have experienced, to buy support for their proposal condemning antisemitism, which the international Jews hold in readiness and which their agents of the fifth column intend to set through at the council. We hope that this kind of bribery-gratis journeys to Palestine fails and that no imitator of the apostles commits the sin of Judas and sells himself for 30 pieces of silver. Holy Church has always made efforts to find the motive which binds secret Jewry, the converts and their descendants. A reason lies in the Jewish books which these false Christians secretly read and whose doctrines were inherited from father to son. In Canon 11 it is proposed to punish this offense severely, and it is ordered, among others, that the secret Jew, who is found with such books in his house or which are found on him, shall be marked on his head and upon the first occasion receive 100 lashes of the whip. In addition, he must sign in the presence of witnesses that he will never again read such books or possess them. If he afterwards becomes backsliding, his property shall be made responsible to the baron, whom the king has appointed, and he shall be expelled from the land. If a teacher is trapped thereby in spreading this error, and continued to teach what is forbidden, then he shall experience the same punishment as his pupils when they are older than 12. If they are younger, they are not punished in this manner. As one sees, the utmost effort was made in this regard, in order to prevent false Christians transmitting secret Judaism through instruction in their doctrine and secret books handed down from father to son. Simultaneously a vain attempt was made to prevent the guilty from backsliding, and they were made to give before witnesses a formal written promise that they would not do it again. This promise was valueless, for the Jews have neither upon this nor upon other occasions kept their promises or solemn pacts, as the facts have proved in the ensuing years. In Canon 13 it is ordered, if a Jew, through cheating or deceit or from fear of losing his wealth, asserts that he keeps to the morals and laws of the Christians and fulfills the words according to the law of Christ, and says he will retain his Christian servants because he is a Christian, so we have reflected upon what manner he shall prove what he has said, so that from now on he may not cheat or hold back what he has said. Therefore we ordain that all Jews in the province of our kingdom can sell their Christian servants, as we have ordered in the preceding law. If they wish to keep them, they must declare themselves to be Christians as we have declared in this book. For we give them an opportunity not to further render themselves suspect and to wash themselves free of all doubts in the time of 60 days, from 1st February to 1st April of this year. Accordingly, they are obligated through this law to go to the bishop of the province, and to promise openly before witnesses to give up all Jewish customs which they condemned, and that they never more fall back into their old unbelief and maintain all other statutes which we explain in this chapter, that they under such circumstances confess and openly admit not to preserve in their heart the opposite of what they proclaim with their mouth, and not to hypocritically adopt Christianity outwardly and in their hearts preserve Judaism. And if one of them gives himself out as a Christian and, after the evidence mentioned and the oath, holds again to the law of the Jews, believes in it and thus breaks his promise and does not hold it, and has falsely spoken in God's name, and falls back into the unbelief of the Jews, his goods are confiscated in favor of the king, he shall receive 100 lashes of the whip, be marked on the head, and banished to the uttermost ends of the world. With this determination, which belongs to the collection of laws mentioned that were approved and empowered in the Church Canon 9 of the 12th Council of Toledo, the archbishops and bishops of the Holy Synod wished to prevent the secret Jews controlling Christian servants and gave them the opportunity of remaining Jews openly, without expropriating them. By the uttermost caution with which the prelates and the king proceeded, it is clear that the Jews, in order to retain their Christian servants, pretended to be bound to the Christian faith whilst they remained Jews in secret and belonged to that destructive Jewish fifth column in Christianity. Therefore they were threatened with severe punishments if they were discovered in the act, and a vain attempt was made to attain the honest conversion of the Jews and their descendants, and to destroy the dangerous fifth column. Unfortunately, neither Holy Church nor the Christian monarch could attain their goals. They only attained that the false Christians became more and more successful in concealing their subterranean Judaism based on their experience and because they knew that lack of reflection and lack of caution could betray them. As a result, they perfected their deceptive methods and in the course of centuries attained the greatest possible perfection in this art. On the other hand, the Holy Synod already concerned itself with a problem which was intended to draw the attention of Christian and Mohammedan peoples, that the Jews should wear a special distinguishing mark that distinguished them from the rest of the people, so that the latter could protect themselves from their deceit and their revolutionary activity. Here the Holy Synod determined that they should be marked on the head. As a result they were perhaps distinguished in a more effective way as dangerous, secret Jews than they were later by other Christian and Mohammedan devices, and lastly by the Nazi device of the renowned Star of Judah on their clothing. They could remove their caps, their special dress or their stars, but only with difficulty the distinguishing mark on their heads. A similar determination would alarm us in the 20th century, if the Holy Church Council passed it. But whoever knows the deadly danger which this Jewish band of criminals has always represented for the rest of the world and still represents will be more tolerant and understand. These signs, which were used at different times, were an effective method, so that the false Christians of the Jewish fifth column were recognizable and the real disciples of Christ could protect themselves from their destructive activity. If we could recognize them at the time in our days, then it would not have been possible for them to commit so successfully their betrayal and deceit, through which so many peoples were handed over to murderous communism. We will come back again later to the Holy Council of Toledo. To the laws which were approved through the Church Canon 9 belong the Canons 14 and 15, which contain the wording for the conspiracy of Judaism and simultaneously the oath of loyalty to Christianity. Both were unfortunately used within the framework of an unfruitful attempt to secure the honesty of this false conversion. In spite of all measures to prevent this, the Jew attempts, in every land which opens its gates to him, to exercise a rule over those who afforded him hospitality. Through Canon 17 it is attempted to make an end to a part of this activity by forbidding the Jews, among other things, to have power over a Christian or control him and ordering that they in no manner command Christians, sell them, or have any kind of power over them. For the Jews who overstep this law and also for the nobles and barons in public offices who violate it and give the Jews power over the Christians, penalties are ordered. Unfortunately, the Jews spurred on the rebellious spirit of the Visigoth nobles against the monarch, in order to secure their protection and thus made the efficacy of these laws largely worthless. Another measure of the Holy Council for destruction of the fifth column is cited in Canon 18, which established a veritable espionage against Christians of Jewish descent within their very homes, by compelling their Christian servants to denounce their Jewish practices and offering them their freedom in exchange. In the law mentioned it is stated concerning the servants, that at each time he who says and swears he is a Christian, and reveals the unbelief of his master and reveals his error, shall be set free. Perhaps this measure for the destruction of clandestine Jewry in the bosom of Christian society was the most effective of all those previously cited. At that time it was logical that a servant who was almost a slave had interest in receiving freedom, if he revealed the secret Jewish practices of his masters who were only seeming Christians. In this respect the prelates of the Holy Council really undertook a decisive step, for now the members of the fifth column in their own homes had to take heed before their own servants, who could any moment discover and report their secret Judaism. Unfortunately, the false Jewish Christians found ways and means in order to conceal their secret Judaism even in their own homes, and the measure was not sufficient in order to destroy the fifth column. Clandestine Jewry was only more resolute and concealed, as we shall see in later chapters. Banishing of bishops and priests. Who give power to the Jews. This Holy Council concerned itself again with the condemnation of bishops and clergy who supported the Jews in a harmful way and manner. In addition it is stated in Canon 19, which was approved in Church Law 9, and when a bishop, priest or deacon provides a Jew with power, in order to somehow control the church or to destroy the affairs of Christians, he must give so much of his property to the king as the church affairs are worth which he entrusted to the Jew. If he has no property, in order to pay, he shall be expelled to the furthermost ends of the earth, so that he does repentance and realizes his wicked act. The prelates of the council also approved laws intended to prevent Christians of Jewish origin traveling from one city to another in order to secretly exercise their Jewish religion, when they were no longer subject to the control of the clergy where they currently were. Therefore it is stated in Canon 20, when they travel from one place to another, they must reveal to the bishop, priest or burgomaster their place of arrival. They must not remove themselves from this priest, so that the latter can provide proof that they have not celebrated the Sabbath and have not maintained the customs of the Jews. They shall have no opportunity to preserve their error and to hide themselves in order to remain in it. For the same reason they should pay heed to the laws of Christianity. It is further stated that when they pretend to travel from one place to another, they must not leave the priests without permission, to whom they come, before the Sabbaths have passed and before the priests know that they do not observe the Sabbaths. And the priest of their place should write a letter to those of the other place through which these Jews come, in order both with the period of stay or also with the journeys, to avoid deceit. And they are instructed to carry this out exactly. If anyone does not follow our command, the bishop, priest or burgomaster of the place can order 100 lashes of the whip. For we do not tolerate that they return home without the letters of the bishops or priests of the place which they visited. In the letters the days must be remarked, which they spent with the bishops of that city, how they have come there, when they leave it and have come home. Without doubt the obligation was difficult for Christian servants to denounce their masters, who were also Christians but who practiced the Jewish religion in secret, but it made it difficult for the secret Jews even to maintain in their homes the rites of the Sabbath and of the Jewish festivals. There therefore remained no other choice for them than to pretend a journey and to perform these rites in a secret unwatched-over place. After this cunning had been seen through, the Holy Council and the Christian monarch sought ways and means to control these journeys by secret Jews down to the last detail, in order to prevent that the official Christians as a result practiced the Jewish religion. The Law 11 perfects the preceding ones and renews the old law that the Jews must spend the Jewish feast days with a bishop or priest or, if that is not possible, with good Christians of the place, so that they prove together with them that they are good Christians and live correctly. In this manner they sought to deprive Christians of Jewish origin of even the smallest possibility of keeping the Jewish feast days, in order to see if they would in the long run become honest Christians and no longer adhere to secret Judaism. Clergy forbidden to protect the Jews. Through the Law 23 the priests receive power, in order to carry out these laws, and the strict command is given them, not to protect the Jews or to cite grounds for their defense which give them the possibility of remaining with their error and their law. Clearly the problem of the Judases among the clergy was already then so great that the approval of this law through the Holy Synod was also justified. Excommunication of negligent bishops. Canon 24 is still more definite in this respect. The priests of the Church must avoid falling into the sin of leaving the peoples in their error. And therefore we add, in order to shake them out of their negligence, that a bishop who gives way to avarice or a bad idea and hesitates to fulfill these laws, if he knows their errors, their conceit and their folly and does not compel and punish them, will be banned for 3 months and must pay the king a pound in gold. If he does not possess this, he will be banned for 6 months, so that his negligence and weakness be punished. And we give every bishop who zealously serves God the power to check and restrain the error of those Jews and to correct their follies, and he does this in place of the negligent bishop and he completes what the other overlooked. If he does not do this, if he is negligent like the other bishop, fails to serve God zealously and is not conscientious, the king shall make good their error and punish them on account of their sin. The same which we have ordered for those bishops who are negligent in their task of correcting the error of the Jews, is valid also for all believers, priests, deacons, clergy. When the council approved this law in its sacred Canon 9, it was declared that it was not only deadly sin if one supported the Jews, but also if the bishop, priests or cleric is negligent in the fulfillment of his duties in the struggle against Jewry, and this deadly sin would be punished with the excommunication of the guilty. Here one could now ask, how many prelates and high dignitaries of the Church would be excommunicated today if Canon 9 of the aforesaid Sacred Council were applied, since the committing of this deadly sin to support the Jews in any kind of form is so widespread among our present-day clergy. In Canon 28 a very effective measure is ordered. The honesty of the Christian belief of Catholics of Jewish origin should not only be proved through the witness of the bishops, priests or burgomasters of the land, but also through the actions of the Christians themselves. It no longer suffices that they give the assurance of being honestly converted, but they must prove it through deeds. This law, however, deals even more strictly with Christians who, having already been unmasked as secret Jews and pardoned on demonstrating their repentance in words and deeds, were soon to be discovered again practicing the Jewish religion. Concerning these recidivists it is stated in the law mentioned, that one will never more pardon them and they should suffer punishment without any kind of sympathy, be it now the death penalty or a lesser one which they deserve. When this canon was approved by the Holy Council, the doctrine of the Catholic Church in this respect was also firmly laid down. For, although our Lord God is ready to forgive every sinner before his death, it is quite another matter to hold that the Jews, who represent a constant threat for the Church and mankind, must be punished by the civil authorities on account of their crimes. It is not permissible for them, in order to escape their justified punishment, To quote our divine Savior's sublime doctrine concerning the forgiveness of one's enemies, for he referred to forgiving the offenses committed by one individual against another individual, not to the crimes or offenses of an evildoer to the harm of society or of the nation. The clergy who today stand in the service of Jewry, draw in this respect sophistical conclusions and attempt in a blasphemous way and manner to use the sublime teachings of love and forgiveness of our Redeemer Jesus Christ, since they wish to prevent peoples threatened by Jewish enslavement from making use of their natural right to a just defense and from fighting against the criminal Jewish conspirators and allotting them a just punishment. Moreover, one should not forget the great authority that Holy Church has always given to the councils of Toledo regarding the definition of ecclesiastical doctrine and regarding the measures taken against the Jews by the 12th Council. Their vigor, as doctrine of Holy Church, is even greater in view of the fact that, in the year 683, a new Council of Toledo, number 13, not only confirmed, in its Canon 9, the laws approved in the previous synod, but also ordered that they should be eternally in force and constant, giving them the perennial character of a doctrine of the Church. To this end the aforesaid Canon 9 of the 13th Council of Toledo says, although the synodal acts of the 12th Council of Toledo, which took place in the first year of government of our illustrious Prince Ervigio, were arranged and fixed by the unanimous judgment of our agreement in this royal city, we now add with firm resolve that these resolutions, as they are written or ordered, shall have eternal force and validity. Chapter 15. The 16th Council of Toledo holds the destruction of the Jewish fifth column to be necessary. As we have already said, the Visigoth kingdom, after the almost universal conversion of the Jews to Christianity, had to fight tenaciously against a far more dangerous kind of Judaism, clandestine Jewry. The efforts of the 12th and 13th Synods of Toledo to destroy this powerful block of Jews in the bosom of Holy Church had completely failed. The all-embracing, energetic anti-Jewish collection of laws, which were approved by both councils, was ineffective to destroy the dangerous fifth column, since they did not have the effect that the Christians of Jewish origin gave up their secret Jewish practices and became true Christians. The proof of this is that 10 years later, when Ejeka already ruled, the 16th Council of Toledo concerned itself anew with this fearful affair. Already in the first law it is stated, Canon I in the face of the falsehood of the Jews. Although there are countless judgments of the old fathers concerning the falsehood of the Jews and in addition many new laws, nevertheless, as per the prophetic prediction relating to their stiff-neckedness, the sin of Judah is written as with an iron pen on a diamond, harder than stone in its blindness and obstinacy. It is therefore very necessary that the wall of their unfaithfulness is combated through the machinations of the Catholic Church more thoroughly, so that they may either improve themselves against their will or be destroyed in such a way that they perish forever by judgment of the Lord. After clarifying this point of doctrine, the Holy Council enumerates in the canon cited additional measures that should be immediately applied against the Jews. This definition of the doctrine of Holy Church against the Jews served centuries later as basis for the later popes and councils asserting the death penalty for the secret Jews in the bosom of Catholicism. For defense of these doctrines and of the policy of Holy Church we have already cited that all states of the Christian and pagan world have always approved similar measures against spies or saboteurs of hostile nations and they also still approve them today. It has never occurred to anyone to criticize a government because it executes members of the fifth column and traitors to the country. The whole Jewish propaganda is, however, already directed against the Church, because they, like all other lands of the world, held the death penalty for the Jews in the bosom of Christian society as justified, who carried on espionage in Christian society and wished to destroy or conquer it. It is, of course, regrettable to kill a man. But if the peoples have the right to defend themselves, then Holy Church has it also, which defends not only herself but also the peoples who believe and trust in her, especially when we reflect that the Jews in the bosom of Holy Church not only organize an all-embracing network of the usual espionage and sabotage, but represent the most destructive fifth column in the same land, whose institutions they unfortunately also utilize. Thus without doubt action was taken against them on account of the state and for defense of Holy Church, whereby Holy Church and the Christian state directed themselves with one accord against them. The ideal solution would be that the Jews voluntarily leave the land which generously accepted them and return to their homeland, that they should recognize the independence of every people, and not commit the crime of the worst espionage and sabotage as members of the most dangerous fifth column which has existed in the world. No one would then trouble them and the remaining nations could live in peace. If in addition they commit crimes for which the supreme penalties exist, they are solely responsible for the just punishment they have received for such crimes in the course of history. In addition, they have in fact their own land, which has been allotted to them in the Soviet Union and in Israel. During the centuries when they had no homeland, they could have behaved like other immigrants, lived in peace with the peoples and recognized the religions which they accepted. Then nothing would have happened to them. However, they betrayed the nations which allowed them hospitality, attempted to conquer them, to rob and destroy them, and did everything possible in order to destroy Christianity from its beginnings onwards. They accepted it and attempted to disintegrate it from within through heresies. They gave impetus to the bloody Roman persecutions and furthered them. Through their crimes they called forth universal rejection and defense, not only from the side of the Church and Christian peoples, but also on the part of Islam and the peoples ruled by it. The Jews themselves through their criminal, ungrateful and treacherous mode of action called forth the bloody repressive measures which the threatened peoples seized upon against them by making use of their right to justify defense. They complain about this repression but conceal the motives. It is the same as if the Romans, who wished to conquer Gaul and who had to mourn many thousands of dead in the battle, had been cynical enough to accuse the attacked Gauls of being murderers and persecutors of the Romans. Or if the Japanese, in the last war when they conquered China and suffered hundreds of thousands of losses, had possessed the insolence to describe the Chinese as murderers or persecutors of the Japanese, then we could say, if the Romans had not fallen upon Gaul, they would also not have needed to lament that the Gauls killed thousands of Romans. And if the Japanese had not attacked China, they would also not have had to lament the death of their fellow citizens. While these and other peoples, however, have never struck upon the idea of lamenting over the losses and injuries which they suffered on grounds of their battles of conquest, the Jews for centuries have secretly and hypocritically begun the cruelest, most totalitarian and bloodiest war, and were cynical enough to make a great outcry if religions or peoples justifiably defended themselves and killed Jews or robbed them of their freedom in order to prevent them from causing further harm. If Jews in the future wish not to bear the consequence of their stiff-necked, cruel universal struggle for conquest, they must abandon it. If they do not do this, they should at least be so brave and adapt themselves in a dignified way to the consequences as the other conqueror peoples of the world have done.